Hello guys, welcome to NameTech. My name is Nehemiah Wekesa and I'm glad to have you on board. So this is part 2 of the e-commerce web application that we began the other time. So this time we've integrated many features. I'm going to attach first of all the link to the first part of this project in the description. You can access it in the description, it is there. Now in this one, basically, we've integrated the payment gateway, Mpesa payment gateway, and we are using the Daraja API. It is working very fine. And also, we've integrated the authentication system. Basically, you can sign up. When you sign up, it will send you the notification to activate your account in your email. And then when you activate the account, then you can log in. And then you can log out. And then in case you've forgotten the password, you can reset the password. Also, we've integrated the live ratings, like people can see the ratings on their product. Like for example, once they purchase the product, they can rate it. And also we've implemented or created the portal, like the customer portal, where they can access their information, their orders they made. Also they can rate the products and so forth. They can also delete the account. Also they can download their data. Remember, like in Kenya, we have the Data Protection Act, and which says that for example, whenever you are collecting the user data, you need to give them permission to access their data. We have the part where the users can download their personal data. They can as well delete their account, and many other features. So basically, last time we created this landing page where we have listed the categories here and many other things, some tabs. And remember, once you log in, then you'll see other tabs like the profile and the logout. Remember, here there's a conditional rendering here, or the conditional display, such that whenever you are not authenticated, you can't see the profile and the logout component, or maybe tabs. And then here at the bottom we have the categories, so it is listing the categories that you have. And then here is displaying the flash sale products. And then this just a carousel that I added here from Bootstrap to display like to display the products. Let me try to refresh. So it's going to display like those products here. It's not even the backend, just I added there like to bring about balance, because we had the category and then we had the flash sale product. So I included here just to bring about balance. And then here we have the top selling products. It's going to list all the products which are sold mostly. And yeah, so basically you can see, like for example, this smartphone, I usually purchase it most of the time. That's why it is recommended to be so, like for me to purchase it. And then also the smartphone product is being displayed here. And then computer categories is going to display the products on the computer categories. And then TV categories and cars and so forth. So I want to make an order, like for example, let me select this one that has low payment. I used one bob, 1 Kenyan shillings, because this one is cheaper. So when you click on the product, it's going to direct you to the product details page, where you can preview the image in like a large scale. Then here you can increase the quantity, you can increase, you can reduce, and then the minimum is 1. And we have the vendor information. And remember, this information is being fetched dynamically from the backend. Like for example, when you try to update here the phone number, let me go to the vendor. So this is the vendor model, and then let me try to update the number to include for example, plus 2547. Then let me update. You will see now here when I load, it will be 2547. So it is updated. Also the bio, also this shipment information, it is being updated dynamically. Like for example, when you try to go to the vendor model, then the shipment information, for example, let's try to update this return policy. The product should not be damaged for it to be accepted, and for example, and be refunded. Then when I update, you can see now it was initially the product should not be damaged for it to be accepted. Now when I update, so you can see now and be refunded. So you can see it's now working. And then also we have the customer reviews. So basically it's going to do the average on the based on the products, like for example, how many people have rated your products. Then it's going to do the average of the reviews. Then it's going to display these stars, dynamically. Like for example, if it is 5, then the stars will be filled. If it is maybe 1.5, it will be 1 star and a half, and all that. We implemented this logic here. Perhaps let's try to increase the ratings here too. Let me increase the rating to what, to something like 5, and then this one to 5. So let me go to the reviews, and then for example, this smartphone, let me make it 5. Then let me say good. Okay, yeah, let's make it 5. And then it's working. Let's say it's fine. Nice specs. When I update, then I reload here, you'll see the stars will be filled, will be 5. Will be 5. You can see now the stars are 5, and the customer, you can see the ratings are updated dynamically. So everything is being fetched dynamically, and here it can display the related products here at the bottom, such that for example, in case the font was not good, you can see the related products here, the fonts, which you can as well purchase. So everything is fine. And now once you feel that you are comfortable, or maybe you are pleased about the product, then you can add it to the cart. And then here basically just the same product, but let me try to update it. So just a second. Let me try to add it to the cart. Then let me proceed now to the checkout. Now the checkout page cannot be accessed unless you are logged in. So we added we made the checkout page to be a protected route, such that you have to log in for you to access. Now when you click here, you can see now it's directing me to the login page. Now let's try to log in. Let me try to log in. Now you can see now I can be able to see the portal and the logout page. So when I go to my cart, I can now proceed to the checkout. So I can see now I can access now the checkout page, where it's going to display the form, and then here is going to display the order summary. When I increase here the number of cart, like for example, let's try to increase also another product, to include another product, like which one? This one. When I try to increase, it's going to let me update here. Like you'll see the table will increase here, also here. Basically you can see the table is being added dynamically. Now perhaps because I want to purchase, let me remove this one and use. Now basically here in the cart, I forgot it should be Kenya shillings. So basically I'm going to do to the checkout component. Let me just a minute, I do it now. Checkout component, not checkout, actually should be the cart page. So the cart page, the price should be in actually not the okay, yeah, the cart. So the cart should be Kenya shillings, like the price should be in Kenya shillings. And then also here Kenya shillings, and then here also Kenya shillings. Wait, perhaps yeah, it's fine. Now let me see the front end. So you can see now the price are in Kenya shillings, and then now I can proceed to the checkout because I've logged in. And then here I can add in my information, and I remember it doesn't allow any number that doesn't begin with a 254, because I believe the like Mpesa is only available in Kenya. Like for example, if we are try to begin with any number apart from 254, like a 1, the US number, it will throw an error. It will say that, let me try to initiate. You can see user valid registered phone number to initiate the payment. So basically, and then you can see it displays the message here. And then let me try to use my Kenya 47 25. Okay, basically should be 25 4 7 7 and 6 79 28. And then when I initiate the payment, I select Mpesa and then I initiate the payment. It's going to process, and then once it is success, then it's going to direct me to this page where I can now add in the transaction ID. And then when I submit, it's going to complete. Now basically I have received the prompt to make the payment. So once I make the payment, then I can add here the transaction ID. So when you submit, it's going to check in the backend if you made the payment. Then it's going to change the status, the order status to be completed. So you can see here the activity. We are receiving this information. I've implemented a very robust login system. So it is displaying all the informations, the phone number, every details that you are sending, and then we are saving it to the database. And yeah, so basically we are saving to the database, and then once you add in the payment, then it's going to I'm not going to pay, but you can pay and add in the transaction ID. And then when you click on submit, it's going to update. So let me go. You can access the orders here in the portal, like the orders you've made. So sorry, let me go to the portal, and you can realize that whenever you make the order, the cart is going to be reduced, like it's going to be null, because we assume that you've purchased the product. So here again in the portal, you are going to have access to the personal information, and then orders made. So this is we have the unique ID for each product, and then all these status are pending because I have not paid any of them. But once you pay, it will update. Then reviews, it is here, reviews that you've made. You can make the reviews again here, and then you can download your data. Then you can delete also the account. So I just made it very simple and straightforward. Now another thing that guys I wanted to show you is the authentication system. So like for example, let me try to create a new account. So guys, let me try to log out. And let me assume I don't have an account. Let me in fact delete this user. Let me try to delete the user here. Let me try to delete the user, this user, and you can see the orders that user has made. It's very many. So let me delete the user. The user, it's going to affect also the products that they had added the reviews. And guys, let me try to create here a new account. So click here to register. You can add in your name, email address, password. Then you can select if you are a vendor or not. Then you can click on register. So upon a success registration, it's going to display the logo here, and then as well it's going to display here a message. You can see now, account was created successfully. Please click the link shared in your email for activation. And when you go to the email, you can see the link has been shared to you. Then when you click on it, then it can direct you to this page where you can should display here a message that your email, like your account has been activated. Click here to proceed. But I don't know why it's not working, but something that it was working. Then a login. Then you can click here proceed to login. Then you can sign in, and each individual has a unique token. And you can see now once it is active, like once you've activated it, is checked as active. And the tokens, each individual has a token. So this is for NameTech. So you can see the token is no longer accessed because that user is not logged in. So when I try to log in, because the account is already created. So now I can click here to log in. Let me log out. Let me log out first. Let me now log in. So I'm going to click here, then it's going to log me in. It's going to log me in. So once I log in, Then here is going to have the token. You can see now the token is now created. So individual user is has the unique token. So like for example, once a user is created, remember now once you create an account, it will be there so that in future you want to create, it will track based on this token. So now let me log in. Now assuming that you have forgotten the password. So if you have forgotten the password, then you can do it. You can click here to reset the password. So this reset password is also working. So you can add in the email, and then when you click send reset link, when you click on it, then it's going to send you the reset link. You can see now the message here: password was password reset email sent successfully. Please check your email for further instruction. I can see the notification has been sent already, and then you can see here it is being displayed here. Like we have the 200 status code, which means that it was a success. So when I go to my email, then I'll see there's a new email that has been sent, and then when I click here, and then it's going to do what? It's going to take me to this page where I can create the new password. For example, let me add in my new password. Then you can confirm. So if the password is correct, then it's going to direct me to the login page. Yeah, then I can log in again, and then everything is working super fine. So guys, basically it is a very big system. I can't even manage to finish to show you everything at this juncture, but we shall include it in the project as we proceed. So guys, please do me a favor by subscribing to the channel so that it may grow, and also like the video so that YouTube may recommend it to other viewers just like you, so that they too may learn a skill. And also guys, please you may also consider sharing the video to tech enthusiasts so that they may learn some skill by developing projects. So guys, basically the other thing, in case you have a question, let me know in the comment section. And then another thing, in case you want me to do a specific project for you on YouTube, basically let me know in the comment section, and then I'm going to create that video for you, because remember the target is to finish 20 projects. So guys, thank you so much, and straight away let's begin the project. And guys, by the way, I decided to create two folders, like at the front end to be independent. Front end we are using React, but now back end I decided like to create a folder that carries everything other than having everything here at the root. So I created a folder for the backend. So at the backend we have this core app, then this virtual environment, the media where I store the media, then we have the project, and then manage.py, and then requirements.txt. So last time we created these pages, and then up to the cart. Then from the cart you can go to the checkout, and here you can fill in your name. Now because I want to begin with the Mpesa integration, here I'm going to change the default country to be Kenya, so that it can be easier for Kenyans to use Mpesa. So to the checkout page, I can go here to this form, and then to the phone field. A phone field here I can change to KE, so that the default should be 254. Actually, I'm doing this because I want to focus on the Mpesa. So now we have this at 254, but you can just select your country there. Now, this is where we reached the other time. I want us to advance to integrate the Mpesa payment. And lifetime will allow, we shall also, I will show you also how to integrate the PayPal for my international audience. So for Mpesa, we are going to use the Daraja API, and it's found at the Daraja documentation. So you go to the developers.safaricom.co.ke, developer.safaricom.co.ke. Now when you go to this page, this is the page for the Daraja documentation. So this is Daraja 2, and guys, if you do not have an account, you can sign up, you can get started, you can sign up, but because for me I have an account, I can easily click on the login, then I can log in. So The first thing, like when you hit enter, it's going to take you to this page, and it's going to display some basic information here. But now I want us to create an application for our project. So you go to the apps tab. Now for me, I have created web apps with like I've integrated several systems. That's why it is listing here a lot. But to create a new one, for example, on your page it will be blank. So what you do, just click on the create new app. Then I can call it something like Daraja Mpesa, Daraja Ecommerce, or let me just say Daraja YouTube for YouTube. Just any random name, but for you, be sure to give it something something good. But remember, the name doesn't matter, but just use something that is nice. I'm going to use this Lipa Mpesa sandbox. Then this Mpesa sandbox for business to business, business to customer, and customer to business API. Then you can click on the create. So when you create it, they are going to give you like so here you can see this is the one that we've created. So they are going to give you the consumer secret, and then the consumer key and the consumer secret. And when you go to, let me duplicate this page. When you go to the to the API, when you go to the APIs and then to the authorization or anywhere, when you click learn more, when you click on learn more, you'll be given some basic information there. But now I want to click here at the simulator part, select or search one of your apps, and we are using the one that we just created, Daraja YouTube. And I remember all the credentials here are just basics for the YouTube. So so don't mind about the keys and stuff, but on your end, make sure that you secure your keys. But because this one is an open source, I'm teaching on YouTube. I'm displaying like I'm exposing, and in fact, it's just sandbox. After this project, I'll delete it. So what you do, you can click here on the test credentials, and then here you can get all the information like the initiator name, it is here, initiator password, part A, part B, phone number, business code, and passkey. All those information are there. So up to this point, I think we are good. We now have access to the Daraja API. So the next thing that we can do, we are going to use the Django Daraja, and that there's a package for that will help us like make it easier to work on it. You can just search for a Django Daraja API, Django Daraja API. Then you go to this link. This link django-daraja.readthedocs.io, and then when you hit enter, you'll get the documentation, and that is the latest documentation. And then what you want to do is to click on the create Django project. So this one is going to show you. This one is going to show you a sample on how you can create a project. So first of all, we are going to install Django Daraja, and then you can have your project. For us, we already have a project, so we don't need like to start a project and to create an application. We already have a project and the app. Then you can create like you can navigate to your project, and then the other thing that you need to do to have like it is these are credentials here. So these are credentials. So you need the Mpesa environment should be sandbox. This is for testing. Now production is when you've gone live. And then you can have also the consumer key, consumer secret. Remember, all of this information are available here. Consumer key, consumer secret. When you copy, you'll have copied the consumer secret, consumer key. And then another one was Mpesa shortcode. You can access here. Shortcode, it is here. It is here. You can just copy here. Remember this for sandbox. You can add it here, and also this one you can just use the same Mpesa shortcode here. You can also add in the same. Then our Mpesa shortcode type is going to be pay bill. Be sure you're using the pay bill at this juncture, but you can as well have the one for tail. But I want to go with the pay bill. And then Mpesa passkey, you can access here. It is passkey. There's a passkey here. And then remember, make sure to use the same variable name that they are using here. Be sure to copy everything. What you're going to change is just the credential. Then at the Mpesa initiator security credentials is going to be these are password, initiator password. So this is part where you are going to add in the Mpesa security initiator security credential. Then Mpesa initiator username, you can use this name here. These are initiator name. And then the other thing, you need to include this Django Daraja to your project. So first of all, let's begin. I think those are the main things. So first of all, let's try to install it. To install, just do pip at the backend. Okay, let me create a new one. I'm going to change to let me use a command prompt. Then let me cd to backend. Then let me activate the virtual environment by going to the env. First of all, let me to the backend, then to the env for /scripts /activate. And then what we do, we can paste that pip install Django underscore Daraja. So this way you will have installed the package. Then the other thing, we need to add it to the list of the installed application. So you need to copy this part. Or if you can cram the name, you can just copy Django underscore Daraja, and you go to the Django admin. Actually to your settings, project settings, to the backends, then to the project settings, and then our settings, and then here the list of the installed applications. Here you can add in your Django Daraja. So once you have it there, you can as well go to the URLs of the project, the URL of the project. Then you can also include the Django Daraja. Just to test if it's working, let me call it Mpesa, just to see if it's working or not. Mpesa, and then here is going to be Django underscore Daraja. Django underscore Daraja dot URLs. And what we do, let me try to run and see if it will work or not. So it is a 127 port 8000 because it's backend. Then we can try to search for Mpesa to see if it is really working. So when you get this, welcome to the home of Daraja APIs. Just know that you have successfully installed Django Daraja, and you've successfully added it to your project. Now you can begin to use the Django Daraja. Whenever you see these are welcome to the home of Daraja APIs. So this is great. And then once we have that, we've tested everything is fine. Then you need to have the credentials. You see these credentials, and they are saying that you add it to your site settings.py. Now, remember for production, you will not expose this very sensitive information to your settings. Like for security purposes, what you'll do, you can use a .env You can see here, in fact, they have warned you. Adding sensitive configuration in the setting file is not recommended on production, since you will most likely not want to have configuration, e.g. consumer key secret, as part of your code. You will need to add a version control, like to be added to a version control. It is recommended to use a .env file and a library like Python decouple. So basically, you can use the environment variable, and in fact, when when you're deploying Django, there's that part where you can add in the environment variable. So be sure to use the environment variable instead of exposing your sensitive credentials. But already for me, it's open source. I'm going to show you how to add it to the settings, but at your own, you can just go and search for uh, um, Django, Django, Django.env, Django.env, and then you can go to this page, Django.env, and there's a documentation on how you should Django.env. Sorry, so I think this page is not working fine, like really good. Let me see. Okay, let's try to find another documentation. So you can use, for example, this page. They have like describe how you can install, and I use it. So it is Django.env. So you install it this way, and then you can, once you have installed into your system, then ensure that first of all you have this OS in your system. Then you can load. I think there's a better documentation about this. Let me see. I think this page should have the better documentation about that .env. So first of all, you install, and then the other thing, what you do is to like import it in the settings. You ensure that you are at the settings. Then there at the top, you can add in what you can add in that. First of all, you install pip install python.env. Then at the next thing, you can create a file called .env. Ensure that it has the extension. It should just be exactly this one. You just create a file called .env. Then now here you can add in your credentials. Those are credentials in that .env. And then now to use it in the settings, you are going to just say from .env import load .env, and then you can instantiate, you can load like the configs from that .env by running this code, like writing this code there. And then how to use it. You can say, for example, if it was a credential, or maybe if it was the security key credential. So you are going to use the variable, then you can assign it to os.getEnv, and then into brackets, then you can specify the variable for your credential. So this way it will be much safer than exposing your credentials in the settings. But already for me, because I'm teaching and I'm exposing my everything, so I just want to use it in the settings. But for you, make sure that on production you are doing what you are using an environment variable. So my credentials are here. So my credentials are here. We have the Mpesa environment, then my consumer key. Okay, let me just add here and show you how you can access them. Now it is unique to people. So for me at the settings, I can go there at the bottom, and then you can add it anywhere by the way, but let me add in here at the bottom. Let me say Mpesa Daraja API credentials, then I'm going to paste it there. So Mpesa environment, first of all, it is a sandbox, and then to get the consumer key, you can go to this to the Daraja, and then to your application, then there is this consumer key. You just copy, and then you come here and add here, and then for consumer secret, let me try to minimize. consumer secret, you can go here, copy and add here. And then for shortcode, I used these other, you go to the APIs, then to the credentials, then you select your app. Then here you can, which one was it? It was Mpesa shortcode. Shortcode is here, business shortcode. You can copy and then make sure to add here. Mpesa shortcode, and then you can as well use it, Mpesa Express shortcode. Use the same. This for sandbox. And then the Mpesa shortcode type, this one is for the pay bill. You can choose pay bill or till. Then the passkey is here. You can just copy and then add the passkey here. Passkey, and then the initiator name, you can access it here. Initiator name, and then you can add it to the Mpesa initiator name. Then the Mpesa initiator security credentials, you are going to use this one, initiator password, and then you can add here. And then now, because like to access these APIs, like you need to expose this local project into the internet, and we are going to use the NGROK like to expose this local environment. Actually, for tunneling, we want to expose this local environment to the internet such that we can access it. We can use it to access the APIs because it needs like a secure connection, because you are processing very sensitive information. So you cannot use HTTP, you have to use HTTPS. Like anything that can be accessed in the internet to get the APIs. So we are going to use NGROK. So to access the NGROK, you can go to ngrok.com. ngrok.com, or let me just say NGROK, and then I go to this page, ngrok.com, and then if you do not have an account with them, you can sign up for free. If you have an account, then log in. And once you log into this NGROK website, it's going to navigate you to dashboard.ngrok.com. Then the other thing you want to do is to install to your operating system. So we have different operating system, and I'm using Windows at the moment. So what you do to connect, like you can download with Chocolately, but for me, I'm going to just download. Click on the download and download the setup for 64-bit. So when you click here, it's going to download to your operating system. So basically, this one is going to be used like to convert our local endpoint to the internet. Like you can access now this website which is running locally to the internet. So it's going to provide you with a unique URL that you can access your website to the internet, like your endpoint to the internet. So this one can be used, for example, if you want to create a callback URL. So I'm going to open it. Let me copy to clipboard, and then I can go to my project, for example, to my project, then to the backend, I'm going to create a folder to store that file. Let me just call it NGROK. Then let me add it. So it is here now. So if you want to use it, you can just go to click on the NGROK. There, just double click on the NGROK, run that setup, and then you'll get some brief documentation here. But let's not focus on that. Let me clear the fact. So if you want to convert this, for example, you want to convert this here, this one is running at port 8000. Remember this 127.0.0.1, this is just the local host. This is the alias for local host. Any project that you are running on local machine, it is this 127.0.0. So irrespective of the language you're using, or maybe server, it must be like, for example, if it is in the local host, then it's going to be 127. So now if you want to to export this 127.0.0.1 port 8000, what you are going to do, you can say NGROK, then you say HTTP, then you can specify the port number. You don't have to type everything. You can just specify the port number, which is port 8000, because already it knows that it is a local environment. So when you hit enter, then it's going to convert to forward this HTTP localhost port 8000 to the internet, and that is the URL that it can be accessed in the internet, like in the web interface. So this is the one that we are going to use, and I'm going to create a variable for that as well. Remember, I told you that ensure that you are creating a file called .env at the root of your project, at the root of your backend. Create a file called .env, and then you can add in your credentials there. You can add in the credentials. Make sure you add in the credentials there. Copy and paste there. And paste there. First of all, I'm sure that you will have installed that Django.env. There's that documentation I showed you earlier. You first of all run pip install python.env, python -.env. Then you can add in your security credential, or maybe your credentials. Then now to your settings. Now to the settings here at the top, you can add in what? You can add in now that you can import the os.env. You can import this one. For example, you can add it there. And then you can do what? You can use this load.env. Load.env. You can just write it anywhere, for example here. And then now to use it, you are going to say, for example, instead of writing instead of using this sandbox, let me comment this one at the moment. So instead of using these credentials here, or maybe security credentials, like a consumer key, you can just specify. Let me first of all undo. You can just say Mpesa consumer key. Then here you're going to assign it to OS. So first of all, you are going to make sure that you have imported the OS into at the top here. You have imported the OS. Then also you have loaded, you have imported this load.env, and then you also have load.env here. And then what you do next is just say os.get .env. Then you can specify. Now, because here the .env, the one for consumer key, it is this one, you can just say copy and then run it, add it here as a string format. So this way, let me try to comment this one. Now to access it, for example, let's try to print. Let me say print Mpesa consumer key. Now when I run it, you'll see that it will fetch the credentials from the other side. So you can see here, so you can see now I'm getting these are credentials from the other side. So assuming that it was something like let's say environment variable, like Mpesa environment. So when I just add here, so I've changed here to Mpesa environment. Now when I run, it's going to be a sandbox. So guys, that is how you can use it in the in a .env. But remember, for me, this is just demonstration. There's no need for me to like hide everything because it's already an open source. I'm showing you my details that I'm using, so there's no need for that. But for you, make sure that whenever you're doing something for production, always make sure that you're creating the environment variable for that, including sometimes you might want to integrate any other API. Make sure that you're not using it in your code, so that, for example, if you want to push it on GitHub, you will ignore .env to your GitHub account, so that you may not expose your sensitive information. So that was just by the way. So if you have these credentials, then you are good to go. Now, so guys, let's go to the backend and to the core. I want us to create a new file here called mpesa.py. And guys, I'm trying to make the video as short as I can. So perhaps, yeah, I think it's much easier for me to just explain the code at this juncture instead of like typing from scratch. It'll take time because for me to, sometimes when I talk and type, it can take time. So let me just be pasting the code and then explain the code instead of typing and explaining. So first of all, I have begun by importing the necessary packages for our project. First of all, we're importing JSON, and then also we're importing the login for debugging, for easy debugging, and also seeing or maybe tracking the logs. And then another thing, we're importing the universal unique identifier for this feed or this package. We shall use it for ID, for tracking the ID, so that each ID will be unique for each transaction. Then another thing, because and by the way guys, the other thing that we need to have, that I should have shown you, is this. So basically to the project, ensure that to the project, and then to the settings, ensure first of all that you've created a URL for the NGROK URL so that we can use it. So we shall be importing like a settings from. So you can import like the Mpesa here at the top. You can import the settings actually, so that we may be able to use the variables in the settings. So you don't just import it directly like from the current direct import settings. We want to import it like in a proper way, django.conf import settings. And then another thing we import in the reverse, because we will be using, of course, the NGROK URL because it is in the development environment. But now for the production, we'll need like to find a way on which we'll be updating, like Python is going to check on the domain, then it's going to add the extension that .callback, so that in case we change the domains, it will still like process that URL dynamically. Then another thing here, we're importing from Django Daraja. So basically, when you go to the backend and then to the E and V, this is for uh, local environment. Then when you go to the libraries, lib, and then when you go down and look for Django Daraja, the one that we've just installed, Django Daraja here, and then you go to the Mpesa, because we are saying that from Django Daraja, Mpesa, and then from the Mpesa, Mpesa, and then the file is core. So Mpesa, then I will go to the core file. We have this class called Mpesa client. When you go there, you'll find the Mpesa client. So, but there is a good practice, guys, to check on the code base so that you can understand how it is used, so that you may know how you are going to implement it here. So here we are going to import that Mpesa client, and then we are going to import also the JSON response to make the JSON response, because we are using the APIs. This is not like we are not using the HTML like in the same project. We are using a different application for the front end. So for JSON response, and then also at some point we shall use the HTTP request. In later I think I'll show you that. And then because we are making the post request, from the front end, and in Django, any post request, when you send it, it should have the CSRF token, and that the CSRF token, that is for cross origin, cross no, CSRF, that is cross-site request forgery. So to avoid like to implement like a security for security purposes, Django usually every request, every post request should have the unique CSRF token. But now, because it is in the development, we are just trying um, to bypass that part. That's why I'm using Django from Django.views decorators.csrf. We're importing the CSRF exempt so that we can bypass that CSRF token. But now on production, make sure that you are not using this one. You are using a valid token. And then we are also importing the models, and we are also we are importing the models. From the models, we are going to import the order and the payment. So from the current directory, this dot stand for the current directory, dot models, we importing the order model and the payment method. And then also we shall also use this a request factory to generate some dummy URL for the project. There's a part where I'll show you how to do that. Basically, guys, I've just created the code and then I explain it instead of typing and explain. Sometimes for me it takes forever. I don't want to make this video very long. Now for the logger, now when we want to create the logger, first of all we are creating this logger from a logger variable with a login.getLogger and the name. And then at the logger, we are going to set the level to login.debug. So the first one is this one is for the logger. And then the second one, we want to create a file. We want to create a file where we can track all the logs. So I used here to create a file handler for login. So file handler variable, we created a variable a value for this file handler was login.filehandler. Then we passed here mpesa.log so that we can have all the logs in that file. And then we updated that file handler.set level to login, and I also have the debug, to have also the for debug. And then now apart from having the logs in the console, in the Mpesa.log, also we'll need to track the bugs or maybe to debug on the console here so that you can see easily what information is or maybe where do we have the error. So I use the console handler here where I use the stream from login package stream handler. I used that one, I initiated that one, and then I update it to the set level so that I can have the debug or maybe debug it. So for the console, and then now for format, to convert it into a format that we can easily understand the errors. Basically, I used the formatter variable, and then a login, then a formatter, and then these are the arguments that I passed in. This is for the file, the logs, and then this is for the handler, so that I can track all the information there. And then now, to add in that handler to the logger, I updated now my logger. For add handlers, for the file, I added that logger add handler. The first one was for the file handler, sorry. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's fine. So this is where was I? Yeah, here. And then for the console handler, I updated the logger to add handler console handler so that I can see proper things. Now we needed to initiate the payment, so I created a function to initiate the payment. And by the way, in case I'm going fast, you can just pause the video and ensure that you are writing the same code. For me, I saw it early better, instead of writing and explaining, I can write then explain the code. So first of all, I define a function called initiate a payment. First of all, I pass this as CSRF exempt so that I can bypass that cross-site cross-site request forgery, so that I can avoid that part because it is in the development. But for production, ensure that you're using a valid CSRF token. So I created this initiate payment function, and I passed in the request argument there. Then the first thing to display that you are trying, like for example in your logger, when you will create a logger, you'll want to see that from this part, this is initiating, this are the logger for the initiate payment called. So I use the logger info. Info is like to just display the information, not for debugging and stuff. This is just like a title to display that you are initiating the payment. So when you have you can see this is to pass exception information and all that. So you can see there's more documentation about the same. In the event like there's no problem there. So then I used an if statement. So remember the if statement, always check on the true state, like if the statements are true, it's going to check the true in the statement if the statements are true. And then else check like our process, like in the event it's not true, what should be returned. So the first one, we're going to check on if request.method is post. We use two equal operator if we want to specify the post. So if the request method is post, and then we can try here to implement we tried here to use the error handling. So we are going to try as well is going to check on the correct, like it's going to check the correctness of your code, like it's going to check if the code is correct. In the event it's not correct, then it can catch the error, so we can use an exception so that in the event we have an error, it will display the error. So the first one, we created a variable for the request, like for example the data we are receiving from the front end. It is like I want to convert it into a standard string format, That's why here I'm going to say we are saying that a request.body, so the request, that post request that we are receiving, and then at the body we want to decode it to a standard string format. That's why we are using UTF-8. If you are unsure about this one, you can just delete and use. So Python will use a default decoder, like a standard string format, like a Python will just select for you. And this one will only happen if the body it is in bytes. If the request it is like if is instance request.body is in byte format, so that we can convert it into the standard string format, because we will not want like to have a decoded string and then try again to decode it, will throw an error. So we use this if only if that it will like this one, it will only decode if there is instance request body, the body was in byte format. It is in byte format. So in the event it's not in bytes, then it's going to have like the request is going to just return the request body. Like the request body is going to just be request.body. And then now we wanted to display here the logger.debug. The debug in the case like we have the errors in the event like it's not done properly, or maybe we have the issues here in the decoding, or maybe the kind of strings we are receiving is not properly, or maybe it's null. Then we can have a logger here so that we can see the bugs, like we can debug. It can display the error there so that we can debug it. So now here after that, if the request, then request dot content type, if request dot content type is application.json. By the way, guys, I ensure that when you go to the cross origin resource sharing headers, go to that page, to this page. and ensure that this field you have included in your settings. This one, cross-origin resource sharing allowed headers. Ensure that you have both content type, and then you also have this as CSRF token. This one can be used in the event like you are in production. You want to like send to send a post request with the token, because on development I've used an exempt there so that I can bypass that CSRF token, because we say that any post request in Python, in Django, you need to have a valid CSRF token. So be sure that you include this one in your project settings. So let me go to the settings. Let me minimize. So I'll go to your settings, and then to the to your backend, then a project, and then to the settings. Then make sure that you have this code. These are cross origin allow headers. Ensure that you have both this one and this content type, and also authorize. Ensure that you just copy everything, but they copy just everything from the other side. And then so here we are saying that if request, then a content type, we are receiving the post request in application.json, then we can do it. We can now, or we can do it. We can, because now here we want to use something like, here we are going to use what? We are going to use the load. And there's a documentation on that, on that, like to decode it, like to, and there's a lot of documentation about that function here. So we want to pass that request body, the event like the type is application JSON. So if the content type is application JSON, then we need to to pass it so that we can use it as as a dictionary. And then else data we can use in the event it's not application type, which means that it's just a normal dictionary, then we can just pass our request direct there. We can just pass our request, our post request direct there, request.post. Then because now these are, because here the arguments that you are going to pass for the callback function, the argument that you are going to pass here in is the phone, amount, account reference, transaction description, then the callback URL. So these are the arguments that you are going to pass in. So basically, for me, for the phone, because we are extracting from the backend, I used the phone number, and then now we are going to, because now this is, we have the response from the user, and then we have converted now to the dictionary here. So basically, we have that information from the client, from the front end. So basically, we want to retrieve specific information so that we can use to initiate the payment. Because the arguments, you need to have a phone number. So for phone number, I used data.get, then a phone number. So this one is going to extract phone number from the dictionary that we are receiving, from the front end, from the React. Then for amount also, we are saying data, which is this one, dot extract, a dot get is to extract a specific amount. Remember, amount will come as a string. You can see, in fact, it is in string format. At one point we will need to convert it into a number. And then the order ID, we are extracting as well from the user. So data.get order ID. But in the event there is no order ID from the user, then for example, I used here an if order underscore ID is none, then basically I'm going to generate my own unique ID so that I can track this person with a unique ID. So the order ID is going, I used here the str, then universal unique identifier here, UUID. Remember, this is here, it is here, I imported here at the top. Ensure that you first of all import it. Is in Python already, just to import it. You don't have to install it. So I'm going to say UUID ID, and then I'm going to use this format for string. These are universal unique ID for, this is for the string, for strings. So that's for the order ID. Then once I have it, then I can simply display the information so that we can see it in the logger, the login, so that we can see the kind of order that was generated. So I used this logger.info. Remember, info is not for like a displaying errors. This is like to display just information, like any information, just for the demo, like a displaying things. So here I used a formatted string, and I said here generated unique order ID. Then I passed here order ID so that it can it can display the unique ID that was generated here. So this package is for generating like the unique ID, unique ID, and there are 32-digit unique ID. So it is going to display here. And then another thing, remember that, for example, something like the full name, email address, these are not used for the SDK push, because here we only had phone number, amount, account reference, transaction, and a callback URL. But now here I included because I wanted to save it to the database. So I said full name. For full name is going to extract. So I used data.get so that I can extract the full name. Then for email address as well, I'm going to, because in the front end we have that field for email address, we'll want to extract it as well. So I said data.get, then email. So email, yeah. So now another thing, guys, and that how I need to do here. So for this for number, basically, I need to now, because we already have here the phone number, I think at this field I do not need it. This one which I'll go at the bottom here when we are creating out the model, like at the model, this one we can use this a phone number. I think at the moment, let me just remove it because we already have another phone number here, and that is the one that we are sending to for the SDK push. So I want to use the same number for the model. So because we have already extracted the phone number, let me just remove it. Let me just remove that field. And then for country, we are going to extract the country, the front end, that field, that form. It also has the email field. Then a country, we are extracting the country. Then a state, we are extracting the state from the response we received from that post request. Then at the payment method, we are going to extract the payment method, of which this one is Mpesa. Now, because we want, like, for example, to initiate a payment, we need a proper amount, So I've implemented like the error handling here. So if not amount, then it's going to display the warning here, there, the logger dot warning, amount is required, and then it's going to return as well the JSON response as an error, and this is the key, and then the value is going to be amount is required. Then it's going to display the status 400, which stands for bad response, bad request, or any bad request. 400 is for bad request. Let me just confirm. 400 status code, this is for the bad request. Yeah, bad request. And then now, so for example, this amount is fine if amount, like if you've passed this section, like this amount, and amount is passed, then the amount, because it's coming as a string, we need to convert it into a number. And here use an integer. In fact, let me just use it a float, because assuming that you want to use a USD dollar, a USD, you can see, like, as for example, like something like for example 50.2, like that decimal, that point, it is a large amount of money. So let me just convert it to a float so that we can also track the decimal. Let's say your price, you are using the US dollar, but I remember payment is just for the payment is for Mpesa, but I know you can have a value that is, for example, you want to trick people and just tell them that the price is 99, or maybe let's say 99.99 instead of telling them 100, so they'll be happy to see that that value is not even above 100, but literally that stands for, when you round off, it's just 100. So for example, you want to include like a 99.99, then basically it should allow float, like we need to use a float so that we can allow those decimal there. So that's why I need to use this float, and then I need to like debug in the event we have errors. Then I use the logger, that package that we imported there and that we've implemented there at the top. Then a logger.debug. Then I used a formatted string here. For phone number, it's going to display the phone number so that we can easily debug it in case that the phone number is null or maybe it's not properly set. Then amount, I used amount which is going to display here amount. Then for order ID, because we used here the universal the unique universal identifier, that UUID, so it will like display that part like that ID here, the order ID. So like each ID each order will have unique order ID. Then we instantiated that class, Mpesa client class, because it is needed for the SDK push. This is the one that you are going to use for the SDK push. So these are what? These are client, Mpesa client, to like instantiate that Mpesa client, of which it's here. I showed you earlier how you can access it, the Mpesa client. So we instantiated the Mpesa client. And then for account reference, I use that order ID because it should be unique account reference. But for example, it can be, for example, sometimes the phone number, STR, you can use any. Like for example, let me say account number to be, so in most cases they usually make your phone number to be the account number. So for account number, you can simply say, like instead of that order ID, if you don't, because it's kind of a long name, you can still as well use the the same phone number. But this is just for demonstration, but for production, ensure that you're using the exact um, the exact or maybe the appropriate account reference. But in this case, let me just use uh, phone number, the phone number. And then now the transaction description, like for example, once the transaction is done, what message do you want to display? So it will display, this is the payment for, then the order ID. So it's going to, because ID is unique, you can have the same phone number, but you've purchased different product or made many different products. But now for ID, order IDs, because it's unique, I said this is the transaction, the payment for order ID. But you can use anything for this transaction description. And then for NGROK URL, I imported from the setting, then NGROK URL, because we need to expose these local, for like to use the APIs, we need like to convert like this, or maybe to tunnel, or maybe to expose these local URL now to be accessing the internet, to make the to use the APIs there. So I told you earlier how to import the NGROK URL. In fact, I've just closed. Let me just rerun again. To the backend, we have the NGROK, CLS, then NGROK, and then HTTP port 8000. So that we can expose now these are local to the internet. Now I can copy this part, this URL, for the callback to work. Then yeah, so basically this is the NGROK URL. So to the Mpesa settings, let me just paste the update, because anytime you rerun, it's going to change. It's going to change. and let me just paste it there. So here I use here the NGROK URL for tunneling or exporting this local endpoint to the internet. So if NGROK URL is available, then now we are going to the callback URL, because this is the argument that we also need for the STK push. For the STK push, you also need the callback URL. So because we have our NGROK, like in the event you have the NGROK URL, then the callback URL is going to be NGROK URL, which is that URL. But now, because I'm going to create also the Mpesa callback function, so this is the I mapped that function with this Mpesa callback. So this will be for the endpoint for the callback function. So it will be the URL NGROK URL / Mpesa callback this way. And then now in the event like it is in the production, I use also these else, like in the event it is in the production. Now I make the use of now this reverse. So like in the event it is in the production, then it's going to do what? It's going to like dynamically access that URL from the domain that you are using, so that you can get it dynamically. So it's going to use the request dot build absolute URI. So it's going to access that the URL there, and then I'm going to use now that reverse, and then the extension is going to be Mpesa callback, so that it can generate that URL dynamically instead of like manually hard coding the URL. It's going to access it dynamically. Now, once we have this information, then we can do the STK push. So I created a variable for it, CL for that Mpesa client dot STK push. Let me show you something. When you go to the env or maybe local environment, then to the library lib, and then to the STK push. Let me no to the Django Daraja, then to the Mpesa, then to the core. So for the STK push, let's search for it. STK push, you can see here it is. So you need the values for the phone number, amount, account reference, transaction, description, and the callback URL. So these are the fields that you must instantiate with. So we are trying to instantiate that. So basically we instantiated that CL, like that Mpesa client with CL. We created an object with it, and then once we created the object, then to use the methods there, we passed arguments here, because it needs like to have like its positional argument in the method, in the STK push method. So we pass the phone number value for this field, for phone number, then amount, account reference. Remember, it should be in this format because it is a positional. It is a positional argument. So ensure that it is in this format, and that's why we have here phone number, amount, account reference, then the transaction description, then the callback URL. And then the event like all the information is processed successfully, or maybe it's there successfully, then it's going to display this payment initiated successfully, the info. Remember, this is not for error. Info is not for error. This is to show a success or maybe any information. Then again, it's going to return the now because we wanted to respond to return the response back to the user or maybe to the front end, and that to the front end we need to convert it into the JSON. Now remember, we decoded to a standard string or maybe in a dictionary, but now because we are sending a request, we need now to reconvert it to the JSON, so that we can, because we are using the APIs, and it only accept the JSON. You can use only the JSON format. It should be in the JSON format, so that we can fetch the response, or maybe the front end can receive the response. So I created a variable here, and I updated the response to be JSON. In the event it was successfully, for us to get the response, we converted this response now to the JSON. only if it has the attribute JSON, and it has this attribute JSON, and also like it has this information JSON. This is the variable for the information that we are getting for the STK push. So response, and also it has the JSON in it. It has these attributes. So it's going to convert it only if it has these attributes. Otherwise, if it doesn't have this attribute, then it's going to return the response. It's going to return like the response directly without like converting to the JSON. So by this, it's good practice to implement this way so that it cannot convert already converted JSON, so that it can convert it to another JSON, so it won't be properly. Also, I implemented this error handling here, like if response data, I created a variable like this variable here. If response data is none, like it doesn't contain anything, or checkout request ID is not in the response data. Remember, when you do an STK push, you are going to and if it was success, then you are going to have this information. The response you are going to get is, it will also include. Or by the way, let me just do an example here. Let me just do an example so that we can see the response there. So let me just copy this part. Let me just copy this part and I try to hard code like to just to see how it's going to be. Let me just add here, and for phone number, let me add in my phone number 707967928. Then amount, let me just use their default. So let me import this HTTP response. Let me import there HTTP response, and let me now create a, let me map it to a URL pattern. So I'm going to say a path, and then let me just call it test. Let me just call it test. It should be in a string test, and then the view function is index. Then the name should be test. Let me use a test, and I import it here. So from current directory Mpesa file, I'm going to import index. Let me first of all, let's just try and see. So it's going to be, so let me say here test. Yeah, test. Okay, first of all, I need to have restarted the server. Okay, py manage.py run server. Yeah, let me refresh. By then, this one will tell me if I'm using the correct credentials or not. So now you can see this is the kind of response that I was talking about. So the response here, I'm getting the merchant request ID, like I think there is what is going to return merchant request ID, and also this is the checkout request ID. So this is the one that I was talking about, the checkout request ID, and the rest response code. In the event like it is 0, 0 shows that it is a success. It means that it was a success. So and then it means that a request success, and then a request accepted for processing. Customer message success here. Customer message is success, request accepted for processing. But this also tells me that I'm using the correct credentials. So now guys, that is what I was trying to illustrate. Like in the event like we don't have the response, and in that response we don't have this checkout ID, then this is when we are trying to like implement the error handling here. Like where was I? Okay, yeah. So like if the response data is none, like it has returned nothing, or it doesn't have the checkout request ID in the response data, Then we can display the error logger.error, and then we can say invalid response from Mpesa API. Then also we can return the JSON response status error, and then a message will be invalid response from the payment gateway. So yeah, like this is in the event we have that error. So if you remember, this already is a negative statement. So if response, we don't need an else, because if response is none or checkout is not in the response data, then we are going to implement this one. Otherwise, nothing will happen. So, and then now we need to save the information. If all the validation above is correct, we've checked the amount, all the information from above is correct, then we can save the information. We can save the information out to the database. So I said order. I created an instance or maybe an object to our database. So I created order it's going to, because we had already imported, now we want to create a new instance from the response from the user. For example, whenever the response is received here, we need to create an object into our database so that we can save those information there. So for full name, I used the full name that we extracted the other side. Do you remember? Full name data.get full name. So we are using this variable now, which is going to retrieve the full name. Full name, also for email address. Now for phone number here, because this is what we are going to add it to the model phone field. This is what is there in the model. Then I included this phone number. Remember, I had already earlier another phone number which had an issue. That's why I added this line here to comment it. So, and then the country I used the country field. Then a state, I used the state field. Then the payment method, I used the payment method. Total amount, I used amount. For total, like a variable for total amount, I used the amount. So this for order is going to create the order, and then once the order is created, then another thing also, we created another one, we wanted to update the payment. So for payment, we are going to have at the order field, when you go to the models, we had created the models earlier, but then this is part 2 of the project. I had the initial part where we talked about the models. We created the models, the order and all that. So we had this field this, but then we are going to update these fields. We are going to update these fields. Now, because we don't have a portals, we can't track who is a customer, who is not. So basically, I'm going to use the field for first name, for full name. Instead of this one, I'll update it. But once we create the portal, we shall update that field to be customer, so that you can dynamically get its credential, your credentials. And then, so basically, let me go to the what, to payment. So the fields in the payment. So we need to have the order, and we need also to have the method, payment method, amount, then a transaction ID. So we have the order. I use the order. Remember, it should be dynamic, but for the sake of, because we don't have a portals, so that you can track users based on their because we are going to implement also the authentication system of which you are going to track users. At the moment, we don't have. That's why we are trying to hard code. Order is going to be for order. Then method is going to be Mpesa, or let me just say Mpesa small. Then amount is going to be amount. Then a transaction ID, we are going to retrieve that checkout ID. So we are going to use the response data.get, and then checkout request ID. You remember checkout request ID. So this is what we are going to use here for the transaction ID, so that we can use that information there. If you do not have, then it's going to use not applicable. Instead of being null, it will say not applicable. Then we can save this payment information to the database by saying payment.save. So once it's saved successfully, then we can return the response saying a JSON response, status success response, is going to be that response data, which is going to contain this information or this information in a dictionary format. And then for order ID is going to go to the order, because once you create a model in your database, now for order ID, I think here I should have used that order ID, yeah, that one, order ID. And then like in the event like in the event, because now whenever you use a try, we need to have the except. Like for example, if we've tried to check on these statements, like these statements are not like met, like the request body, we don't have like the request body is not there and all this information. Remember, I told you earlier that try is going to check on the positive side of your statements. If it's not met, then we need to have an exception, like an error handling. So except, I used exception is an alias e, where it's going to display the logger.error, which is going to like display the errors there. So I used a formatted string, then say error initiated payment, and I displayed the error here. I displayed the errors. And then another thing after I've displayed the error, also I return the response, because we will want like to get we are using the API, so we need like to have a dictionary or maybe the API so that we can see the message there. So we return the JSON response status. It's going to be error message. It's going to be like the error that was caught up here. And then the status is going to be 500, which is going to be an internal server error. And then otherwise, in the event the method was not post, in the event like the request was not a post request, then we can say logger.warning invalid request method return. Then it will return what? The JSON response. The status error message is going to be invalid the request method, and the status is going to be 400, which stands for bad request. Now this part, now we need to also work on the callback function. Let me just delete this part. We don't need this, was just for demonstration. Let me also update here the URLs. Yeah, I hope that's clear. And in case you have a question, you can just add it to the comment section so that I can explain further. Yeah, so guys, now here also I use the CSRF exempt for this Mpesa callback. So this is the function now to handle the callback, for like the callback URL for the callback now, because we need now this a callback function here. You can see it is part of what is needed for the SDK push. You can see it is needed here at the SDK push, the callback URL. So we need to have a callback function to handle so that we can map it for with the callback URL there. So the logger, first of all, this information, because it will be displaying that it will display Mpesa callback called. This is just information, not errors or anything, just to show that you have begun the Mpesa callback, such that anything that is after this falls under the Mpesa callback. So this is logger for the information. And then if request.method is post, then I use the try here. Then try, I told you earlier, is going to check on the positive side of your statements. So in the event something is not correct, then we can have an exception where it's going to display the errors there. So try, then a body. First of all, we need to decode. We need to decode the request. We need to decode it to a standard string format so that we can use it. Because earlier, when we were trying to initiate the payment, we did what? We encoded, we converted it now to a JSON. We converted it to a JSON. So the response that we are receiving now, we need now to decode it to a standard string format before we process here. That's why we are saying body request a request.body.decode into a standard string format, which is UTF-8. Then now the response, we are going to do what we are going to convert it into a dictionary, a Python dictionary, so that we can use it. So it's going to display a debug here with this logger.debug. In the event there's an error, only if there's an error, it's going to display the bugs here. A user formatted string, callback response, then is going to return the response so that we can identify and then know where the problem actually is. So here I said if response body. Now in the response, so like for instance, this is the response. Where was it? Oh, I deleted. Like for example, this is the response, and like for example, if in the response body stk push result code, like for example, if the result code is 0, which means there was a success initiation, then like for example, if it was success, then the callback metadata, I used a variable callback metadata. I gave it its value, this value. So response body stk callback, stk callback, then callback metadata. So it's going to extract this information here. So these are callback metadata. And then for the merchant request ID is going to be response response.body stk callback, then merchant request ID, and then these are this part. And then for checkout request ID is going to be still body stk callback, and then it's going to be checkout request ID. It's here. So this is the response that I want to retrieve this checkout request ID. And then now for the amount is going to be, I'm using now this next, which is going to return the next item from any iterator object, but yeah, from our iterator object. So next, then item is going to be value, targeting from the item, we are targeting now the value for item in callback metadata. If item name is amount, and then for Mpesa receipt number, the same process, but now this one targeting the Mpesa receipt number. And then for the transaction date, also I use next, these are next is to access the next item in the iterator object. Then it's going to retrieve what the transaction date, and the phone number is going to extract the phone number. And then now for this payment, I created a variable for the payment such that we can filter the payment with we can filter the payment and access the first one, the first payment. So if the payment is done, if payment is available there, if payment, then status is going to be changed to complete. I think I'll create this field later in the models. And the status is going to be changed to completed, and then a payment, I'm going to save that payment to now the database. And then now for the order as well is going to be payment dot order, and then our status is going to be paid, from pending to paid, from payment, where is it, from the what, okay, from a status from pending is now, it will now be paid. It will now be paid from the order, and then I can save it to the database. And then once it is saved successful, then it's going to display a name for. Remember, this one is it's not for errors. It's just a statement to show that something was success, or maybe something that's positive, or maybe any statement. So logger, and then here is going to display payment completed successfully. Then it's going to return a JSON response success to be true. This is in case this payment was made. And in case the payment was not made, then I used here an else, and I'm going to use here warning, and then it's going to display payment not found. In the event there's no payment not found. Then it's going to return a JSON response of which success is going to be false. Then a message is going to be payment not found. And if there is no response, if there's no response, basically we are going to use an else statement which shows that transaction failed, because we can only get the response only if the transaction was successful. Remember, we began from the payment initiation, that function, and we got at the response. So for example, in the event we did not get this response, something like this, then here we are going to display transaction failed. Then we can return now the JSON response, success, false, message, transaction failed. And because we are using try, so whenever you're using the try, you need to have the except. So try is going to check at the positive side of your statement, at the true side of the statements. You're going to check if the statements are correct. In the event something is wrong, then now we can catch it with the except. Then now we are going to use exception as e. Then it's going to display everything that is caught up, any error that is caught up in these statements here. It's going to display all the error that is caught up here. That's why we are using as e. Like in the event, for example, let's say it failed to extract this information here, or maybe the payment was not what, anything that is not caught up here, or maybe in the negative, is going to display that as an exception here. So logger.error, then it's going to do it. It's going to display here that error processing the callback. Use here from that log I use the error, which is now to display the errors. So it is I use a formatted string and I said error in callback processing. Then it will display all the errors that are here. Remember, this try is going to check on the positive side of your statements. In the event something is not caught up, then for example, if it catches an error, then it's going to save that error, and then it's going to have a display it in the exception. So we'll see all the exception here, and then it's going to return JSON response with the same. So it's going to return the JSON response. Success is going to be false, of course. Then a message is going to be that exception, but it will be in the form of a string. Then I can display the 500 error. Status is going to be 500, which is for standard, an internal server error. And then also, because here I use the if, we need to have an else statement, because if the request method was not post, this one is going to check if the statement is post. For example, if it's not post, then, or you can use an else. You can use an else statement, but then let me just use it, or maybe pass it directly. Let me just cut so that we can make use of that statement well. So I'll say else, and then I can pass this information here. But I still the same as just passing directly there. Else, then it's going to display this warning here. Yeah. So guys, this is for the callback function. We are going to map our URLs with these functions in a few. Now the last thing, I want to create a function for creating the order now, to the database. And so in that case, guys, let me also have the code and explain the codes. Now I have created another function for creating the order. For example, if the initiation is done and there's a callback, we need now to create the order. But that is the endpoint that we will be using for the front end. So we created a function called a create order, and then I will pass the request in as an argument. Then at our logger here, just to display that the errors that you are going to handle, or maybe the log or any information that is going to be returned here, is going to be for this order, for creating the order. So we also use the if request dot method is post. If the request method is post, Then this is what we are going to process. First of all, we need to convert now data. So we use here JSON.loads so that it can be like in a dictionary format, to convert like from JSON to be in the dictionary format. And then the name, we retrieved that information like a data.get to access the name. For email address, we are trying to extract the email address. Phone number, extracting the phone number from the response. And then country, we are going to receive the country. State, payment method, we are going to retrieve it that way. Then a total amount is going to be, we are going to extract the total amount. Shipping address, we are going to access the shipping address. Then our order ID is going to be the order ID. Now, in the event like these fields are missing, if not all, like in the event like one is missing, each field is missing here. For example, full name, email, phone number, country, state, any of these is missing. Then it's going to display a logger dot warning like all fields are required. Then I can return a JSON response. JSON response status error. Status is going to be error. Message is going to be all fields are required. Then a status is going to be 400. 400, that is for a bad request, for the bad request. For the bad request. And then like for example, if the payment is done, or maybe if all the fields are provided, then now like in the event the order ID is not there, assuming that it's not there, then if order ID is none, then we tried to create our own we are trying to create our own order ID, because this one is very, very important. We need to track the order ID. So we are using that universal unique identifier. Here it is, universal unique identifier, and this is for strings to be in the we are trying to convert it into a string, to pass it as a string. Then the logger info, remember info is just to display things, not for errors. So it's going to say generated unique order ID, so that we can see that order ID there at the console. And so for example, if payment method is Mpesa, then we can, at the payment data, we are going to give it this dictionary. We are going to create this dictionary. So phone number is going to be phone, amount is going to be amount, full name is going to be full name. Remember, all this information we are accessing from this other side. Then state is going to be state, payment method, and the order ID is going to be order ID. And then here we are using this request factory. So this one lets us create mock request object for using testing. This one is not for production. So you can see once you have a request object, you can pass it on any view function, just as if that view had been hooked up using a URL. So basically, this is just to generate some dummy URL. And then so we are trying to instantiate this request factory with the factory. We created it an object from it with factory. Then at the payment request, we are passing that factory.post. Then some dummy URL there, and then data json.dumps payment data, and content type should be application JSON. And then the payment request here, we are trying to copy from the original. We are using that request.meta, which is to copy from the original, from original response. Then a logger.info is going to display in initiation, initiating Mpesa payment. So it's going to return that function that we created earlier. This function, the initiation function, we are trying to call it initiate payment function. We are trying to call it. Where were we? So like we are trying to do it to initiate it, and then I remember once you call a function, because it's a positional argument, we had passed the request in it, so we need to give it a value, and the value is going to be now the payment request, of which we've modified here. We've modified here, and now this is in the event like the payment method is Mpesa. Otherwise not okay. So otherwise we are going to create order. Otherwise we are going to create the order dot objects dot create. So this is the statement to create the order, and then I'll use here tuple so that you can pass the argument that you want to create the order with. So the full name is going to be full name, email is going to be email, then a phone number is going to phone. Remember we defined the fields up there, we extracted those fields. It says it's going to be state, then the payment method is going to be payment methods, total amount is going to be total amount, shipping address, order ID is going to be order ID, but now the status is going to be pending. And then in the event it is, so after this one, then it's going to be display this information, order created successfully, and it's going to return JSON response. Status is going to be success, order ID is going to be order ID. I think here I should use the order ID so that we can use that for like this one for oh yeah, basically here I need this order. I need to use this order, by the way, order dot ID, this order model, and then its ID. Remember this ID is different and from this one. This now the ID for the whole the order model itself. Now in the event, okay, so in the event remember we are using try except. So try is going to check the positive side. In the event some errors are caught, then it's going to include in the exception, it's going to compile those error, then it's going to return it as an exception. For example, if something is not true in the positive side, it's going to compile those error and then it's going to return it in the exceptions here. So in the except as e, then logger dot error, then it's going to use a formatted string, then an error creating the order, then I displayed e, and then it's going to return the JSON response here. Status is going to be error, message is going to be that compiled exceptions here, or maybe errors, then it's going to display here, and then the status is going to be 504 internal server error. And because we're using if else, we shall say for example, in the event a payment method is not post, not payment method, guys, the request method is not post, then it's going to display logger warning invalid request method, then I can display the same information. Now there's something that guys I think I need to modify here. There's that part where I think I did something in this one. Now here now here this part of the order, so here at the end here, instead of passing the order ID, I need to use that order, the order of the model. So order dot ID, the order dot ID instead. Yeah, so guys, this is fine. So I believe guys you've understood now the code. I've explained step by step, but in case you have a question, let me know in the comment section and I'll explain it. I will explain, but you can always pause the video, ensure that you type the exact code, because this code should work, and then we can do it. Now this one, in fact, I don't need it. Let me remove and use Steamboat. Yeah, Yeah, so guys, now because we have this view function, now we need to map it for the URLs. So I can go now to the URLs of the core application, and then here at the top, I can say from current directory, then Mpesa import what? We are going to import initiate payment. We are going also to import the callback, Mpesa callback, and then also create order. Then here we can do what we can say path. So the first one will be for initiate payment. Actually, initiate payment we do not need it here. I can just use the create order, create order, and also the view should be create order. Then at the name I'll use create order, and then another one is for callback function. Now for the callback function, to ensure that I'm using the exact name, let me just copy here. Remember guys that to always end it with a comma there at the end. Now for the name, I do not need that one. And so this one is going to be for callback. Okay, it should be now call Mpesa callback. Okay, so basically here should be Mpesa. I don't know, let me check on something here. Yeah, Mpesa, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, Mpesa, the name is fine. Now there's something that I think is missing here. I forgot to add in here a comma. You need to have a comma there. And now let me remove this one, initiate payment, because this one we called in the create order. So we do not need it here because I called it in the create order function. Now for front end, I think let me just code it instead of I don't have I had not written earlier. Let me just code it so that we can understand, because this one we are trying to update. So from the components, we want to update now the checkout page. So this is the checkout page, and I want us to update this checkout page, and use it very well. Now because we want to send a post request to communicate between the Django and now React, we need to have something to fetch the backend. In this case, let's use Axios. So I'm going to say import. We had already imported the Axios from the previous video. So import Axios. If you don't we had already installed. If you had not, please do so, or maybe refer to the first video so that you can understand better. So Axios from Axios, terminate statements with a semicolon. Now we can create other hooks here. We can create other hooks. We'll want for example, in the event the payment, or maybe the initiation is we are trying to initiate a payment, it will display something it is processing. Then in the event it's not yeah, it should display processing. And also another thing, for example, if we have an error, we should display a message there. So I'm going to create here two hooks or states. So the first one is going to be let me just say so the first one I can use, for example, loading. Oh, sorry, let me select So let me say loading, and then so loading by default it should be false. Now remember, in JavaScript, false statement is just small, not like a Python where you have like to have capital F. It's not case sensitive like a Python. And then now another thing will be now for message. So for message, here it will be set message to use a camel case, not Pascal, guys. Sorry for that. It should be Pascal. No, it is camel case, yeah, not Pascal. Yeah, it's fine. Then we're initializing like at the moment it should be free, like empty. Like in the event there's nothing, it should be empty. So guys, now in these are handle submit, So basically, the first thing that I can do here, let me create some space. So the first thing that I can include here is like, for example, to initiate. So set loading, like in the event like you have clicked. Remember, when you click on the submit, it's going to process this handle submit. So when it is processing, then now we can set this loading. Set loading. I'm going to convert it now to true. So this is going to only take effect only if you've clicked that initiate, like you've clicked the submit or maybe initiate payment. Then I'm going to handle this function here. Then also for message, when it is initiating, I'm going to say set message. Set message, it will be none. It will be null. Like I will want only the message only if in the event we have an error. So we are going to work on that also in a few. So and then another thing, these are calculate total. We need to create a variable for that. Instead of like passing this calculate function itself, we can create a function for that. For example, let me say total. Let me just use a const. Const is a variable which is not changeable. Whenever you use const in JavaScript, constant const. For example, let me say total amount. Let me assign it to the calculate total function, so that instead of passing this function here, I can just use that variable total amount. Yeah, total amount. So total amount is going to be total amount. So this is the one that is going to be processed at the logs, or maybe display there the logs, so that you can see those information there. So now here, in this case, so guys, like in the event if payment method is Mpesa, like in the event payment method is Mpesa. Okay guys, basically we know that Mpesa is only accepted in Kenya. I'm assuming that it's only accepted in Kenya. I don't know about other countries. So we need to like implement an error handling such that in the event the phone number does not begin with that with the country code 254, it should now display an error to the user. It should display an error to the user that a phone number is not allowed, or maybe use a valid Mpesa registered phone number. So in that case, basically, let's try if a payment method is equal to like to show that the exact equal, you use these three equal operator like in JavaScript. If it's Mpesa, and if payment method is like, I want it to only affect Mpesa. If payment method is Mpesa, and like to use and use these use the amber symbol. These are amber, and not for number, like a not phone. Sorry, not phone. We use the exclamation to show that you are pausing. If phone, dot start, like iPhone does not start start with, for example, start with function. This start with function return true if the sequence of elements searching converted to a string is the same as the corresponding elements. Like in this case, if the phone, if like the phone, if the phone start with the string, like if the phone does not start, remember this is called this exclamation or pause. If does not start, like for example, if we say if phone start with, it will like return anything that starts with. But if it doesn't start, because if we say that if phone start with, it will mean that we are checking on the positive side. Like, but because we are trying to check if it doesn't start with, for example, 254. If does not start with a 2 or 54, this exclamation is to pause. Does not start with a 254, then what we do, we can try to alert the user. I can say, for example, alert. Remember here, whenever you're using this one, you have to add in what? You can, I'm used to Python where you have to add in the colon, this colon, and then add in the statement. But now this is a JavaScript. So for JavaScript, basically, you can use these curly braces, then you can add in the statement that you want to display there. So I can, for example, alert, to display an alert there to the screen. I'll say alert, then use a valid registered Mpesa sorry, Mpesa number to initiate payment. Yeah, to initiate payment, and also it should also display this message there at the bottom. So initially the message, it was empty. Here we set the message to be empty, but in the event this error is caught, then now we can update the message. So I'll say here set message to the same thing. Let me just use the same thing here. And I display that message like at the alert, and also it has the console. Then basically I can still set the loading to true, like it will continue to load until you've updated that one. You have not you have rectified that one. So I'm going to say set loading to true. No, set loading to false. Actually, it should be false. Like in the event, yeah, I should say false. Yeah, basically, not true, so that you can, and then you can so say payment is going to be true. But guys, I remember always is a good practice to terminate statements with semicolon. I always forget. That's not a must, but it's just a good practice. And then we can return. We can still return. Let me say return that message. Return. Yeah. So now I want us to try. So after this, let me just try. Let me say use a try. Remember what a try does? Try is going to like a check if certain statements are true. So in Python we are using this a colon, but now in JavaScript we are using the curly braces to add in the statements of which this try is going to check on. So for example, let's try const a variable for the response should be, we are using here the await, and when you have on it, it can sometimes can display what it does or some brief description. But we are using Axios dot we are using a post method, so I should use a post and the endpoint. The endpoint should be 127. You can either use a 127 port 8000 or a local host port 8000, or you can just as well use this you can as well use this for the, remember they're the same. These are local host 80,000, the same as this one. We are just trying to forward, so you can use 8 of them. Is the endpoint. So I'm going to add it there, but now we are going to use that callback function called where is it? Where let me go to the backend to the to the core and to the URLs. Well, I'm going to use this create order. Sorry, where was I? Here. And then we need to add in like what we are sending, because this is a post request. We are posting to this create order, so it will be handled with the create order function. And another thing, we need to send the information. We need to like provide the information that we are sending with. So I'll create here a comma, and because the information that we are sending, they are too much, so we need to use something like a dictionary here. Then we can pass what we are sending. So here we are using a full name, a full underscore name. So it should be in the same format that we defined in the backend. So full name, I'm going to update to use the full name here. Comma, you separate parameters in a comma. And then for email also, we need also to have the one for phone and country and state also, and the payment method. So payment method, sorry. So I think in the other side, let me get to the backend and see something. The payment method, let me just check here. Let me make sure that you're using the exact name so that we may not have mismatch in the fields. So let me just say a payment method. Now I'm going to update to use this a payment method. Payment method, this one. I separate it with a comma, and then lastly the total amount. So another thing we use here is the total amount. So for the total amount, in this case, we are going to like use total amount function so that we can get that total amount. And then at the same time, we need like for example, when we are sending this one to be like to convert it into the like a standard JSON format so that we can process it very well. Like so here I'm going to do it. I'm going to like add in a comma, and I'm going to add in another dictionary here, and is going to be headers, and the content type, I'm going to use application JSON, application forward slash JSON, application JSON, and we can do it. We can add here also a comma, and also here we can terminate this way. And then so now if, for example, if a response all right guys, I think what I'll do okay, what I'll do, so like instead of having this code here, let me cut. So if response, if a response, okay, there's something that I think. Let me remove this one first. Remember, this is a function. This handle submit. This handle submit should now wrap everything here. And then that. Oh, okay, yeah, we have also that part of the try. So that should be there. Let me just re-add. So like if response, by there, let me just code it instead of copy pasting so that you can understand things in details. So if response, if the response, if response dot now data dot status is a success. Success. You remember the other time, the other side. If the status is success, then and then now what can we do? We can now we can now so if it was a success, then what should we do? So this one is going to check. So here I'm going to as well say, let me try to add in the indentation there so that so we can process this information. Like for example, if all the information above is correct, then again if we are going to use also another so here let me just add a comment and say handle Mpesa payment initiation or maybe something. So if payment method is Mpesa, then it's going to navigate us to the Mpesa payment, or maybe Mpesa initiate Mpesa, or let me just say initiate. I'm going to create that component. Let me say initiate success. Okay, let me just say initiate success because I see this one is not like for processing. So it's going to be navigate to initiate success page. Initiate success, and then once it has send me to that page, then as well I need to update here. I'll say the state here. I'm going to pass here the full name so that I can use this information the other side. So full name, comma, email, so that I can display the information that is there. So email, and then also phone, comma, and then also country. Now basically guys, the idea here is that I want, for example, all those information is processed successfully, then it's going to direct me to the Mpesa initiated page, and then in that page it's going to display the full name, email address, phone number, country, and any other field, for example, a payment method. First of all, state, then a payment, so payment method, a payment method as well, and the total amount, and then after that I'll create a field where you have to enter the transaction code, but in future we are going to modify so that it can process everything automatically. It's going to track to check in the backend if it's there, Then if it's there, then it's going to automatically like fill that part, like it's going to identify like you've paid. But to hard code, like for example, if you are unsure about your the payment, then I will add in another field that says add in the transaction code so that you can track your payment in the backend and process your your order. So here and yeah, this is fine. Let's terminate it this way. Then I think once we have it has successfully sent us to that page, we need to update now the cart. We need to update now the cart because I will not want, like for example, you have already purchased a product, but you still have it in the cart. So after it has processed the payment and then it has directed you to that page, then at the cart we are going to update it such that it can be empty. So let me remove our comment. So it's going to be the cart is going to be empty. I'm going to set cart to an empty object, and also I'm going to update the local storage. The local storage, I'm going to remove this cart. I'm going to remove that cart so that it can be null. So guys, this is it. And then this is for like for the like in the event. In the event it was the like in the event it was done what it was a success. Otherwise I'll say here else. So else now, because I haven't implemented the error handling, what I'll do, let me just say for example else, like I haven't like have implemented the PayPal. So let me just say else is going to else is going to have here errors. Okay, no, before errors, I'm going to say else because I will use a try, we shall create the errors there on the other side. So, and then here is going to say, I'm going to like set message, set message, set message to be response dot data dot message dot message yeah, dot message. Let's terminate that message. Now we use also try. We need to or we need to do what we need to like catch the error. We have to use the catch somewhere. So here I'm going to say, for example, here I'm going to say catch here. Remember, this is for this one. So here I'm going to say catch and going to be error. And now the statements for error. So catch expected try is expected. Like how have I done it? Let me see, try to see. Oh, basically the try should be here, like a catch. Okay, like let me just use it. I'll use it as a finally. Okay, let me say catch. Then here I can display what catch is going to be error, and then console. I'm going to display the error in the console. Console dot error. Console dot error, and then I was going to say I'm going to display payment initiation failed, and then it's going to display the error. Error, and also it will display an alert, which can be the same message. Yeah, payment initiation failed. Let's terminate, and we can have finally here. So I'm going to say finally, finally, and in this one I'm going to say set loading to false. So guys, I think there's an issue somewhere. Oh, okay. Basically, I think I needed to have closed this one, these two, like for navigate, like this part. Like I know for this Mpesa, this first if. So basically, I needed to have terminated here. I needed to have done this. Yeah, but you can see now the error has disappeared, such that this if, and then we have the it's else. So I had forgotten to add in now this bracket there. So else, everything I think it's fine. Then what should we do? Let me terminate here, and then so I think also there should be an error somewhere, because okay, let me remove it. Yeah, so I think the error has disappeared. Let me try to format so that it can be, yeah, it's fine. So guys, the other thing that I think I need to do, let me update now that part there at the end. So here at the end, I want, like for example, when you click on initiate payment, I want it to display like when you click on the initiate payment, it can say something like for example, processing, please wait, or something like that. So basically here I'm going to say loading, to send now the value for loading. So loading, I'm going to say processing, please wait, or something like that. Please wait, processing, please wait, and otherwise by default it will be initiate payment. And in case it throws an error, then we can display an error somewhere, like for example here at the end we can have an error, or maybe maybe we can display this error here at the end of this button. Let me just add it here. So message end, and we're going to display the message, and and also in a paragraph in the message. Yeah, message. Yeah guys, I think we are finally done. Let me hope there's no error, because if there's an error, wow, it's going to be hectic. We took a lot of time to code. So let me open my, now let's try to debug. Let me believe there's no error. Wow. Let me cd to create a new one, and this one will be for bash, like for front end. So let me cd to front end, cd front end. Let me so front end, and what are we going to do? Cd front end, then npm start. npm start. And remember that page, if it is successful, you are going to create in a few. And then also another one is, this is a backend. I need to manage manage.py run server. Then let's now test our projects and see. So let me go to the cart. Yeah, I already have it. By the way, guys, let's try to together. Let's just go step by step so that in case we have errors, we'll see. So I have this product called that is very cheap. I want to access a cheap product, this one plus. So view details. Then it's going to take to me to this one plus detailed product page. Then I can add to cart. Then I need to refresh. Then I can proceed to the checkout. I need to have, it seems there's no payment method set there on the top. Let me just go to the checkout. Oh yeah, by the way, it's not here. Let me include a const, and it's going to be payment method. Payment method, comma, then it's going to be set payment method. Set payment method. I'm going to use this hook. Use state. I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. Let me just, for consistent purposes, let me use it this way. And then let me see if the error has disappeared. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's try to fill in the name, Nehemiah Wekesa, then the email address. First of all, let's try to use a number that is not available in Kenya to see first of all if it will display another error. So let me use a +1. Then for US, there are any other number, for example, that whatever, I don't know, I'm just using some random number. Then a country, Kenya, then Nairobi. Payment method, I'm going to select Mpesa. Now let's try to see, when I click on this payment method, it should not display initiating. Okay, so basically here it is now displaying the error that use a valid registered Mpesa phone number, because I used a number which is not a Kenyan number. So it's going to display this one. Now I wanted to display the message. It's not working. Let me see. The message, it's not working. Message. Okay, let me just add it here at the end. Because I will need to have that message here. Let me add it here at the end, perhaps here. So it should be message and then I added here the message. Or where else is it not working properly? Yeah, now let's try with a Kenyan, like a valid phone number, and see. Yeah, you can see now it's working. This is what I was checking on. Now you can see it's now displaying a valid phone number. In the event you have added an invalid phone number, it's going to display this one. But in the event you have added a correct phone number, 2547, okay, should be 254-707-679-28. And then you can see now that error is not processing. Then here it's going to display processing, please wait. Now it is saying that payment initiation failed. Now the goodness, we have the debugger here, so you can see now you can see now the amount. Oh, basically the amount must be an integer. So that's the issue here. So you can see now the goodness of having that logger, you can easily debug. So here I can easily go to the amount and set it to an integer. So let me go to where? Let me go to what? Okay, yeah. So sorry guys, should be the backend to the core and then after the Mpesa, and then where we have the initiate payment, that part of the amount. Sorry, it should be int. Now let me try again. So it is processing, and here let me wait. So there's no error, and okay, so yeah, there's an error still. There's an error, and what is the error? And okay, got an expected keyword argument, full name, email address, fund status, payment. Okay, so there's an error initiating payment method. So order. Oh, so guys, basically something that I forgot also that we forgot to work on. We need to update now the model. We need to update now the model because you can see the fields that are in the model. You can see when you go to the models, the fields that are in the order model, it is order, product, price, and all this information, which is in like opposite to what we need like to use, opposite to what we need to use based on the fields, because we are trying to like we are trying to create an object. We are trying to create an object. So basically we need to do it to use the exact field so that we may not have a mismatch with the fields. So basically in this case, I will have to like modify my models so that it may contain the fields that are required there for processing. So I think what should I do here? So full name we should have the full name. I think here we can just use a normal string, full name, a text field, and also uh, okay guys, I think I should just use the same field like the one that we've just used the other time. I think I'll just use a text field. A text field. Then another thing was, let me see, full name, our email address. We shall use the email field. Phone number. We shall use the just an integer, not an integer field. Here we shall use, because it's being processed as an integer. Basically, we will use just as a text field. Yeah, text field. So yeah guys, let me just update it. Yeah, I think guys, let me just remove everything here. And let me begin with the full name. Full underscore name. Full name. For the full name, I'm going to use models dot model. So it's going to be models, models dot model. Models like no sorry, models dot should we use a text field or a character field for full name? I don't think there's a long name. I'm going to say, first of all, I think let me create the variable for the status choice. So let me say status underscore choice. Status choices could be, let me use a list, could be either could be either pending in caps, pending, pending or pending small, pending, comma. Then another one could be paid in caps or paid. Paid, comma. Then another one will be, okay, sorry. Another one will be cancelled, cancelled or cancelled. So these are my status, the one that I'm going to use. And then the other thing now, we for ID, because we are using the universal unique identifier, I'm going to say ID. I'm going to give it. Remember, if you do not specify, it will be populated automatically, auto increment. So I'm going to say models dot UU field, and it's going to be primary key. Let me specify it as a primary key. Now primary key, let me just give it true. Let me give it true. And default, sorry, comma first, default is going to be it's going to be UUID dot UUID4 ID4, and then editable, like because it needs to be unique, editable, we are going to give it false. Once it's created, you can't modify. And then and the other field that we can have is the order ID. Order underscore ID. It will be models dot this one I can use even character field. It's not character field. And a max length, I'm going to give it 100, and then a unique, I'm going to give it true, because also we will need to make it true. Like now I don't think, because I will have the order ID. Oh yeah, this is the okay guys, I think I don't need this field, because for the order ID it will be unique, so we don't need like a two primary keys. So let it just be defaulted with their default. Like if you do not specify, it will automatically increment 1 2 3, so I do not need that one. Then because we already have this one, so this one default, I'm going to use that now, UUID dot UUID4, and then email, I'm going to use models dot email field. And then for phone, the phone, I'm going to use it's going to be models dot this can be character field because it's not long, character field. So let me say dot character field here. So for character field, whenever you use the character field, you have to specify the max length. Let me just say, for example, 20. I don't know if there's a number which surpasses 20. Or let me just say 15. And then another field could be country. country. I think let me just duplicate. Instead of me repeating myself several times, let me just duplicate for country and state and the payment method. So this should be phone country. You ensure that the fields there's no mismatch. Then a phone, then state. State, yeah, state and payment method. Payment underscore method. Payment method. And I think at the fields I can give it, let me just change here to 100. This one to 100. Then at the payment method, let me give it to 100. And then another thing is what? Total amount. Total underscore amount. Total underscore amount. I'm going to give it models dot decimal. I'm going to use the decimal field. The decimal field, the total amount, decimal field, max digit. Max digit. I can give it. I don't know if there's a number that surpasses 10. Because I want this one, like for example, if you are not sure that your site cannot handle big amount of money, you can specify, you can limit the number of amount that is processed for like a security purposes. So max digit, let me give it 10, and then decimal places are going to be 2. 2 is fine. And then remember the amount will come as an integer. And then the other thing that we can have here is total amount, then a shipping address. I think shipping address, yeah. Shipping address. Let me just copy, where was it? Shipping address. Yeah, shipping address. Now for the shipping address, I'm going to give it models dot models dot text field. This should be text field because it's an address text field, and in this text field, I'm going to give null true so that it cannot throw an error in the event we don't have, like at the moment we don't have any shipping address. We're not sending a we will update later so that you can fetch based on the address of that, to update your address. Actually, I'll create another field for the shipping address. But they can do that. I can create that field for the shipping address. But at the moment, let me just use it. Maybe make it null true so that it can be optional. And then a blank also. Blank, I can say true. And then status by default. So models dot character, sorry, dot I think I should use a character field and character field max length I'm going to give it max length I'm going to give it 10 or maybe 15 and then I'm going to pass here choices choices I'm going to pass here status choices and default default is going to be pending. Default is going to be pending. Let me just make it a string. Pending. Pending. Okay, here I think let me just use small. Pending. Paid. And I think, yeah, this is fine. Paid. And cancelled. Yeah. Yeah, and then another field could be, for example, it was created at what time. So I'll say created underscore at. Then this one I'm going to use a date time field. So it's going to be models dot date time field auto now sorry auto now. I'm going to give it true so that it can capture the current time. Let me also create the one for updated at. So updated underscore at. It will also do like a check it, like a use now, like in the event you have updated. So like in the field there, I should have, let me use a string representation of the object so that instead of displaying object 1, object 2, we can have like the order ID so that you can display the order ID. So I'll use an str function, and I'm going to return self dot order ID. Now we need to make migration here. Let me break the server, and it should be py manage dot py make migrations. And now we are trying to remove these fields. We are removing like the fields that we had earlier. So for me, I had created earlier. So like so once you've done that, by the way guys, in case it prompts you like the field cannot be null, you have to like specify. For example, if it's a date time, you can do it. You can just say you can use now. And for example, if it's something like email address, you can just type hard code like if it's an email, you can add it to the quotes, and then you can add in the email address, and then you hit enter. So you can do it until the fields are finished. But because for me, I had modified earlier, that's why it is displaying this error. These are like success. We are trying to alter. So basically, the next thing I'm going to say, migrate. I'm going to migrate now. Migrate. So let me migrate. Yeah, I have migrated. Then let me try to run the server. And then let's try again to make the payment. So let's go to here. And then now, let's wait for. Yeah, now I can get the prompt, but unexpected keyword argument full name. Oh, basically, I think I forgot to include the full name. Let me go to the models. Yeah, I forgot. I should have used the full name. I think I had down. Yeah. So let me add it here. And this one is going to be models. Models dot. This should be character field, right? Let me use a character field, and the max length. Let me give it 100. I don't know if there's a name that surpasses 100 characters. 100. Then I'll have to update to make migration again. And then now, So by that is what I was talking about. In case it prompts you like something like this, like it is impossible it is impossible to add an nullable full name to order without specifying a default. This is because the database needs something to populate extinguishing rows. So provide one of default value will be set on all existing rows with a null variable. So I can use one. Once you select one, then you can add in the name. For example, full name can be, let's say, Nehemiah Wekesa. Wekesa as a string. Then you hit enter. Then that error will disappear. Then now we can do it. We can migrate. Migrate. Once you have migration, then you can run the server. You can run the server. And let's try again. When I hit enter, then basically, let's wait. Now you can see now it was initiated successfully. I can get the prompt on my phone to add in the payment method. I like to enter my PIN. So basically, you can see now it is now successfully, and it should now take me to the initiate success page. But now, because we do not have this component, let me just create it just now. Let me just create it as up. So but now guys, you can see that we have implemented the payment. So I can create now to the checkout page. Now to the front end, SRC, and to components. I can create a page called what was it displaying? Let me see. Initiate success, right? We need to create that component for the initiate success page. What should I pass there, or maybe which information should I pass there? So so let me just call it to this component. I'm going to say payment success. Yeah, let me just call it payment success.js payment success.js, and then let's quickly work on this. Or instead of me coding, to make our work easier, I think I can just write, and then I'm going to paste, and I'll explain the code. So guys, basically I've just pasted the code here, and first of all we begin by importing React and the use state hook from the React, and also another thing, we are going to import use location from the React router DOM. Then also, because we are sending a post request, we'll send the post request we are using, like to communicate with the backend, we're using Axios. So I created here a function-based component with this function-based component, but I used an arrow function here, and so the use location, I gave it a variable location. Then the const, so these are the arguments that I passed in, the state, the transaction ID, and the set transaction ID. First of all, let me check on something. While the Mpesa, let me just there's this part where we had set the transaction ID. Transaction ID. Let me just see something. At the create order. No, not create order. Actually, should be callback. A transaction receipt number. I had used the transaction ID. There's a transaction. Okay, transaction description. Let me just use it as a default here, like just a placeholder. Then we are going to work on it later in a few. So these are the arguments that I'm going to pass in, like the set. This is just a this is just a state. Sorry, where was I? To the checkout, yeah, here it is. So this is just a you know, a state transaction ID, then a set transaction ID defaulted to null, then a const we also created here for the location, full name, email address, phone, country, state, payment method, and then a total amount. This one we are getting it from the other component called a checkout. Like I want to use that, we want to use like the information from the other side. That's why we are using the location, then a state. And then also it can also allow the empty object in the event like we don't have an empty object, then it's going to like still process it. Then here I created a function to handle the transaction ID. I used an async and so I used here prevent default, and the try here I added now this endpoint here for the order ID, and then here I should have used the order ID. Order ID, and I'm also going to pass in what the yeah, the transaction ID. Yeah, transaction ID should, I think it should just be transaction. Okay, let it be. And then another thing, once we have successfully sent, when you click on the submit or on that transaction ID function, when you click on it, then it's going to display this message to the backend, like to the console. Order updated successfully, response data. Otherwise, it will catch the error updating the order, and then it's going to return Mpesa payment initiated. So here it's going to say enter the Mpesa pin on your phone to complete the payment, because we have initiated, so it's going to prompt you. So it's going to say enter the message, enter Mpesa pin on your phone to complete the payment. And then so here it's going to display your information. Initiated, let me say initiated successful payment, Mpesa payment initiated successfully. Yeah, let me use successfully. Enter the Mpesa pin, enter the Mpesa pin on your phone to complete the payment. So this is the order. Yeah, the order information. Yeah, order information where it can display the full name. It is going to fetch from the other side and all this information. And at the end of it, I created here the handle submit, like I created a form. So the label here is going to be enter your Mpesa transaction pin or maybe ID. Then here is going to have the input field where the ID is going to be the transaction ID, type is going to be the text, value is going to be transaction ID, and then on change, I'm going to, like I use now the set transaction ID, and then the type is going to be the submit. So let me add it to the path so that it can be there, can be listed there. So let me go to let me go to app.js, then let me duplicate this one. Okay, let me just use this as a simple one. First of all, I need to import that component. So I'll say, I'm going to say import payment success from payment success, like from payment success component. Then how to use it here at the bottom, we can simply say where was that part where we path, I'm going to say payment success. Let me just copy this one. Oh, I should have used initiate success. Okay, let me just say initiate success path. By the way, it shouldn't be initiate success like a payment success, because you haven't like completed, you have just initiated. So let me say search initiate success, and then here I'm going to, let me just change the component name to initiate success, rename initiate success, and then let me refactor. Let me say set always. Yeah, so let me refactor so that here at the app.js, it will automatically do what? It will automatically update here to initiate success. And then here I'm going to like import that component called initiate success. The component. All right. So basically, let me just see. I forgot. I changed the name, but I forgot to change the. So here it should also be initiate success. Let me update. Then here at the app.js, I'm going to update here to initiate success. So the component that I'm going to use here is initiate success. Yeah, initiate success. Add ID is not defined. Okay. So basically, in that case, let me just remove it here because, yeah, let me just remove it because we're only sending the transaction ID. We have only that form for the transaction ID. Let me restart. Oh, basically it has disappeared the error. So I should have used checkout, for example. Let me say checkout. Let me just add the code checkout, then initiate success. Navigate checkout, initiate success. Or rather, this is fine. But now let me say here, here I should say checkout. Checkout, initiate success. Yeah, so guys, this is wonderful where I can now track the information. Now guys, basically for PayPal or maybe for Mpesa to add in other features, I think let me first of all work on the authentication system because I want, like, for example, something like an order to be related to a user, so you can track a user based, like you can track an order with the user and other features, like we need to have the relationship. But if we do not have like the authentication system, then basically we will not have those profiles, or maybe those profiles, user, admin, customer, and all that. So basically, I want to begin. Let me just quickly create the authentication system, and then we can create also the portals, the customer portal, vendor portal, and the customer, vendor, and admin portal, or maybe staff, for staff, so that you can give them a permission. So basically, I'm going to use a token-based authentication system, and basically for Django, we have this package called Django all auth. What is the spelling? I don't know. All auth, Django all auth. So this one will give you like features for login, registering, logout, reset password, verify your email, and all those features. These are Django all auth. So go to this page, Django All Auth, and you can go to the installation, and then for example quick start, and to install now Django All Auth, you can just use this one, this package pip, install Django All Auth, then I'll go to your let me break the server and install that one. And the other thing we need to have also this other one. We need to have a Django All Auth for social media if you want to include the social media as well. But there I could have even installed like this one assumes like you don't want to use the any social media like a login without the social media. But in case you want to log in with the social media, then this is the package for you. Let me just install. And then the other thing what you want to do is to go to what? To this ensure that you add this authentication here. Make sure that you add this and make sure you add this somewhere, perhaps here. Or let me add in a comment here, sorry. For this one, let me say core settings. And then here I'm going to add in now for authentication. Say implementation, or let me just say authentication. Then let me add here. And so the first one for authentication backend. So the first one, this one is like you need to access like the Django admin. This one irrespective of the all auth. There's our first one. The normal way you usually access the Django admin, like with that package, you can simply go to 127 admin and access the admin page. Like for example, if I had restarted the server, I could have accessed it. So these are the first setting. And then the second setting, this one is now when you want to use now the all auth to access the logins. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so basically this one is fine. And the other thing that you need to install, you need to have these features. These are you need to have these apps in the list of installed applications. They are at the top. So first of all, you need to have this first one. Let me remove the comments. But the comments are very useful sometimes, but let me remove. And then this is for social media. Okay, let me remove also this comment. I don't see its significance. So the first one is now this for normal authentication, and that this one is, for example, if you want to log in with like to create an account and all that, and then this one is, for example, if you want to log in with any other social media. And for example, a good example, we could use something like a Google. Log in with Google. Let me find the code for Google here. Yeah, Google is here. So in the event you want to use login with Google, then you can use these credentials. For example, if it's Google, but I'm not going to implement this one. I don't know if time will allow, but in the event I'm not able, then I shall just focus on the normal authentication without the Google one. Then the other thing that we can include also, let's make sure that we have this one to the middleware. To the middleware here, we can add this middleware here for the account middleware. And then for example, if you are to integrate the login with Google, then this setting is for you. Yeah, let me add it somewhere here. Yeah, let me add in those credentials, those settings there, and then you can add a pattern for the auth URLs. I can add it where to the URLs. Let me get to the URLs. Okay, yeah, to the URLs. Now also I'll want to use the JWT on this system. So I'm going to use a symbol JWT settings. And so basically if you want to, yeah, let me just use this one. Now, first of all, let's use. I'll come and copy this code here. But first of all, let me. So to get started, like this part shows you how to download, install, and all those features step-by-step guide. So these are the requirement: Python from 3.8 onwards, Django 3.2 onwards, and then a REST framework 3.10 onwards. Then to install that symbol JWT, we can use this package. We can install this package. And another thing that I'm seeing here. Now, for example, if you want to like encode and decode tokens, like for example, if someone has added their credentials, you want like to decode such that someone cannot like see the credentials, or maybe we need to convert like for example the credentials which we are receiving, so that we can not use it directly. So basically you can, if you wish to do so, then you can just download this one. And I see, let's read something. If you're planning a digital signature, i.e. And then now we need to add this system here. Like we need to, in the project configuration, we need to add this file. REST framework, like no, that code is not file. And to the settings somewhere, like for example, let me make it here at the top. Maybe after here, make sure you remove these dots. Yeah, let's have that one there, because I want to use that symbol JWT authentication. And another thing is we need, what else do we need? Also in the install application, we need to have this one, that application, so that we can use it. The list of installed application, we can add it somewhere. Let me see something else. I think that this setting is fine, and these settings at the moment is fine. We are going to implement all those tokens in a few, but first of all, now let's go to this one and copy the codes. And there's a symbol JWT. So let me copy this code. Let me copy everything, then I'll modify. Let me just copy everything here. I'm just going to use those default settings. But yeah, let me just paste it somewhere, perhaps here at the bottom. let me add it here at the top. Set the let me see how the setup with this file should be. So some of the simple behavior can be customized through settings variables in the settings. Django project settings.py. So now here, so you can see this part where we have the settings, because at the file it is in the settings already. I need to have just use that variable settings because these are secret keys already available here. But I remember that on production, ensure that because this is an open source I'm teaching, I'm displaying everything, I'm exposing my everything here. But for you, ensure that you are using the environment variable like a .env. Then you are going to add these important credentials there. Then you are going to just use variables instead of like exporting your credentials on the same like stuff like the emails, password, and all those features. For example, this Google account, for example, the client ID. I don't want like to expose it. You don't want to export such credentials. But then I'm not going to implement this one for security purposes on my end. But you can just access this client ID. You can go to the the Google console Google developer console, and then access those credentials, and then you can add it there, all the credentials. Then another thing, we need to define the site ID, site underscore ID. I'm going to give it 1. And another thing, let's make a account email verification. We are going to make it mandatory to avoid bots or maybe spam accounts. Then account email required. Account email required, we are going to give it true. And another thing, for example, account authentication method, authentication method, it will be email. It will be email, and sorry, I forgot here. I should have used the underscore. Yeah, this is fine. And any other setting that we need to include here. Now, guys, basically we need to create our models. We need to update the models for the user, custom user, and some other settings. And basically in that case, so basically in that case, we need to oh, okay. Basically, another thing that I need to include here is the email backend. To add here the email underscore back and email backend, we can specify like for verification backends dot console dot email backend, so that we can have like the verification, email verification. Now guys, basically we need to update our models, and add in the custom users, and also we shall update the view sets and the serializers in a few. But guys, I don't want like to, let me first of all minimize this section so that we may be together. So to the backends and then to the core and to the models. So guys, basically here I want to update here some models, and guys, I realize that when I talk and write the code, it might take some time. But before that, I've just remembered that we need to have the credentials for the emails. So like for the emails, guys, basically ensure that you have these credentials. For email backend, it is this one. Let me just remove this one so that it can be here. Ensure that you have defined this email backend. Then for example, if it is SMTP, first of all, let me undo that one. So for this, we have this email backend. Now, guys, basically, here you can define your email backend, and then the host, for example, SMTP Gmail, and then you can specify, then email use TSL. Then here, for example, if you had the .env, then you can just specify here the email user. Oh, by the way, guys, I think I've talked about this one very much, like many a times. So I think what I'll do, let me just create here a new file at the root called the backends. I'm going to create a file called at the root, not here at the project. Should be here at the backend itself, and at the root direction. Then I'm going to create a file called .env. Ensure that you have this file, then you can add your credentials here. Like for example, let me show you an example. Like for example, these settings, project settings, you'll not want to include it here in the code. Like so that whenever you want to expose, like to push, for example, the code in the GitHub, you'll not like you'll not have to like you know uh, expose your credentials there. So once you have it to the .env, the next thing you need to import from .env, import load underscore .env, and then the next thing you need to have this file here, load.env. Then now here, instead of like and also OS, ensure that you also have the OS. Like instead of like writing the credentials here, you can simply say what? You can simply say os dot get env. Then here you can pass in your secret key from that .env. Remember, it should be in the form of a string. And now, guys, for example, if you want to print and see the credential, we can just say, let's try to print. Let's say print to see if it will really fetch the credentials from the other side or not, just to test. So let's say print, and what are we printing? Secret key, and here for the secret key, and then let me try to print. Then guys, you can see I have this secret key here, Django insecure R. This credential here insecure. So you can see we are accessing now the secret key from that .env. So guys, basically this is the best way. Like for example, if you want to expose this project, you want to push it on GitHub, you not have exposed your sensitive information there. So this is very, very important to do so. And yeah, so basically this is very, very important. And host email, I can simply add there, and then instead of like like writing your credentials, you can add in there your credentials, then use the .get.env, and then you can have access to it. But for me, I'm not going to do that now. We shall, perhaps I'll show it later. I'll try it later, but I'll be I'll be exposing my credentials. I don't want to do that, or I'll create a temporary email to show you that. So basically this is it. Now for the models, as I had told you earlier, let me write the code for the models here. Let me write the code, then I'll just update here Like we need to add in more fields here. For example, on this user, we need to add in more fields. We need to add in more fields here. So what should I do on this one? Like on this user, I basically need to add in more features there. So guys, basically in this case, like because on this field, on this user, we need to add in more features. Like for example, in the event we have a vendor, we have admin staff, and for example the date joint also we need to. But now I want to use the user from like to use classes from. I don't want to use these default classes, model Django default. We want to use that package that we installed. So I'm going to say from Django Django dot contrib dot auth dot models import base base user manager and then also we can import the abstract user abstract uh, base user, and then we can also import the permission means permission and also permission means is it mixing or whatever. And then also we need to import groups. We don't want like it to collide with the default Django groups, so we need to import the groups. And so now with these are credentials, then we can modify here the classes that we are inheriting. So we are going to inherit classes or properties from the abstract base user and the permission means means or something. So these are the fields. We need to have the name. We'll have the field for the name, 100 defined characters. Then our email should be unique. We are using the email field. Then a password, because this one we are using a package, so we don't need this field at the moment, because it will come like we are using those we are using the all auth, which has those fields. So I'll implement that one on the view set, like at the password field. And then also let me include the one for we have the vendor admin. We can also have staff, because I know you might want people to assist you in this system, like to manage vendors, to manage customers and all those. So here I'm going to say is staff, and then for example if it's active, the user is active, and then for example joint date, the user joined, joint. So for join date, I'm going to use a models dot date time field. I want to default it. So default, I'm going to use time. I'm going to use a time zone dot now. Like when you create just an account, it will capture that time zone, instead of like defining the time that you are going to create. Like whenever you are creating an account, that field like to define the time you are creating, so it's going to pick it automatically. And for example, if you have another user want to define the period that they joined the your site, you can simply hard code, write it manually. So basically is active by default. I think I should give it true. like when they create just an account, it should be true, though in case of anything we shall modify. Now we need to create also another field for the groups, because once we use it this way, then it's going to do what it's going to it's going to do what it's going to like when you use it this way, it's going to collide with the Django default groups, user groups. So groups, I can define it, and the field that I'm going to pass here is the models, like I'm going to use models in the many to many, many to many, many to many. And so the argument that I'm going to pass in, first of all, we are going to use that group that we've imported, then a related name. To avoid colliding, I'm going to say core underscore user underscore set, or whichever set. And then another argument we could say blank. I'm going to give it true. Oh, sorry, true boolean. We don't have to specify it inside that string. So true, and then a help text, like to show like something descriptive to describe like the fields. We can say, for example, these groups, or let me say the group belongs belongs to this user. The groups belongs to this user. User will get all permissions granted to each of the their groups. I can make it something descriptive a bit, and then also we need to have the verbose name. So for verbose name, I can just simply say group. Yeah, group, this is fine. And then another one, we need to define the user permissions here. So user permissions is user permissions. I'm going to I'm going to use still models from the models package dot many to many field, and again I'm going to use permissions now. Permission and a related name. I can simply use a core underscore user underscore permission. Underscore permission and a blank let's give it true. And also help text, we can simply say specific permission for for this user. Then a verbose name verbose name, I can simply do what? For verbose name, let me say what? Let me say, let me just say user permissions or anything. Then we can do what we can say, for example, the fields which are required. So let me say username field, username underscore field, field. We can use email. And then also required fields, we can list them. Perhaps let me just use name. Name is required, though we will implement also in the front end. So guys, basically let me create a field for the custom user, and then I shall instantiate on this one as well. So now yeah, so basically I've just imported this base user manager, and here I've just created a class called a custom use manager, and I'm using the base user manager so that they can define the roles. Like you can create a user, you can give them the roles and all those features. So the first one, I've created this function or a method. Remember, a function that we are defining in a class, it's called a method, and it's going to inherit this property. Remember, these are base user. We are inheriting properties and methods from this base user manager class. We inherited all the properties and methods there. And to define now the create user, we don't need to define our properties with the init. We can just say self, because we're inheriting from it, self, then email, and we are using, actually we have to give it the arguments here, so email, name, and the password. Also, I said if not email, if the email is not there, then it should raise an error, value error, users must have an email address. And then in the event, now for the user itself, I said the user field, I said it's going to be a self, model, and these are the parameters that I'm passing in. So email is going to self dot normalize email, then the name is going to just be the name. And so these are the fields that I also include here. So for user, it's going to be, for set password, it's going to be set password. Then I'm going to save it also to the DB, and it will return now the user in the event the user was successful. If the user was created successful, then we can have the user can access now the portal, the page, or maybe the site. And then like you can see, we can access them. They are the list of users. Then to create now the super user, and the user, I used the self.create create user, and these are the fields that we are going to use to create the user. Email is going to be normalized email. I passed in email to this method, and then the name is going to be name, password is going to be password. Then is admin true, is staff true, is super user true. Remember, this is a super user, so we are giving him or her all the permissions. Then we need to save those credentials, and once we save it, we now return the user to the front end. So here we need to instantiate now this object. We need to instantiate somewhere here. So let's instantiate here. We can call it, for example, something like objects. Let me just which name should I give here? Or let me just make it very simple and I call it objects. Objects, I'm going to say I'm going to instantiate that class there. So it was a custom use manager class. Let's instantiate it. and perhaps I should do so before this part. And now basically the field that I want to return, because I can have the names which resemble each others, but what I know is that the emails are very unique. So basically in that case, because our email is unique, I should return like for strings representation of the object. I think I should use email instead because that is unique to each account. So let me say email for the string representation of the object. And then also guys, basically the other thing that I think I should have added is to add this field perhaps somewhere like here. I should have said auth user, sorry, user model. I'm going to give it core.user. Now guys, basically the other thing that we need to also work on, we need now to also update the admin to the admin field. Admin here, we need to like create also another you know, another role for the admin, because we have updated now the models here. So we need to like create a new admin, and then we shall do what we shall update also the user field. We shall also register it. So in that case, allow me just to write the code, and then I'm going to explain it. So guys, basically I have added this user admin. Basically I've imported from django.contrib.auth.admin. I've imported the user admin as a base user admin. So the class was user admin, then I gave it a passed in the base user admin so that it can inherit all the properties. It can inherit like it can be a child of the user admin. So I used it here. Then at the list display, I'm going to have the email, name, and use admin field. Then the list filter I used is admin. Then field sets. I used these field sets in the form of a tuple. Basically, you can go to this one and to this documentation and understand what it does and the permissions. The permission, I used these fields there. Then the add field sets, I also gave it these credentials such that it can also allow a none and also the dictionary, so that you can have these fields for the add field sets apart. And then for search, it is if search field is going to be email and the name. Then ordering, we're going to order based on the email. Then filtering horizontal, we gave it an empty tuple. Then we registered it, used admin site register user and the user admin. So ensure that first of all you have imported that user here from the models, from what? From the models. Remember we just created here model. We have updated, actually we updated the user model, so we are importing everything there. And custom user manager. Now basically the other thing that is that we need to, or before anything, let me try to migrate these credentials. Let me migrate. So I'm going to say py manage.py make migrations and guys, basically I've identified the error. The time when I copy pasted the code from the other side, it duplicated. Like you can see, these are auth is already here, so there's a duplicate by the way. And then also here we have these messages here, so there's a duplicate. So that was the issue. Let me hope the rest is fine. Now let me try again to make migrations, and now it has accepted. and these are the fields that is going to add. Then we basically need to migrate now to migrate. So I'll say migrate pymanage.py migrate, so that we can have those changes with us. Now guys, basically on this core app, let me also create a file, another file called tokens dot py. Yeah, first of all guys, I've imported like from Django.contrib.auth.tokens. I've imported the password reset token generator, and so that we may get the unique token for for like verifying the emails. And then I used here the 6. Yeah, so guys, basically, and then also the class I gave it account activation token generator, and then I passed that class here. Then I defined a function called the hash make hash value to get the hash value. And then I used self to inherit the properties there, dot user, and then at time somewhere is the properties or arguments. Then I should return now the text type user, uh, um, the user should be primary key plus the 6 dot text type timestamp. So basically this is going to be like what is going to be returned there for the account activation. So account activation token is going to, I'm going to call this function. So this is going to like generate the account activation tokens with this function. And then guys, another thing, we need to create the views from django.contrib.auth. I've imported the authenticate, logins, and logout, and also I've imported the view sets and status, and also I've imported the, let me remove the repetitive word, repetitive code. So basically here I've imported also the view sets and the status from REST framework, also from the REST framework.response. I've imported the response. So we'll want to return the response, JSON, the response from the REST framework. It also I've imported the API view class from REST framework.views, and also I've imported the URL self base 64 decode, and then also, I've imported the from django.utis.encode, and I've imported the false str, and then also from the shortcut I've imported the get current site, and also from django template.load I've imported the to render to string, and also for django.co.email I've imported the email message. Though we are not going to, I'll not implement this one at the moment, but that's how it is. And then now guys, basically for the authentication, like for example the sign up view, I created a class called a sign up view, and I inherited that API view class that we imported. And remember, whenever you want to use this class API view class, also like to show that this is a child class of this API view, you need to begin to instantiate, or maybe to your view, your child class should have this post. These are posts, whether it is a login, logout, it must begin with these are posts to show that is a child of these are API view. Now we are going to have these are function div post. So this is the first argument, and the email we are getting from the backend, and we are going to extract the email from the, remember it will come as a dictionary, so we are going to extract specific parts, like we are going to extract the email, then we are going to extract the name, the password, and then the event it is vendor, we are going to extract it. If not, then we are going to use the false. Remember, we are allowing also the false. And I tried to add, let me first of all remove that part. So I tried it like I tried to implement the error handling here, like the conditional statement to check the event you have the email name or password. If you do not have the email, like if we do not have the email, we haven't extracted the email part here, then if not email or not name or not password, then it's going to return a response from the REST framework error and it's going to display all fields are required. And then the status is going to display 400, which is stand for bad request. And then also here implemented the exceptional handling. And first of all, it's going to check on this user. User is going to get it from user.objects, then create user, email, name, and password. In the event like you have all these credentials, then it's going to try to create a user, and then if it's vendor, then it's going to use the vendor field, then it's going to save that user to the database. And once it's saved, then we have the send activation email. So it will send the activation email to the email of the user that created the email. Then it will return a response. It will return a response message: user created successfully. Please confirm email address to complete the registration. And even there's an error, see the user creation and all those features, then it will throw an error which will be caught up from this try. Then it's going to display them here as a string format. Then it will also return the status of 400, which is stand for the bad request. For the login view, for the login view, also we are using the same thing. Remember, I told you that to show that is a child class of this API view class, then we have to begin with the post, and then save to inherit the properties from this API view class. And then the argument here is request. Then the email field I extracted from the response we are receiving from the front end, and then the password we are going to extract the password from the password. And then the authenticate is going to like check on the email address presence, and then the password, like if it's going to try to check on our mod database to see if we have that user. So in the event like user is not none, like if you have a user, if user is not none, and then basically we are going to say if user is active, we are going to we are going to do what we are going to say login. Actually, let me by default, let me say the user should be this field for the user. Let me give it false, so that once they activate, it will be, you know, let me give it false by default. And then where was I? To the views. And then if it's active, then we are going to log in the user with this login function, and then it will return the response. Message will be login successful. In the event like we have an error, like for example, if we are trying to check the database, that user is not registered with us, then we're going to throw an error: account not activated, please check your email. Or perhaps you could say yeah, so and then so this is in the event the user is active. If not active, then it's going to return, like for example, if the user is not present in our database when you try to check our record, then it's going to return the response error, invalid credentials, or maybe those users were not present there. Then it's going to return a 401, which is unauthorized, you can't log in. And then at the logout, because we're still inheriting the views from this API view, so we have to begin with the post. We are creating a method called a post, and then these are the arguments that is going to we are passed in. Then we are going to pass the logout function. This is just a very simple one. And once you've logged out, then it's going to return a response. A response message is going to be logged out successfully. Then for activate view is going to be, I'm going to inherit still from this API view, and it's going to inherit these properties UID before, and then also the token. So it's going to try this UID, and we are going to use this URL safe token that we imported the other side, and then also it's going to check also on the user. And in the event we have the errors, we implemented here the exceptional handling. except exception handling. So it will return the exceptions will be type error, value error, overflow error, and also user does not exist. So in the event if user is not none and account activated token dot check token, so and yeah, so we are passing like the token here from this function check token method. And for example, if user if like is authenticated, like they have activated their account, then we are going to change here the active status to true, because initially here it was false from the models. I made it false, so that here once they have activated, then is active, we are giving it true, then we can save the user. So it will return the we're saving to the database now. So it's going to return response message. Thank you for your email confirmation. Now you can log your account. You can log in your account. Otherwise, it's going to return the response. Activation link is invalid. And then it's going to display there the status, which is 400, which stands for the bad request. Now guys, basically for this one, let me install this package, pip installer Django utils fix, so that we can use that package here. So let me just install it. Yeah, so guys, basically you can see once we have installed, then the error has disappeared. So make sure that you've installed with that package there. Then guys, another thing that I was talking about is to like register our view sets now to the URLs, so that we can get the endpoints. So I'm going to go here, and first of all, let me import from the views dot. So we are importing first of all the what are we importing? We're importing the login view, logout view, and what is a sign up view, and lastly we are importing the activate view. Let me format the document, or rather it's not, the formatter here is not working. Actually I'm using Pride here, but it's not working. So now guys, basically the other thing I need now to like use them. So for the sign up, I'm going to say so for sign up I'm going to use so on this one I'm going to say for sign up I'm going to say API /, sign up, and I make sure that it ends with the /. Also here I think I forgot to add in the /, and then here I can, the name I can just simply give it sign up. And then here, because these are classes, right? These are, when you go to the views, like these view sets are in the class format, so we need to import it in a different way. So I'm going to say what? I'm going to say, let me delete this one. I'm going to say sign up view dot as view because it's a class, so we need to like use it as a view function. And of course I think let me just duplicate this one, because this one is fully implemented. So for the login, it's going to be API login, and here is going to be login view. I thought it should be login view. Yeah, login view is view. And then now for logout view is going to be logout. Let me just write here logout. 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 So basically for the logout, I'm going to use the logout view. Logout view. And then now for activate, I'm going to use API activate. Activate. And then because here we want to use the token, so here I'll say I'm going to use a UID for 64, then a forward slash. It will also display the token tab, like token, the token. Then I'm going to use which view? Activate view. Activate view. Then the name could be simply activate. Activate. Yeah, guys, this way it is. This way it's fine. And another thing that that I think I should, let me check on the models. Basically, the user model, I think I need to update it in a few. So user set password, and okay. So basically here I should also add in another one for user dot set. No, so not set password. Actually, it should be user dot is underscore active. User is active, and basically I'm going to user is active. I'm going to assign it to false by default. So I want to set the to false until the email is confirmed. Then to save, I'm going to save using self dot underscore db to save it to the database. Then these are method create super user. Let me see if yeah, so basically the user field, we are using this create user function, we are calling it, and we are passing what? We are passing the email self normalized email function, and we are passing the email. Then the name, we are using name, and password is going to be password. Then here is admin, is staff true, staff true, is super user true. Then we need to also add in another. I think I had forgotten user dot is underscore active, is active here. So for the super user, this one should automatically be true. The super user will not need to activate the email confirmation because they are super users. And then to save it is that way, and then now we can return the user. And then for this user, okay, let me just I think at this field, let me just have it here at the top. Let me have them here at the top. And then also the str function, string representation of objects, I'm going to add here. And then later I can now define the email user. We can create a function like to notify the user because we want to activate the email. So let me say create a function to do that. So div email underscore user, email the user, and what are we passing here? Self, to inherit the properties there, self, and subject. So basically in this process, it's going to like first of all, it's going to like save all these credentials into the database. But now for the user, it's going to like notify them. It's going to send them the email. So I'm going to say subject and message, and then you can have the from mail, from underscore email, from underscore email. Let's give it none. Then we can have the keyword arguments, the arbitrary keyword arguments as well, so that in the call we can add in other arguments we wish. So I'm going to specify to make them arbitrary keyword, keyword arguments, like that, arbitrary keyword arguments. And so email is going to be email message. Email message. So I think I have to import it here. So let me get it from the views, the email message. Let me import it here. Let me in fact cut it here because I want to use it this side directly. So to the models, I'm going to use that email message function. Email message. Where was I? Email message, and what are the arguments that we are going to pass in that email message? We are going to pass here subject. We are going to pass subject, and we can pass message, and also we can pass from email, and also we can pass the email, so self.email, and then we can also pass that arbitrary keyword arguments, there. Then I will send the email. So I'm going to say send email dot send yeah, this is fine. And then email send. Then I will need also to create one for activation. Alright guys, basically I think the arrangement here is not quite good. Let me add here this one at the bottom. And let me have this one. Let me cut. This should be after this. And then now for the activation, actually the proper arrangement. And then now to send the activation email. So let me say define a function to send the activation email. So let me say send underscore activation. Send activation underscore email. Guys, I think instead of wasting time, let me just get the code and then I'm going to explain. Yeah, so guys, basically I've just written the function so that I can just explain it. So basically I've written here the send activation email, and here we are passing the self and the request. And basically for the current site, it's going to say get current site. So but first of all, let me import these files I had imported there from this site. side. Let me just cut, and let me use it here to the models. So we need to have these packages. Ensure that first of all you have these packages like email to send the email, that the one that does the email stuff. Ensure that you have this email. Then also from django.config.site.shortcuts import the get the current site. Then from django.template.loader import the render to string. Ensure that you have those functions. And then here to send the to send the activation email. First of all, also there's account activation token. Also, I need to import. Let me see if I have it here. I do not have. Basically, I'm going to import it in a few, but let me try to first of all illustrate what is happening here. So first of all, the send activation email, we've defined that function here. And then for the current site, we are going to use this function to get the current site. Then for mail subject, we are going to say activate your account. This is going to be the subject, and then the message for that email is going to be, we're going to use that render to string a message. And then we can create, I'm going to create here an HTML for an HTML file. I can create the HTML file here to handle like the one that will contain like all this information, like for example. So basically is going to create this user self domain is going to be the current site and domain. So guys, basically for the message is going to be to render to string account activation email HTML. I'll create that one in a few, and then it's going to have the user is going to be self, then a domain is going to be current site dot domain, and then the UID basically. So like so that we can use it in a proper way. So I think let me also write another one for what, like for example for URL save base 64 encode. Let me also import that one. So basically I think this one is found from I think it's found from okay, let me just say from Django dot utils dot http import. I'm going to import what URL encode, this one encode, and also another one we are going to import also these are first bytes. We are going to import first bytes. So from Django dot utils dot encoding, I'm going to import first bytes, and another one is account activation token. Now for account activation tokens, we are going to get it from the tokens. So I'm going to say from the current directory. Okay, let me say from the current directory dot tokens, or let me see if it is let me import this file and I use it here on the. So basically I've just imported these tokens from, I've just imported like these are tokens from these files. We created the tokens file there, so I've just imported that file. So now I think let me explain now step by step. And so basically I've created here a function to
to send the activation email. And past here, first of all, we have to begin this with the self to show that we are inheriting properties is from this class, the class called the user, and then the request. Then a current site is going to as get current site function. Then the mail subject is going to be activate your account or something. Then the message is going to render to string the account HTML. Account activation, I'm going to create this one in a few. And then these are the fields that is going to have. User is going to be self, domain is going to be current site, name dot domain, and then a UID is going to be URL safe underscore base 64 underscore encode. Then I'm going to also call this function force bytes. It's going to be self dot primary key, and then at the tokens I'm going to get it from these are token file that we created there, and then it's going to say it's going to like you know so so it's going to like send the email user. So I'm going to return here the self dot email user. Then I'm going to pass here the subject and also the message. The message. I think that is pretty fine. And though there are some other configuration that we will need to work on it later. But guys, I think at the moment, let me first of all work on the components. We'll revert back to the backends in a few. First of all, let me try to make migration first. And once I've made migration, then I can migrate. So guys, basically to the front end and to the SRC, I'm going to create now guys, basically first of all, you can use, I think on this one we can use the Redux. We can use the Redux. So basically ensure that you have first of all the ensure that we first of all have Redux. Remember we installed it from the first project, but to reinstall, for example, if you want to just install it, let's just move to our front end, cd to front end, cd to the front end, and here we can do npm install Redux if you do not have it, Redux, and we can also install React Redux, and also Redux Tank, and Axios if you do not have. But I know if you've been following from the first episode, then you have it. Then also React Router DOM, React Router DOM, and yeah, those are the files or maybe packages that we are going to rely on them for the front end. So for me, I already have it, but it will tell me system already satisfied. Otherwise, okay, it's Django that usually tell me that the system is already certified. Now, guys, basically it does that. Let me create some components. Now, guys, basically to the actions, where was that component? Okay, Redux, and then I will have the actions. Now, basically, guys, to the actions, I can create here a file called Auth actions, Auth action dot js, and guys, I feel like instead of like writing everything from like writing it and explaining, let me just write the code, then I'll explain the code. Yeah, and then guys, first of all, we're importing the actions for communicating with the backend, and also we're importing the register success, register fail, login success, login fail, logout, user loaded, out error email from the types. And then also we are going to import we're importing also the set alert from the alert actions. We are going to work also on that, and also we have the set auth token from utils that set auth tokens. Remember, when you install those packages, it will come with those stuff. Then to load a user, we are exporting these component load user that we are using the arrow function here, sync dispatch, and we've added here a conditional statement like if we have the token from the local storage, then we're going to say set auth token to local storage dot token, and then we have tried to implement the exceptional handling here, and here let me just use the HTTP because it is still on the local host, and 127.0.0.1 port 8000 port 8000. So it's going to check on this one, and then it will dispatch the type user loaded, then the payload, and in the event we have the error, and then it's going to catch the error, and it's going to dispatch. Also we have we're going to also dispatch the type here, the order. Also for the user register, we are also exporting this component register, and these are the arguments that we are passing in the register: name, email, password, and then is vendor. With this sync function, like we created the variable register, and we're using this async function to dispatch these. So the type is going to be, the header is going to be the application type, like the content type is going to be application JSON. Then the body, also for the body is going to be JSON.stringify. Then it's going to pass the name, email, password, and also the is vendor. So we are going to implement also, we are implementing also here the exceptional handling, and here I think I should also include this and this endpoint, and we are passing also the body and also the config, and then it's going to dispatch as well. The type is going to be a register success, and also we are trying what, or in the event we have the error, then it's going to catch the error, and then it's going to display, it's going to also dispatch the errors there. So register failed. Remember, all this stuff are the ones that we have imported there at the top, and so be sure to go slowly and include all these codes if you want to go with me step by step. And another one is the login user. So we're exporting also the login and the email. These are the arguments that we are passing for the email login. So for the login, we want to use email and the password, and also we are using this async dispatch function, and it's an arrow function. Then the header is going to be we are passing the content type to be application JSON, and and also because we are sending to the backend, we need to use a post method from the actions. Remember all those stuff, we are using the post method, for example, to register it is post method, and also to load user is we are retrieving now from the backend, so we are using the get method. But now for register we are sending, for login also we are sending, so we are using the post method. Then also dispatch, we are dispatching the login success, and then a payload is going to be response data. Then we can now call that, we can instantiate or maybe call that dispatch function with the load user. And the event there's an error, then it's going to catch the error, then it's going to display the error, to return the error here. So error is going to be for each, so it's going to iterate all the errors from this dispatch function. Then it's going to as well alert in the form of the danger. So instead of like passing all these argument there, I used errors so that it can return all the errors there. And then it's going to dispatch the login fail. Then for the logout, this one is very simple, and this one we are just dispatching that logout. So we are exporting first of all the logout so that we may be able to use there at the top, and then we are dispatching also as well. And then to verify the email address, we are exporting also the verify email. Then these are the arguments we are passing: UID, then a token, and then a dispatch. Use that dispatch function, and also there's an exceptional handling here, so it's going to check on this one. And I think because here we are trying to get the token, and the token, remember where we are getting that token from the backend, so we're using the get method. Then in the event it was successful, then the type is going to be email verified. Then the payload is going to be a response, then data, because we want to use that response from the backend. Then the event that we have an error, then it's going to catch that error, then it's going to dispatch. Type is going to be the auth error. Now remember here at the stores, where is it? We need to have you need to first of all have this one. These are create store. Like we need to have the create store, and then apply middleware from the Redux, and so this is specifically for that authentication. And then also we need to have another one for compose with DevTools. So I'm going to say import compose compose with dev tools from Redux. Okay guys, basically I needed to have that one. I think I need to have the DevTools. Okay guys, let me try with this method. Let's begin with this Redux DevTools extension. Let's see if it will work or not. Yeah guys, this one is working. So basically the other thing now we need to, let me now use this one, compose with DevTools, and from Redux DevTools extension, the one that we've just installed here. This one it was successful. So now basically now once we've sorted that out, then guys, basically we need to also to include here at the enhancers. So first of all we need to have comma, then here, sorry, and then here I can also have a compose with DevTools, and then I'm going to say here apply middleware, and I'm going to pass here middleware, middleware to be, so let me just say const, let me create a variable there, let me just create here at the top, so const middleware, let me separate it, so const middleware, I'm going to assign it to the thank, so that I can just use that middleware here instead. So for the reducers, let me use reducers here, and then here I can just call it reducers, I can call it auth reducer. Auth reducer dot js These are the arguments that I passed in. Then so guys, basically for these auth reducers, we're importing these actions, like these actions. And then we're importing that register success, register fail, register login success, login fail, logout, user loaded, auth error, email. Then from these directory action, then from the types. Initial state for all is going to be token is going to be local storage get item token. Then if you authenticated, then it's going to be null by default. Like initial state loading is going to be true, so that it can load until you do what, you verify your email, like you log in. Then a user is going to be null because we don't have the information. And then we are going to export. We're exporting this function, and that these are the arguments that we're going to, first of all, ensure that you have, first of all, passing the state, and that you're going to initialize with the initial state, and then are the actions. And then a variable for the payload, I use the const payload in type. I'm going to assign all of them to the actions. So on this switch, I passed in type. These are switch function, then these are the arguments that I pass. Like for example, if in the event the user is loaded, then basically the state, we are going to pass here the state, and then authenticated is going to be true. And then for example, the user is loaded, I mean, like you have the credentials of the user in the portal or stuff. So basically the authentication, we are going to give it true. Then a loading is going to be false. Then the payload, the user is going to be now the payload, or maybe the response from we received from the backend. And in the event the register the case is register success, and the login success, then we are going to update now the local storage or the set item. Actually, we are going to update the local storage of the set item. We are passing the token and also the payload token, because we now have the token from the backend, and it's verified. So basically, we are not going to pass here the state, then at the payload, then you see is authenticated, we are giving it true, because now the login registered success or a login success, so we are giving it true. Logged in will give it false. And in the event the email is verified, then we are passing the state of that email. Then the user, we are going to return the user, the state, the user, then is verified, we are going to give it true. And in the event the register is failed, or maybe case register failed, or there's authentication error, or maybe login fail, or a logout fail, then basically we are going to update the local storage. Then it's going to remove item token, then it's going to return the state, then the token is going to be null, then it's authenticated, it's going to be false, then a loading is going to be false, then user is going to be null because we don't have their credentials. Then it will return what, the state. Guys, basically in these are reducers, guys. Let me create a new file here called index.js. Remember, I'm at the reducers directory. Create create here this index.js in the reducer directory. And then basically we are going to import, let me say import. First of all, let me be sure. Okay, import combine reducers from Redux. And then also I'm going to say import auth from auth reducer. And first of all, be sure to terminate statement with the semicolon. Then also we are going to import alert from I'm going to work on the alert reducer, and we can export a default combine reducer function, and we are passing auth and alert. Now, so guys, basically let me create types.js and also the alert reducers. So basically in the actions, in the action guys, I'm going to create types.js and guys, let me write the code and then I'll explain. So guys, basically these are the types that we imported here from for example, from these we imported from the auth actions, we imported from these types. So we had to create that file, we had not created. So we are basically trying to create these these are variables, and then we're exporting them. And then another thing guys, we also need the alert function, because here you can see at the index.js we're using the alert reducer, and so we basically need to create also the alert reducers in the action still. In the action still, let me create a alert reducer.js. And guys, in this case, let me just also create the code instead of typing and explaining. Yeah, so guys, basically I've imported specifically the set alert and the set remove, set alert and the remove alert from the types that we have just created. The alert here, these are component, and we've also imported this v4 as a UUID v4 from this UUID to create a specific to create the IDs, the IDs, unique ID. And then also we exported this function based component, this alert, and these are the arguments that we are passing: message, alert type, and then a timeout. We are giving it 5,000, like in the event the load takes more than 5 seconds. This is 5 seconds, then it will throw an error, for this timeout we need to set the timeout. Then here for ID, we created a variable for an ID, which is going to, this one is going to generate random ID from UUID v4 in the form of a string. Then we are going to dispatch these type set alert, and also the payload. Payload is going to be message, then alert type, and ID. These are the arguments that we are getting from the payload. Then at the set time, set time out, so we are going to dispatch type is going to be removed alert, and then a payload is going to be ID. And then now we are also passing passing also the time alert, we are passing a timeout. Sorry guys, seems I'm very tired. So guys, I think let me create another one for in the actions directory here still. So basically this should be reducers, and I've added to the actions. So I think I need to push it to the reducers, because it is alert reducers, and so it should be here at the reducers. And now to the actions, I need to create also alert alert now, alert actions. Alert actions. Basically, let me see. Let me copy. Okay. Alert action.js. And I guess on the same, let me get the code, write the code, and then explain the code instead. So just take your time, get the code, and then pause the video, write the code, and then we can now. So guys, basically the other thing that we need to work on is the authentication components. Authentication components, and to the front end still SRC. Now to the components. I'm going to create several components. First of all, the sign up component.js, and another one. Let me just write of the all of them. Then we are going to get the codes, and we can also have the login component. I'm going to call it login.js component, and another one we can have the logout.js and another one is to verify the email address. So I'm going to say verify email dot js, and which other component should we have? And basically we need to protect some specific components, like for example something like at the checkout. I wanted like no one should access the checkout unless they have logged in. So we basically need to have protected route dot js, and what else? We can also have a profile in the event like they have successfully created an account. We can create a basic profile, though we are going to work on the portals in a few. So let me just create here another one for profile dot js. So guys, let's begin with let's begin with a sign up. Now guys, basically here is the sign up component, and basically in this sign up component we import in React and the states, because we'll have to define the states here, and then we also import in the connect from the React Redux, and then also register, and also the alert from the action, the alert action that we just created in a few, and also we import in the prop types from the prop types. And so basically here is a function based component, and the arguments we are passing here are props is the set alert and register, and also the register, those props. And first of all, we are trying to create the, we're using here the, like we are trying to to create now the state for form data, and set form data, like the initial state, and then state after something has happened, like after you've submitted or stuff. So the initial state, like the field will be empty, like the name will be empty, email will be empty, password will be empty. Then is vendor is going to be also false. Then this field we are assigning like the email name, email, password in this vendor to the form data, and and then on change, a variable for the on change, we are using this this event, like the arrow function on this one is going to be like the set form data. We are going to use this the updated state of the form data, and then also the target name, and also the target value. So this is the value, like now this is like on the part of the value, the one that we want to like send. So for the target name is going to be the values, then the form is going to be this one. This is the form, and then these are the values that we are giving. We are sending from that form. And on submit, when you click on that submit, then it's going to initialize, like it's going to trigger this function of which is going to, for example, if in the event there's no name, there's no email address, there's no password, then it's going to, like in the event you miss any name, a name or an email address or a password, then I set an alert, please fill in all the fields. Then the alert is going to be danger. Then else is going to register. It's going to register. We are trying to call that register function here. Register the name, email, and password, and is vendor. So this is the form, and there's a form, and the attribute we are passing here is on submit, of which when you click on it, then it's going to handle the submit function on submit. When you click on the function, when you click on the what submit, so the field C is name, the label name, then this is the input. The type is text for name. Name is going to be name, value is going to be name. Then on change is going to handle the on change, and it's a required field. Then the email address, the label is going to be email, and we have the input type is going to be email, name is going to be email, value email. Then on change is going to handle the on change, then it's also a required field. And then for password, the type is going to be like in the input, the type is a password, name is going to be password, value is going to be password, and then on change is going to handle the on change function. And this is a required field as well. Then we wanted like on registration, people can decide they are registering as vendors or just as customers. So we used a checkbox here. So the type is going to be checkbox. So it's going to ask, like it's going to ask, are you a vendor? So when you click on the checkbox, then you'll be registered as a vendor. So basically the type is going to be checkbox, then the name is going to be is vendor, then checked is vendor. And then on change, like for example, whenever we want to submit now, and it's going to like trigger this set form data. So it's going to use the form data and the field, like it's going to submit the field of the form data. So its vendor is going to be is not its vendor. Remember this exclamation, like you are trying to pause in the event you haven't like registered, that you haven't clicked on the checkbox. So we want it to be like optional. So this is a form data, and then the register function, and so basically for the sign up here also we pass these prop types. So guys, the other thing is the login. For the login, again, let me write the code, then I'll explain the code instead of writing it. Yeah, so guys, basically this is the login component, and first of all we're importing from React, and also the states for the hook, the state. We are importing the use state, and then also we're importing the connect from React Redux. Then we're also importing the login from actions, authentication action, the auth action, that action that we created there. Then the prop types, here is going to be prop types from prop types. Then there is a login component. Then we are passing the login here as a prop. And then now we are passing, like these are the statements that we are passing. Everything now should be within this login. The initial state is form data, and then after is like when we want to send, when you add in the field, it's going to be set form data. Whenever you're filling your name, it's going to update it to be set form data. Like the initial set email is going to be empty, password is going to be empty, the initial state. Then const for email and password is going to be the form data. And then for email and password, we're using this one. We're setting now on change. Now on change, then we are giving it e, like on change. this is the parameter that we are passing here, which means that it allows any. And then here it's an arrow function. So the form data, on the form data, we are setting this form data to the new value, the initial set form data, and then after here the target, we are targeting the name, and the value is now that target value. Like this the function target, then a name, then the value. So it will like have the name and the value whenever we want to send that form. Then on submit, then it's going to handle this on submit function, of which is going to trigger the login function, of which the login, the prop for the login, like the fields for the login is email and the password. So it's going to return this form. On submit is going to trigger this on submit function, of which the label is going to be email. The input type for the email is going to be type is going to be email, name is going to be email, value email. Then on change is going to trigger the on change function, then the field is required. And then also for the password, the label is password, input type is password, name password, value is password. And then on change is going to trigger that that on change function. Remember, we implemented everything for both the email and the password, so it's going to handle that one. Then it's a required field, then you can submit. Then it's a login prop. It's a login. So basically these are a login, we passed the props inside, and these are the values that we passed in. Then guys, for the logout, first of all, guys, in the event like you missed a thing, just pause the video, check on the code, and ensure that you have everything. Then for the logout as well, let me write the code, and then now guys, basically for the logout it's very simple. Here we don't have any hook here, and here we are importing first of all. Ensure that any component, to define that as a React component, you have to import React first of all. And this next thing we are importing also the connect, and from React Redux, and also we are importing the logout from the logout from these auth actions. Then the prop types from prop types. And then a logout is just very simple. We are trying to return only the button to logout. Perhaps I can add in some let me add in, let me use first of all these empty elements. Then perhaps let me say let me use a paragraph tag. Nasema to logout, click the button below, click the button below, and then so on click is going to trigger this logout. It's going to trigger that logout. Remember, we're using it as a prop, and so the logout prop types, we are passing that logout. Now remember guys, the props, these are like so for example, you want to use a function from another component, then you can use it as a prop type. So that's why we are defining this prop type field. So from this component, logout component, prop type, and then also we are passing what, the props here, the logout from that from what, from these actions. Then a prop type is func, and then it's also required. Then we are connecting with this default exported default. First of all, we are connecting and the initial set null and the logout, and then the component that we are exporting is the logout component. And then guys, another one is the verify the email. So guys, basically now here, because we are using the hook, we imported what? First of all, you have, I said earlier that whenever you are creating a component, React component, you have to import first of all React to show that it is as a React component. And then the hook here is a use effect. Now a use effect is anytime you want to like to do some some checks, or maybe you want to do like to communicate with the backend or stuff, like something to do with communication or stuff, then you can use the use effect. So we are importing that use effect, and then also we importing the connect, then a verify email from these actions. So we shall use it as a prop. Then I import prop types from prop types so that we can just use it directly with all the functions there. Then I import also use params from the React router DOM. So as a verify email component, so I decided to use the same name to define the component. Verify name is the same as the file name. So it's a function-based component, and I used an arrow function, and the prop that I'm passing in is the verify email prop, and the variable for UID, I'm going to assign UID, and then at the token, I'm going to assign here to the used params. This one returns an object of key value pairs of the dynamic params from the current URL that were matched by the route. And then the effect here, I'm going to call this verify email, and with these arguments UID, then the token, and then I'm going to initialize it with like this the argument that I'm going to initialize it, the object verify email UID, and then the tokens, then and then it's going to return email verification in progress. We need to secure some components, for example checkout will need to secure at one point, so we need to write functions or maybe the component for that. So guys, basically here we don't have the hooks, so I'm just saying that I'm going to import the React to show that is a React component. Then also we are importing the route and the redirect such that in the event like a certain, for example, if it's not authenticated, then we can display the login, we can redirect them to the login page and stuff. I'm going to explain a few. Then also connect, and also the prop types. So first of all, the component name is a protect route, and I used these these are the arguments that I passed in. So component is the component, then the auth is authenticated or loading. Authenticated means that that person is is authenticated or logged in, and then if it's not logging, then it's going to have loading. Then the rest as well, we are passing also the rest here, and then so this is a function-based component. So basically, these are my arguments that I'm passing the route to define now the routes. For the rest, I pass first of all the rest, then it's going to render, then props, and the event is not authenticated, is not authenticated, and is loading. So basically, we are going to do what? We are going to direct them to the login. Like in the event that guy is not authenticated, and also it's not loading. It's not, remember the loading now only shows for example, if the guy is authenticated. So is authenticated, it's not authenticated, and also it's not loading. Then basically we are going to redirect them to the login page. Otherwise, if the guy is authenticated, then we can direct them. They can have access to the component, and then we are passing the props there. And then so we try to get the props there. So for protected root dot prop types, we are assigning to auth. Then down these are auth we are giving prop types object is required, and then also to map state to prop used here state, and then auth state I gave it auth dot auth, auth I gave it state dot auth, and lastly is the symbol profile. Remember, I'll work on the portals. So guys, basically here I've just created a very basic profile. First of all, to show it's a React, I've imported this React component, and then the connect, and also from the React Redux, and the prop types from the prop type. So our profile is auth and the user, and like these are the props that I'm passing in auth, giving it user, and so it's going to return welcome, welcome, for example, person, and the email. It will display what the email of the user, like the email, and then the role. For example, if it's vendor or a person. So maybe if it's it is a vendor or so user, it's going to display like the role, the user, and also the in the event is vendor or a customer. Then this is profile we are giving it. These are props. These are the props that we are defining the auth. We are giving you prop types object, and also it is required. Then also from map set to props, I passed the state parameter here, and that the auth I gave it state.auth. Then I'm exporting default, and also connect to map the state only. I also connected this map state to props. Then I'm exporting the profile. Yeah, guys, so basically this is a very simple one. I can create here a component like inside this CSRC SRC actually, to this SRC. I can create here another component. Let me just call it utils. And guys, here guys, let me just add in now that part of the email. So here guys, I'm going to create a file called what should I call it? Set auth token token.js .js, and what am I passing here? So first of all, it is bot Axios. We're importing Axios from Axios, and then we also let me create a component, function-based component. So set auth. By the way, I think you can have well, by the way, you instead of like writing all this stuff from scratch, you can I install a component, the React component, like just for search for React not component actually, an extension. There's a certain extension, guys. I'm not sure of the name, but I installed earlier, where for example you can use it to install like to initial, like for example if you just say React React arrow function export component. This one, React arrow function export component. When you just click on it, then it's going to like write for you everything. By the way, I had forgotten even this one. So ensure that you have that extension. I'm not sure which extension name it is, but ensure that you install one of the React extension. Let me see which one. Yeah, ensure that you install this one. I think I found it. So you can see it is ECMAScript 7. Let me just it is this one, ECMAScript 7 plus React Redux, React Native. So it has the snippets, React Native snippets. It has the snippets for both React Redux and the React Native snippets. So it makes your work much easier. That was just by the way. But now I need to import Axios from from the Axios. Then guys, So basically here I'm going to do what I'm going to like parameter. I'm going to give it here token first, and it's an arrow function, and then I'm going to like pass in these arguments. First of all, if let me say if token, sorry, if token, if a token, then axios dot default default dot headers dot dot common, and I'm passing here authorization. And guys, ensure that in your setting, I'm going to show you also, or let me just do it now. Go to your project backend, and then to the project, and to the settings. Ensure that you have in the cross origin, you have these authorization enabled. Like ensure across allowed headers, ensure that you have both accept, authorization, content type. Ensure that you have everything here. Go to the core page, and then have this one, and also this one you should have the post, so that in case you want to send a post request, you need to have this one. And then also get requests. By the way, just ensure that you have all these one to be on the safer side. And then so on this one, I'm going to assign here to because it's dynamic, I'm going to say a bearer and bearer, and here what I'm going to pass here is the token, and let's terminate, like in the event we have the event token, else so else I'm going to say delete axios dot defaults dot headers dot common, and we are passing what authorization still, and let's terminate with a semicolon like that, and yeah, we can export that. Now here we basically don't need even this one, because of this one we are just, so this is here, and basically on this checkout component, I need to first of all let me import connect connect. What's the spelling for connect? Connect, so that we can connect now this component to the to the Redux store from React Redux, and also we need to import what I think this is really fine the way it is. And then now guys, basically let's pass here the prop like on this checkout component. Let me pass here another prop called is authenticated. Is authenticated. Is authenticated. Is authenticated. I think this is spelling authenticated. And and basically, so basically the first thing that I can do here before I do anything
is to first of all do a conditional rendering here. So if not is not in the user is not authenticated, then basically I should have used the variable. To use it as a variable, you have to use it this way, authenticated. Let me remove this one, then add this one at the outside. Is authenticated, and then with this arrow function, I'm going to say okay. So first of all, let me undo. Here I should have just used, yeah, just find the way it is. If is authenticated, if the user is not authenticated, sorry guys, if the user is not authenticated or signed in, then we should return them. I'll use here return, then I'm going to use a navigate to and then to the login page. Login to the login is a self-closing. Yeah, this is fine, and we need to make sure that we've linked, we need to map this component to the Redux state store. So basically here at the basically here at the bottom, I can simply say what should I say? Here at the bottom, let me say const, and I'm going to use map state to props. Map state to props variable here, and then I'm going to pass this parameter here, state, and first of all, here I'm going to use here an arrow function, and this is the statement that I'm going to pass here is authenticated, is authenticated. I'm going to give state dot out dot is authenticated, and now here to not connect it basically to the Redux state store, we can say connect, and here we're going to pass here map state to props, and the component that we are mapping is checkout. The patterns, let me minimize so that I can access things quite easily. So src, and now this should be app.js. First of all, let me import these necessary components. These are very, very important components. First of all, let me import sign up. Yeah, it has worked now. And also let me import login. I don't know why it's not. I want to use to just type, and it brings login as well. Let me see if I had exported login. Yeah, it is here. Basically you need to open that component for it to to appear to automatically
field here. Let me just be opening so that it can make my work easier. Also for the logout, let me say import logout, and also let me import which other component, protected route, and then here let me say protected route, and another thing is let me see. Yeah, verify email. Verify email, and also we need to have the profile. Let me see the profile. And I believe they are all. Let me see, let me just try to split it so that login, sign up, login, logout, protect, verify email. Don't know where, but let me see. I can say import first of all, let me import this hook. Use dispatch. Use dispatch from React. Do I have it here? Yeah, it's fine. And also we can import let me import load user from what? From Redux, sorry. Redux and actions and auth actions. Let me confirm something. Auth actions to yeah, so basically it's here. Let's use it there. And what else do I need to import here? Now basically here at the app we can do what we can also have. Let me just import it here at the top. Let me say const dispatch a variable, like to create a variable for dispatch. Do I have something like a dispatch? Because it's giving me the suggestion dispatch. It seems I had so dispatch, I'm going to give it a variable. Let me see first of all. I think it's okay, yeah. And dispatch, then I'm going to say use a dispatch function, like that variable is going to be for that function. Let me hope I haven't used a dispatch somewhere, because there's no way it can. And then also we need to create also another, to use the set const the one that I will use is the other side. In fact, let me just copy. This is authenticated. And also I'm going to pass is set, like set is authenticated to be false. use state should be false. Should be false, and then somewhere here at the bottom, somewhere like here, let me say use effect, and in this use effect, I'm going to use an arrow function here, and what am I going to say? I'm going to dispatch now to the Redux store. So I'm going to pass that load user, and it's fine. And then let's another argument here. I'm going to pass here dispatch, that variable there, that dispatch, and so now for the components there at the bottom, for here at the bottom, I can simply say, let me add in another. So guys, basically let me undo here. Let me just copy this part where I can easily, but then let me I'll do Control B so that I can see my things very well. Shift Alt, then let me duplicate several. Protected route here. Yeah, protected route. So guys, ensure that you've passed everything inside these are protected route. Like that, and I believe it's fine. And then now for these other ones, it's quite easier. This first one we can say logout. For example, logout. Login. Yeah, let me use login. This one I'm going to use the login component. And then for sign up, I'm going to use sign up component. And for the logout, I'm going to use the logout component. Then for profile, let me say user. Okay, let me just say profile. User profile. What else have I missed? I think they are all. Oh yeah, verify email. Verify email. I'm going to use for the verify email, I can simply use what? Okay, verify email. Verify email, and I think everything is fine. So I think we need to also display the pages here there at the top, like the login, logout, the login and the logout components. Now, so guys, basically I have a feeling like, for example, in the event we want to, like, we can display like the login, logout forms, and for example, we'll not want to display like something like a login when the, like, I will not want to display the login when the user is logged in. So basically we can try to implement that that part. So for example, let me create here
that function as a variable is authenticated, and here I can say like in the event it is authenticated, the user is authenticated, then I can simply do what? I'm going to pass here my component for the is authenticated, and an example is, let me just use for example this cat. I can add in another one. So one will be for cat, not cat actually. One should be for, this one should be for login. Actually, basically when it is logged in, then basically it's going to display the when is authenticated, then it can display the profile. Let me add in the profile and also logout. Should I display also the logout here? Profile, and then this one is going to be profile path, and also it can display the the logout. Let me just add here logout. Logout here is going to be logout. In the event the user is authenticated, but in the event the user is not authenticated, then we can simply do what we can simply by adding now this colon, then we can now add also this field. Let me just copy, and then I will display what? Login. Should I display login and what? Let me just display login. Login, yeah. Let me just say login. Then here I'm going to use the login. And yeah, so basically guys, I see I have an issue here. Now let me just check. Let me just check on it, and so I think first of all, let me go to my store. And yeah, by the way, there are some things that are missing here, like yeah, basically we need also to add in that auth reducer here. Yeah, so guys, basically here I need to include let me include the auth. Let me add auth, and for auth I'm going to give it auth reducer. But then I need to have imported here at the top first of all. So let me say let me say import auth reducer. First of all, I think I should have let me click on it. I realize that once you open it, then it can auth reducer. So once you open it, then you can easily use it. Import auth reducer, yeah, there, from there. And then now here you can just use auth reducer. Make sure it ends with a comma like that. And so once I have it, then I should basically do what I've passed here, apply middleware thank, and the compose dev tools. I'll pass it here as well. Okay, like so that I may not bring confusion, let me just remove that one.
Then I can here apply middleware. I'm going to just pass in thank like that. And I see there's an issue here. Import our auth token. Import set auth token. Yeah, this is fine. Set auth token. So the error should have disappeared. Error in auth actions. So guys, basically here, let me just use navigate instead. Navigate instead of redirect. I think it depreciated. Navigate, and let me see if that error will still appear. Now let me just remove this this one to be at the root here at the CRC. Let me move it here, there, and then I'm going to refactor it. So it is now at the root utils redux, and now for the actions, let me see first of all if I'm still getting the error. Let me open first of all that actions, auth action. That's the one that has issues. Auth actions. Actions is here at the top. Auth actions. Auth actions, and where was I? Login.js. Let me say login. Auth actions, yeah. This one is, I think it's just used it properly. I don't know why it is throwing a lot of error here. Fail to combine. Can't resolve redux action, auth actions. I should have used alert action instead of reducer. Let me just rename to alert reducer. Alert, no, sorry, again I'm repeating the same mistake. Alert actions. Okay guys, let me go to the sign up page and see again what's the problem there. Sign up, and so let me check on the set alert and see what the problem is there. So guys, basically in the app.js also I need to refactor this part where, because I've removed it from the Redux. So at the app.js, let me find where app.js is. Let me refactor. Let me see. And also another issue, let me see in the homepage.js. Also in the homepage.js, I need also to refactor homepage.js, homepage. At the homepage JS and Redux here, let me just okay. So first of all, I think it wants me to open first, so for it to work. So let me open that fetch categories. Like no, let me undo first. Category actions. Category actions. Categories actions, and to the home, I'm going to remove and say fetch category actions, and this one Let me just remove this Redux part, and it should resolve the error. And our else, I think everything now should be fine. Let me see. Yeah, so guys, basically, I think there are issues here with the set alert. Let me go to the set actions and see first of all how it is to the SRC, and then to the actions, alert actions, alert actions. So basically, this is I should have used this reducer the other side, and let me go open. Actually, I think I didn't add to the correct component. Actually, this should be now here. Alert reducers. Alert reducers should be there, and then this let me cut and to the actions, alert actions. Let me come. So this will be here, and then this other one should be in the reducer. Sorry. Now this should be here, and then guys, basically here I think I should have changed. Let me now to this one. I think let me just export it directly. Let me just use just default. Let me use the arrow function instead. So let me say const. I'll export it just a normal as a normal component for easier. So export default. Alright, let me just call it. Let me just use the normal function, but now in this function I can just call it alert reducer alert reducer, and yeah, alert reducer this way, and okay guys, let me just use the normal let me just use an arrow function. So alert reducer, let me assign it to what, to these are functions like a state. I'm going to give it initial state and then actions. Then here let me just use an arrow function, and then I'm passing my it should be const now, const. Yeah, so guys, basically I'm using it as a normal normal arrow function here, and return state. Now let me export it. So export default, export default, and then alert reducer. Let me see first of all if the error has disappeared. And then now the issue that I'm getting in types. Let me go to the types and see first of all it is working well. So let me go to the actions and see. Oh yeah, now because I removed that function actions from the Redux folder, so I need to have modified here. Basically it was compiled successfully. Like you can see here, by this endpoint, I didn't work on it. So basically I need to work on this endpoint. So basically I'm going to the okay, first of all let me go to my backend. And let me find the user. Perhaps let me just call it, for example, user details view set. And in this case, guys, I want to import. Let me first of all import some module here at the top. So let me say from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated and so that's what I'm going to pass here. And first of all, I'm going to use this API view class where the user details. So instead of this here, I can use now the API view, and also for permission classes, I'm going to give it that one that we've imported is authenticated. Of course, we are going to work on the settings in a few. And then now here, we can now create a function get, and here self to inherit to be a method, and request. First of all, let me delete this one. And here I'm going to define the user. User is going to be a request because we are receiving from the backend request dot user. We are receiving from the front end, sorry. So and then a serializer a variable serializer. I'm going to use a user. Oh, by the way, guys, I had to import here at the top user view set. Let me just say user because I modified it. Okay, yeah, it's just user serializer. Yeah, it's just user serializer. This is the one that I've modified from the same package. So I'm going to be user serializer, but I want to only use the user. I want to use the user, and then it will return response. It will return first of all a response from React REST framework, and I'm passing serializer data and also status. I'm going to give it status dot http. For 200 is okay. I think this one okay. And we can now try to do it. We can now create the endpoints here and the URLs. So first of all, let me remove this one. Let me remove that one, and here I can create another path. Let me use the exact sorry, to the reducers, and no, let me see. To the actions, should be the actions, right? Auth actions, and let me copy this endpoint. Where was I? URLs. This one, and the view is going to be okay. First of all, let me import here at the top user details view set, and here I can say user did I import it here? Oh, first of all, a comma, I forgot a comma, and then a user detail view set. Also, because it's a class, so we have to use this function as view, and then now we can also have the name. So name
The name can be anything. Perhaps which name should I give it? Let me just use a user detail. Yeah, user detail. And now basically here at the backend, at the settings, basically, let me go to the settings, projects, and settings. Now guys, basically here the project settings, there the REST framework. I need to add in another field as well. So the REST, it should be here at the top, right? I should be here at the top. And from this REST framework, first of all, ensure that you have this REST framework symbol JWT authentication. But now we need also to add in another one for classes. So let me say default underscore permission. So default permission classes I can give it what? I can give it okay, REST. By the way, let me just search. Let me just go to the documentation and REST framework. REST framework. Let me get this documentation here on the permission so that I can just copy. Yeah, here it is. So let me just copy. Let me just copy this part and and let me use it here. Yeah, but I'm using it as a, let me just use it as a tuple, as a tuple. Yeah, this way guys, and perhaps let me try to do what? Is it migration or a make migration? Let me see first of all, make pymanage.py, make migrations. There's no migration actually. First of all, basically there's an issue here at the where are the views. So it should be user serializers, and let me just copy that. Let me check on the URL parts. Basically, let me see. I cannot import name from code.serializers in the so it should be user serializer. Sorry, basically this is the error. User serializer, yeah, it's fine. Let me now try to make migration, but I think I had made earlier. No changes detected. Now let me migrate. Let me migrate, and I think there's also no migrations. Manage.py run server. Manage.py run server. Okay, so basically also there's a typo. Manage.py run server instead. So basically in the store function, where is that store file in the front end? Actually, let me minimize. Then to src should be in the redux, then a store. Okay, so guys, let me just create a new one. Perhaps let me add in a comment and say compose the enhancers. Compose the enhancers and const
compost enhancers. Compost enhancers, I'm going to assign here to compose function, compose, and I'm going to pass here. Let me just add here, and also this one. And then so now here at the crate store, I can simply do it. I can just pass this root reducer and compost enhancers. Yeah, so guys, basically I need to have imported the compose here at the top. Compose and but there is something also that I need to have imported, because I need to import also the alert. Let me say alert reducer. Yeah, alert reducer that way. And module not found types in reducers. Here should be set alert actually. Here should be set alert. That should be set alert. I think there was a typo, but now at this one it can't resolve import set alert from let me undo from this is the reducer, so I should have specified first of all two dot and then actions, then first of all let me see actions. Where was I? Actions, sorry, first of all the forward slash like that, then actions, then types. Yeah, basically it has compiled very well. So guys, basically I'm getting this error here. I think let me in the store let me try to use a different way to see if it will solve the error. So let me find where the store is. Yeah, basically, or let me minimize close other sections so that you can have few things, may not to be confused like the other time. So basically to the Redux, then to the store. Now let's try to look on another way on how we can solve this issue. So const, let me create for initial state this initial state. First of all, let me see. Yeah, initials initial state. Let me initialize it with an empty object, with an empty set. And so for, let me also create another one for middleware variable. For middleware, I'm going to assign it to thank, and now for the compose enhancers here, I'm basically going to pass in what let me use this window dot Redux DevTools extension compose, this one, and so as a function, then I'm going to pass in that
set, and here. Now, first of all, let me say I should have begun with First of all, let me undo. So basically here, I can simply say here, it's going to check window dot underscore redux devtool extension compose, and then I'm passing the set, just this one, and it's going to check first of all that one, then I can now pass in what compose. Let me see if this way will resolve. And so basically in this case, and also now to the create store, No, this should be okay. Sorry, basically here should be, I should have used here so that we may not have this one just as a variable here. Yeah, this way. And now to the store here, I'm going to pass in what? I'm going to pass in, let me try to, okay, now they pass in the root reducer and also initial state, and I can also pass in the compose enhancers. But now inside it, I'm going to pass in apply middleware, and middleware, and then I can now export. I think okay, let me remove this unused import. And so guys, basically it's not returning the backend. Now I think it has an issue to do with the backend layer to the authorization. You can see here API auth user is not. So guys, basically in this case we can try to override some permissions with by setting the permission classes. Let me go to my view sets. Let me go to the backends, and then to my core, then to the to views, and first of all let me import the package. Let me just say from REST framework, sorry, permissions import allow any, and so in this case we will have like to set permission, for example something like let me see the, okay, so like for example the product view set, we can add in these permission classes. We can assign it to allow any. Let me first of all refresh. Yeah, now I can see the products, but now I cannot see the categories. So also for the categories, let me also add in to the to a category view set. Let me see where else I should have included. Let me see. I think those are the only important, like a configuration. Let me refresh and see. Yeah, so now basically I can see the categories now. I can see the categories working fine. And of course we shall style it a bit later.
Let me now go to the checkout, and or perhaps let me click on this add products to the cart. Then let me refresh. Now when I click on the checkout, basically it has an issue. There's a problem here. So basically in this case, let me see, route is only ever used in the child of routes. Yeah, basically we need to define the child routes so that we may be able to pass now now let me access the protected component. Let me close this page first to the SRC and to the to what? To the protected routes. Now to the protected route, let me just make it simple and let me, instead of using this route, let me just make it simple. Let me just make it simple, and here I'm going to say protected route const protected. Okay, let me just try to do React arrow function this way, and so here I should have included now the conditional rendering. Now here I'm going to say if I should implement the conditional rendering here. So like if, so basically I need to pass here a prop. This is authenticated. Is out. Let me just copy from the app.js because you need to use the exact names. Is authenticated. I'm going to pass it as a prop and also children. Let me say children. Children. Sorry. Yeah, children. And yeah, it's fine. So if is authenticated, then if it's authenticated, then we should like no, in the event it's not, sorry, in the event the user is not, remember this exclamation or process, this statement is authenticated. Now this is not, like in the event the user is not authenticated, then we need to like return navigate to, then we can specify the path to, and to login, and let's close. And here we are going to do what we are going to return. So here is just symbol. Let me just say return. We don't need we can now return what we can return the return. Sorry, return children, and we're exporting the default. And so guys, basically in the app.js here, let me see first of all my code. Let me By the way guys, here the implementation wasn't correct because these props should be used here at the checkout. Here, there are the checkouts, and by doing this, I think it should resolve the issue. Guys, let me try to see where the is authenticated I defined there at the top. Oh yeah. So basically here at this, let me just define it as a normal because it's displaying this error. Let me just use it as let me say const and is authenticated. Let me just use it just as a normal variable. Then I'm going to assign it to use selector.
I think I should have imported there at the top first of all that hook, and they use selector hook. I'm going to import it in a few, or maybe let me just do it now. Use selector, use dispatch from React Redux. I can also use selector instead from that React Redux. And then here, where was I? Okay, yeah, use selector. I use a selector function here, and then what I'm going to pass in is a state. I'm going to use this function state, state dot out dot is authenticated. Let me terminate. Actually, to this is to get the authentication state of the Redux. Let me see once again. Let me try to refresh, and let me go to the cart. Then to the checkout. I still get the error. Oh, guys, basically there is an issue here because we are using it as a prop. I should have defined it this way. Sorry. Yeah, this way. And if is authenticated, then I return again to the login. Then I here, okay, children, and protected route. So let me see if the error has. Yeah, guys, basically it has worked finally. I think that was the only issue. So let me try again. So I wanted like you can't access that page unless you have done what you have signed in. Like you can't access the checkout page. Like when you try to access the logout page, it's going to first of all need you to add in your credentials. And now I have this login form. Perhaps I could create here at the bottom a text that says, if you do not have an account, click here to register. So basically, let me go to the front end and to the components and that the login. Then let me wrap everything in a fragment. Let me wrap in the return because React only allows you to like to use one parent element. So I should wrap everything inside a fragment like that. And then here at the bottom, I think after the form, I can simply say, don't you have an account? I've just used a paragraph tag. Don't you have an account? Then I've attached here a link, and I've said, click here to register. Basically, I've used here a link, and the color. Sorry, basically, let me remove this property, nav link. So class name is text primary, and text is actually text is primary, that's blue. Then the form or maybe the component is sign up. Then I click here to register. Let me see. Yeah, it's fine now. Now let me try to click on it. So it's going to take me to the registration form where I can add in the name and any email. Then for example, my password. And you can click if you are a vendor or not. Now guys, basically I've used a different email. Now when I click on register, I'm getting the bad request. So basically now for proper debugging, I think we need to use, we can use the login. We can use the login for debugger, like it's a package in Python that handles the login. If you do not have, you ensure that you've installed. I think it usually come with a Python. So ensure that first of all here at the top you've imported the login. Just say import login, and so we can
create a variable for that login. Perhaps let me call it a logger. I'm going to assign it to login dot get logger and so guys, basically to now first of all let me ensure that I have some space there. And then first of all, let me here once we just get the request, we need to display here logger dot debug and they should be sign up request received and here I can use a placeholder and here I'm going to display the data request that's post request dot data and also we can also add in another logger. So if not email or not password, basically here I can also add in the logger to get the error. So logger, in the event we have errors, logger dot error, and it will display the error. Perhaps let me call it sign up failed. Then I can say perhaps missing fields. In the event like we don't have the email and the name, it will tell us missing fields. Otherwise, it will return error. All fields are required. That's the JSON response now. Then a status is going to be. Let me just. So status is going to be that one. And then also on this user, we can also create. We can also, let me try to create also another conditional statement here. So for example, if user dot object, we want to check if the user is signed in or not. So if user dot object dot filter and we are filtering the email to email then dot exist we can do it. We can simply say add in the logger here. First of all, logger and then here is going to say error and it's going to say for instance sign up failed and I'm going to say email already exist. Then I here can return a response. Return the response from REST framework. And then it's going to display here the error and the value here is going to be email address already registered and status is going to be bad request, right? Status is going to be status dot 400 for bad request. Yeah, for bad requests. And okay. So basically this is a dictionary, and I should have closed here. And here at the end, let me remove that extra curly braces. Now I should have included also here the logger. So logger dot debug, and here I can simply say user created successfully. And I can add here the placeholder so that then I can simply return the user there. It will display the user there, and also we can basically this is like the placeholder. This user is going to be displayed here, the user created successfully, then it's going to be displayed here so that we can track, we can see the name of the that email, the user. And then also then it's going to return the response message. It's going to be user created successfully, please confirm your email address to complete the registration. Yeah, so and in the exception we can simply say logger dot error, and then I can simply say here sign up failed, and also we can display here the error but as a placeholder, and then here I'm going to display that exceptional. Remember we used this as an alias E, so I'm going to say here E, and so now let's try with an email that is already exists. For example, let me try name tech, this one, and the password, let me add here my password, and let's see. So you can see a sign up failed email already exists. So basically this is a very wonderful debugging tool that this logger, we can easily proceed well and see, instead of just saying bad requests, you can simply know what is the issue, because we've added steps for debugging on this view function. So because that one exists, let me try to create a new one, so that let me try a new email here. Let me try this email, and the password is the same, and what here also this one says the email already exists. The email already exists. Now let me try here an example. Let me just use let me use here example, the one that is not available. Let me, for example at gmail.com. Let me see. Sign up failed, account activation email. So basically on this one we basically need to update that function to send the email, because we are using the we are using the front end, we are using React. So we can simply update that function, so that instead of using the HTML, it's going to focus on the backend. So now to the models. Let me go to the models and I try to update. Let me try to update where I have included that one for sending the activation email here at the user. This is a user model, and here basically let me try to update this send activation send activation email. And in this one guys, I'm going to do what I'm going to, so current site is going to be, I'm going to use this function to get the current site. Remember we imported there at the top. Then the email subject is going to be activate your account, and then a message. Now message, this feed, first of all, let me remove, because we are not using this HTML. So here I'm going to say you ID. I'm going to assign here to that URL safe base 64 encode. Then I'm going to pass in what false false byte, and in it I'm going to pass here self and .pk .pk and also now for the token. Remember, it's a token based authentication system, it's not a session based. So token, I'm going to say token is going to be account activate token dot make token, and then I'm going to pass here self and activation link underscore link. Activation link, I'm going to use a formatted string here, and then I'm going to say HTTP and localhost, or whichever endpoint, localhost port 8000. Now this is for front end is 300. Okay, let me just use this one. Okay, let me just use it the way it is, and in case it fails, then I'll share update. So for verify email, it will be verify email. It will be verify email / and I'm going to use here a variable, and then I'm going to pass here UID and token token and then at the message is going to be, let me use a formatted string as well, greetings, and then I'm going to pass here a variable self dot name, so that you can capture the name, and then for example, hello Nehemiah, then we can use here a special character, like to break a line, to break a new line, and then we can break at least 2 lines, so I'll use 2 special character. Then I'll say please click the link below to activate your account. Then to make it into a new line, we shall use a new line break here, then perhaps 2 line breaks, and I can pass here a variable for activate link, and then also a new line break, and then I can say, for example, thank you, thank you or something. This is fine. And and then so we need to have imported the send email here at the top, because we are not using this one. Let me just say from Django, sorry, .co .mail import send mail, and so once we have it, then we can call that function with so let's call that function with what? Let's call that function send mail, and the mail subject, we're passing there the mail subject, and message, we are passing the message, sorry, just that variable message, and the email, the admin email, or the email that I sent in. For example, we can say nametech or admin.nametech or whichever nametech. For example, okay, nametech.ke at gmail.com. Then I can pass here self. Okay, so at the end of the string there, self dot email, self dot email. So guys, basically let's try to update now the front end. So front end, and that component for verify email, we need to update it. First of all, let me see if the imports are fine. Yeah, they are good. And here we are passing verify email, and perhaps let me also include the message hook. So let me say const, and here I'm passing what message comma set message So I'm going to use here this hook, use state should be use state, and I'm going to initialize it with email verification email verification in progress. Email verification in progress. And then now in this use effect, what I do, let me just say this. Let me just say const verify and like a variable, and then I'm going to use async, and these are verify email. Let me remove this one here. Verify email function, I'm going to pass these arguments inside parameters UID, and another one was token comma. Okay, so yeah, basically I forgot here, because this is async, and we need to use here an arrow function, and another one we can say, for example, let's add in here variable also for the result const, and I'm going to say result const result, and in this result I'm going to use await and verify So basically it should be await verify. Here let me use parenthesis. I forgot it. And so here should be verify email, verify email. Then I'm going to pass these arguments in the inside. Yeah, like that. And okay, like that. And so result is going to be stored, like it's going to await to verify, like it's going to access from that action, verify email, and we are passing this one. And also, if let's try to implement here an conditional handling. So if a result dot success, then we can update now the set message to set message. In the event the result was success, then we can set the message here to thank you for your email, or maybe for verifying your email. For now you can thank you for verifying your email, or something email. Now you can log in to your account, and something like that. And let me terminate. You can log into your account, and then otherwise else is going to say set message, and here I'm going to say activation link is invalid. Activation link is invalid. And let me terminate here. And here I'm going to pass this. First of all, let me call that function. This is a verify function first. So I'm going to say verify, and yeah, let me just call it. And also I'm going to initialize, like to pass these values here, like to initialize it with the verify email, this UID, and then a token, and it can return let me use here a h2. Email here you can just say, for example, email verification, or maybe in progress. That's fine. And then okay, so basically here I should have used something like a paragraph tag, and I need to display here the message, like in the event it was success, the message will be here in a paragraph. I'm going to pass here the message, and yeah, this is fine. This is really fine. And this connect, remember, it helps us to connect these component to our Redux to our Redux store. And let me just be sure. from the actions, let me just be sure that I have that action, auth actions. In the auth actions, for the email, let me see the email to verify the email. Yeah, so for email, it is fine. But then let me first of all work on the activate function. Activate function. So basically, I need to like update it. So let me go to my activate function. Yeah, here it is. Let me be sure that I have everything in order. So so self requests. Now basically, okay, yeah. And the token. So these are the arguments that I'm going to use. Then I'll try. Okay, UID is going to be these force enter. These are the arguments that I'm passing in the values, and this is fine. Then a user is going to be user object that get a primary key UID, and except exceptional handling here. The event doesn't exist. For the route, let me check. Let me check. Okay, the app.js, and up at the bottom there, verify email. We're going to be verify email, but also we need to include that UID, UIDB64 / also the token. Yeah, this is fine. And so the component is verify email, and I believe everything should be fine. Let me try again and see. Okay, the email already exists. Now let me try a new email here, like for example, talk. Let me try this one. Unauthorized. So basically, the post was successful. The post method was successfully, because now I can see we have what we have this post. We have like a 200 status, and I can see here on my email. On my email, I have received here an email for the activation link. And guys, I've just realized that most of you will encounter errors, especially accessing like your database backend, or maybe relationship. You might have the the foreign key constraint or something like that, because now we've updated. Now in our models, like in our settings, we are using this. Like let me go to the settings, backends, then to the projects, then to the settings. Now here, because we introduced this author user model, so basically it might interfere, because initially we had the default user model. So I think the best way for us to be on the same page, and if you do not want to like have any issues, so I think what I'll do, let's just delete the this SQLite database. Remember, the SQLite database is stored here at the root, like in the same file, the same project. It's not like MySQL or something. Remember, all those databases are just stored here as a file. I've just used here some extension to manage this stuff. Extensions are available here. Then I just search for SQLite. I'm using the database management system called the SQLite, and I've imported this. I installed this as SQLite viewer, and also I also installed this one, and these are very useful. I don't know how I installed this one. This is for this is the SQLite, but this is not specifically for this integration. So let me uninstall this one. But ensure that you have SQLite viewer and these are the one tools, and so that you can be able to do it, so that you can be able to access, or maybe to, where was I, so that you can be able now to see your database. Now, because we've done a lot of changes here, and I know it will throw a lot of errors, and because we don't have like a sensitive data here, we can simply do it, clear everything. So I'm going to clear this database. Let me just delete permanently this database. Oh, it seems it's failing. So what I'll do, let me close the project, and let me delete via this side backends, and then we have the SQLite 3. Though we will not have anything. Remember, the front end is fetching the backend, so it means that it's going to like clear everything there. And so in this case, when I try to open VS Code, and then let me and then another thing, guys, that you can do is to another thing that you can do is to clear the migration folders. You can clear everything, like, sorry, you can clear your migration there, but ensure that you have this init file. It shows that that's a package. Ensure that you have init file inside this migration folder, and then so we've cleared the database, we've deleted the database and everything. So let me cd to the backend, and then env to activate the virtual environment scripts, then backslash activate. So the first thing that I want to do, I'm going to say py manage.py make migrations, and so it's going to create all these models. Now it's going to like create all these fields from the very scratch. So we can do it once we've make migration. Actually, to make migrations, like to create now the tables, like as to make Django aware that we have created these new tables. So the next thing now is to migrate now to the database now, so that we can access now the database here, like and all those fields and stuff. So what I'm going to do is to just run py manage.py migrate, then it's going to migrate everything. But remember, it's going to clear now our models. So when you go to the backend, like for example, when I try to refresh here, you can see now it's blank. In fact, let me go to the front end, and then do cd front end. So it's going to clear everything here. So let me do npm start. Npm start. So we are not going to have the products there and the categories or anything. Everything is going to be plain. So you can see we don't have anything here. And in fact, you can't even access the the backend. In fact, when we try to access the backend here, like at the admin, we'll not have access to it. Sorry, let me now start the server, because we've done the migrations here. I need to run the server. Migrate. Not really migrate, actually should be a run server. We are using the local environment. So we are running the server, local server, and now when we try to access the admin, anything that we try to use here, it won't work. you can see it is going to tell me that there's an error, like everything is now from scratch, like it's cleared. So if I want to access the admin, I need to create here a new super user. Let me first of all CLS to clear, and yeah, so basically let's try to create a new user, like to create a new super user. A super user is a user who can access everything, can delete, can do any other operation there, can do the CRUD operations at the backend. So let me say pymanage.py, then create super user, and the email I can use, for example, nametech.ke@gmail.com, and then the name is going to be Nehemiah Wekesa, and then a password. Let me add in my password. And then let's rerun the server. And then let's try to access the backend. So it was this one. Let me try to log in. Yeah, so guys, now I can access the backend, but now you can say I don't have anything. When you go to the products, there's nothing. When you go anywhere, there's nothing at all. Users, just this one user that we've just created. Let's try to create a new user here. Let's go to the login, then I'll try to register here, new user, name, then the email address. Let's try to use a different email. This user. And now guys, basically for it to like get the notification, we basically need this file, like because here the email, because we implemented like the the confirmation, like I need to confirm the email to validate the email. So here the projects at the settings, we added these email settings. So ensure that in your Django.env, you have the credentials for like the email and the password. Remember this for demonstration. And so ensure, because I just showed you like you need to install Django.env, and then once you have, then you can have these credentials, the emails and the password. Remember, this is not the login password, the password that you use to create the to create like a login to your account. So let me show you how you can access this application password that you can use it on your application. So what you go to your emails. So you go to your emails, and then you click on the manage your Google account. So when you click on the manage to Google account, then it's going to take you to this page. So the first thing that you want to make sure is to make sure that you have the second factor authentication in your application, like in your account. Ensure that you have the second factor authentication, two-factor authentication enabled. And then another thing, then you can simply search here. You can search for app passwords, and then once you get the app passwords, you need to confirm first of all before you proceed. You need to verify, and then you can create here a new password. They're like a new app password. Let me delete this one, but this is just for demonstration. At the end of the session, I'll delete. So let me call it, for example, Django, or any name. You can give it just any name. They are going to provide you with the app password. Then here it is, and I can use it now here at the backend here. I can now add it. Like these are sensitive credentials. For example, these are secret key. I decided not to use it directly in the settings. Remember, this one is an open source. I'm sharing on YouTube. That's why I'm exposing everything. But ensure, if you have a project for production, ensure that you're using this os.get then you're going to pass here the secret key. Basically, I was trying to say use the .get.env. Let me show you how you can access. I showed you earlier, but you can go here to Django dot env, Django.env, and you can go here or anywhere where you have the documentation. So this is how you install it, and then once you've installed it, then you can import. I think this is not a proper documentation. Let me see this one. Okay, this one I think it is depreciated. But you can find any documentation, like for instance, this one. I think at this site usually have better documentations. Yeah, so you can install this way. Then to use it, for example, on your .env file, you can add in your sensitive credential. For example, if it were on our case, for example, something like these Mpesa credentials, or whichever thing like this sensitive information, you're going to add it to the .env, and then you can just use that .env, the environment variable, so that instead of like exposing your credential, for example, if you'll be pushing your project on GitHub, you don't want like to expose your sensitive credentials. And so once you do that, then to import it, you can just load it. You can go to your top there of your settings files, then you can import there at the top. There at the top, you can simply do it. You can import this .env. Then to use it, you can just load this load underscore .env. And then how to use it, you can use it this way. For example, this way here. And by the way, here I can add in more fields. Here to the like it could display is admin, is admin, also is vendor, and so forth. So let me see the fields to display there. Let me go to where to the core, and then to not here. Alright, yeah, basically the fields to display here is admin. I can also include is vendor. Is what is let me copy this. All right, so basically list filter here, I think I should let me see something. Email name, and is admin. I could also add in is sorry, so is admin. This is fine, but I could also add in is staff, is vendor. Oh, basically is let me begin with the name. Let me begin with the name, email, then is admin, is staff, and let me see. Let me refresh here. Yeah, so you can see now we know if it is, like we have like extra fields there. Now guys, what you do, go to your settings, project settings, and then ensure here you also have like from REST framework authentication. We can also have the token authentication. So we can as well allow the this authentication. So I'm going to use here also the token authentication. Remember, it should be a string. So this way, token authentication, and ensure that you also have this in the default permission classes. Ensure that you're using also the is authenticated. And then one more thing that we need to have at the setting there at the top, you need to import also a REST framework from the REST framework. From the REST framework dot auth token. Auth token. And once you do this, ensure that you make migration. First of all, ensure that you migrate, manage.py migrate. Yeah, it is. I've included like the from the REST frame. Okay, yeah. Basically, I think this the mistake. Should be from the REST framework. From the REST framework dot authentication dot token authentication. Yeah. So yeah. So basically, this one, and then you migrate. First of all, let's try. So already for me, I think I had done the migration. And then, so another thing, let's go to our views, core, and to the views. And basically, sorry, not this one, should be the views. Now to the views and to, first of all, this, like this user detail view set. First of all, permission classes, we are going to use this is authenticated. Ensure first of all that you have imported there at the top is authenticated there. And then another one we need to import. We can as well use the permission class, not permission class, the authentication classes. Perhaps this one should be here at the top. Authentication classes. I'm going to use the token authentication. Let me try to import it here at the top. Anywhere, perhaps here. So let me say from REST framework dot dot contrib. Is it from? It should be from the token. This token really from REST framework framework authentication. Yeah, I think authentication. We can import token authentication. So once we have that token authentication, then here we can add authentication classes. We are going to use that. We are going to use which one? We are going to use that token based, the one that we've used here, the token, the one that we've imported, the token authentication. And then now, yeah, this is fine. And also another thing, let's see on the login views, and these are login views here. Sorry, and these are login view. Ensure that the permission classes on the login view is allow any. By the way, I think I should also include this on alls, like let me add in on all views. Let me add in on all views. And then okay, not here. Okay, let me just add here. Let me include it on all. Let me see if it's possible. Permission classes allow any. Yeah, let me try to add on all. I don't know if it's possible. Okay, no, not possible. Yeah. Let me add on all. On all, basically we shall revert to it later and check to know where we need this permission, but at the moment let me just add it everywhere, so that because it's still in the development. Yeah, finally we've finished. So now what we are going to do next is to update let me first of all see this permission class here, and log out. There's also a permission class, and now to the login view, we can try to update. We can update, like for example, if like instead of having, let me try to add in like a more robust logic. Okay, let me try to say, for example, if if user is not none, and also, so we can also combine with this and, so that you can check both. It's not none and what, and user dot the user is active, right? Is active, then we can do it. We can simply say, like we can allow login. Remember, we installed we imported that login there at the top. We imported the login here from the Django contrib auth. We imported the authenticate login in the logout. So I'm going to call that login. Login, and in this login, I'm going to pass in the request from the user, and then also we are passing we are passing what? We are passing also the user. And after we get the user, then we can have the token. Let me create a variable for token, and created. So in case they've logged in, the token will be created. So I'm going to use that token. I'm going to use a token, and by the way, I need to import the token there at the top. Should be from let me add it here, from Django, not from Django. The token should be from REST framework, right? From REST framework dot auth token. Yeah, auth token. Yeah, here, this one dot models import token. Yeah, token. So here we can pass here token dot so token dot should be dot object, right? Yeah, objects dot get or create. Yeah, get or create in the event they have the token, it will use it. In case they don't have, like, it will generate. So I'm going to say user I'll assign to user, and then we need to return a response. We are using the REST framework response. Sorry, first of all, it should be return response, a response, and in this response, what are we going to pass in? We are passing that, let me say token is going to be that token, but specifically the key. the key, token key, and the message will be message will be I think login successful or something, login successfully, login successfully, and I think this should be fine. I think this should be fine. And let me see these other. Yeah, this is like, but in the event we don't have those credentials, we're going to return this response invalid credentials. So I think at this juncture it's fine. Now the other thing that let me confirm the URLs. So basically we have this endpoint here for user detail view set. We have that endpoint, and also let me see the serializers for the user serializer. Oh yeah, so basically ensure that on the serializers you have these fields. So for me I opted to have these fields for ID, email, password, name, with vendor, agent, date, then extra arguments. We are using this password, and it's write only true, and this is a function now to create that, like to create the user. Whenever we receive the user, we need to create and add it to the database. So this function is for doing that. And so another thing that we need to check is at the at the front end. Let's make sure that the configuration there is really fine. So let me find the utils actually to get the token, and are these utils, what could be the, I think it's implemented correctly. It's implemented very well. Unless instead of calling a function inside another function, we could as well just pass direct that token as an argument there inside, like we have just one function. Should we do so? Let me do so. I'll just pass in token token and is it really, let's check to make sure that it's really fine. So the implementation there is fine, I think. And let's check on the auth actions. Auth actions, let me so first of all, we're importing these actions for communicating with the backend, and types and everything is fine. Now the load user, let's see the implementation of the load user. It is just implemented very well, and so yeah, it's fine. And yeah, this is fine. Then I think we need to update now the local storage. We need to update it to set the token in the local storage. So basically what I'll do, before we dispatch, I'm going to update the local storage dot set item and we are adding the token and also the res dot response data dot token like to be in the to be stored like in the local storage there. And then also we need like at the set auth token, we are going to call it with res dot data dot token and then now we can call that dispatch. So I think that this is very important. We do this like first of all, this one is to set the token in the headers, and this one is to store the token in the local storage before we dispatch. And in the event we have the errors, in the event we have the errors, then it's going to catch. Remember, we are utilizing the exceptional handling, and we are trying to check on the this like it's going to like get the error. So we created a variable for the error so that we can utilize it easily. If errors, then we are going to like display like have an alert of the errors. There we are going to dispatch the alert with the errors therein. Then for the login, let's check on the login. Login is fine. Dispatch, and then our content type, yeah, for the body, email, password. This is login. We basically just need only the email and the password, because that's what we are going to use to authenticate or maybe to sign in. And that is the endpoint. This is the endpoint. Remember, this is a post request, so we are sending the body, of which body is the email, and password of which is the data that we are sending to the backend, and the configuration there. And we dispatch login success in the event it was success. And also the payload is going to be now from, like a payload is, I told you earlier, this is the data we get from the API. And then I think also on this one we need to, just like what we did in the here, we can do the same on the login, on the login before we dispatch. Before we call that dispatch function, we basically need to like update it to the local storage to store like the token in the local storage. And and what we update now the set token, like we try to set the token in the headers as well. And and what else? The logout. Okay, in the event we have the errors, then it's going to catch the errors, then it's going to dispatch what login fail. So for logout, where is the logout? Logout is just symbol, but if we could yeah, I think we should also update the to use remove item, right? Because we are logging out. So in the event we are logging, remember when we log in, we need now to store those credentials. But now, if we are logging out, we basically need to use another method called remove item. The same way we did with the cards. So this is the for removing the card. Perhaps let me add in the spaces. Then we are again going to set the sorry. Before we dispatch this dispatch, let me add it here at the top. We begin by first logging out. We are calling that logout. Then once we log out, we update the local storage. Like we remove the token from the local storage, with this function. And then later we need to remove the. So now this is set auth token. We should give it now none. We should give it none. Yeah, let's remove it. What do we need to import? So basically here, for I can also import this link.
in this React router DOM, I can as well import the navigate. Then now these are login. This is fine, and so here I'm going to pass here is authenticated. I think let me import first of all. Let me first of all import from the auth actions. From auth actions, I'm going to say import login, import login. Import login from action auth actions, and then yeah, it's there already. Okay, sorry, it's there already. So now what we can do next is to like so here we can say is no, I was trying to add the is authenticated, and is authenticated, and then also error. Remember parameters are separated with a semicolon, like with a comma, sorry. And then is authenticated. Let me see something. Yeah, that way. And then form dataset. This is fine. Then email and password we are assigning to the phone. On change, you're going to handle this one, and console submit. On submit, yeah, it's going to trigger this login function. Okay. Now basically here we need to like also add in some like logics in the event the user is authenticated. For example, if the user is authenticated, then we need not to display that login page. We need to direct the user to the we need to direct the user to some page. So I can say return, and then here I can add in that component navigate to and here I'm going to use perhaps home page or whichever page. Or perhaps we shall also create the profiles. We could, for example, once they log in, we can direct them to their profiles or something like that. So this is fine. And I have a feeling that in the event show, yeah, basically, here on the before we submit, we should display here the errors in the event we have the errors. So I'm going to say what error, then going to display error and let me use a paragraph tag, and what, and the error itself, like an error is going to be error. I'm going to pass here error that way, and is everything okay? Oh, sorry guys, basically I should have used the and. Where is the and? This one. And then don't you have an account? So we display some text here like don't you have an account? If they don't have an account, they can like sign up, so they can click here to sign up, and and the logins. So I think on this login we could do more things like a login prop types func required. Then we could also, you pass there also is authenticated because we used it, is authenticated. We need to define the props that we are using. So prop type
prop type is going to be bool, and error is going to be prop type dot string, and yeah, this is fine. And I forgot to add in like the function for like to map okay, so let me create here a function const to map state to props. So const map, let me call it map state, because remember Redux is for state management, but this one is just a normal component. So I want to like map this state the state to now the to props so that we can use it to props, and we'll pass here state function. State, we're creating that state function, and what are we going to pass in the statements? So basically here we are going to pass is authenticated. We are giving it state dot auth and is authenticated, and then also we can pass error is going to be state dot auth dot error. I think it's fine. Then here we can pass in both in the connect. We can pass in instead of null now, we can pass now that map to set props, and then also we are passing this login, and we're exporting this login. Like we want to like connect this login now to our Redux state management or our Redux store. So guys, basically the first thing that we want to do now, because here we are using the custom user, you can see now here at the settings, we are using, where was it? The custom user, I think it's here at the top. We are using the custom user, you can see here. So we need to update now our models so that we can use what this Auth user model, the one that we are using like the customized user. So what I'm going to do, let me go to the models, and then here at the top you can import the settings. So just say from Django.conf import settings. Then now once you've imported the settings, and then for example, if I want to use, instead of like passing the user class like a user field directly here, a user model directly, you can simply use what settings, say settings dot, then you can define what you can let me go to the settings. Where is it? You can copy this variable, this one, where was it? Here, then you paste it there, and then you can do all to all the users. So let me copy like any reference, like any foreign key that refers to the user model. So what I'm going to do, let me product, okay, vendor and category here. So this user, let me just copy every instance that has user in it. I'm not even sure where it ends. Let me see if we have another user here at the bottom. Okay, yeah, basically we don't have another user. So what I'm going to do, let me just paste it there. Yeah, so let me just paste it there. But now I need to add in here a comma at the end here. Yeah, this is fine. So everything is really fine.
as you can tell. Now the next thing now with us, we need to make sure that the views are set correctly. We need to make sure that our views are set, are very, very fine. So let me check on the views. Views. Yeah, login view is implemented very well, and anything here. Now I think the other thing that I need to confirm is the authentication classes in the settings. So in the settings, the authentication classes, so where is it? The authentication classes. So let me just remove this one. Let me just remain with because it's a token based authentication. I don't need this one. Let me remove this one so that we can just stick to one, and also let me remove this as session authentication, and we still remain with this is authenticated, and then the authentication classes is token authentication, token based authentication. And I have a feeling that on this user details view, we need to add in also the logger. So perhaps here I can say logger. Logger, the first one is for debug. Debug what? Debug, and then I can simply say user details view set access or something. That's the first one, and also let me duplicate, and then another one is going to be for, let me use a formatted string. So another one is going to be to display now there. So user details access, and then I could perhaps display. I could display here user, and it's going to be request dot user, and remember the authentication classes here is. Now I have a feeling that on the front end, let's check on the front end. I think the issues could be on the front end. Let me go to the front end, and especially to the set auth tokens. Basically here, but then instead of using this bearer, let me use a token because it's token based. So let me say token. Yeah. Let me use a token, and I think in this case, let me just use let me just use it directly the way it is, token, and then if token, then we are going to use this token, else we are going to do it, we are going to delete. Let's also check on the auth actions. Where is it? Actions here. Auth actions. Let's see. The implementation, I think it's just fine. Want to load the user, it's fine. Everything is fine. First of all, let me check on the URL endpoint. URLs. I think this is where not the URLs for the applications. Yeah, URL is just fine. Activate use. Let's see the tokens. Make hash value self timestamp, then a return 6 text type user.pk plus text type timestamp plus 6 text type
user is active, then yeah, this is just fine. Now let me check on the activate view. This is fine. The activate view is really fine. Let me check now to the app.js UID. Let me just use UID instead of adding this UID, then a token. UID, then a token, then element. We're using this component. Let's check on the verify email component. First of all, we have these effects, and I use set. Then I connect to these. Connect actually basically help us like use the like to pass the to pass like this one help us to like pass the this this is a component based, but now we want to like expose it to the like at the state to now the Redux. Like we want to expose this component like to use the state management to use Redux. So basically that one help us to do that, the connect, then everything is just fine. So basically here I will say let me say you need to verify. Alright, let me just remove this part. Let me just remove this part. And then let me check on the actions. We need to have because here we said like if the result is success, so we need to check if in the auth actions in the sorry let me close in fact this one. Auth actions, where is it? Auth actions. So we need like there at the bottom we need to implement the the success. Yeah, but there we had not like implemented that one, so we need to like update it. So this is the endpoint. The endpoint is just fine. It's just fine. Let me see. Endpoint is fine, and payload type with the email verified, and then but now before we catch the error, we need to like return we need to return here success we give it true. Let me see the spelling success to be true, because here in the email verification we've said like in the event the result is success, then we've updated now the message. So we had to like implement this in the auth actions, like in the event the result is success, we're going to be true. Like in the event the email is verified, success is going to be true. So once it is true, then in the event it's not like anything is not caught up, like for example this we can't retrieve your information with this one, like we can't verify your email address, and success not true, then it is going to catch the error. And once it catches the errors, then we need to update now the message. So message it will be success false, false, and I think everything should be fine. Let me try to start at the front end. I think the back end is fine. Now now let me use this email here. This email here is empty. Let me try to use this email. Just I've created just for demonstration. Let me use this email, and then let me try to log in. Not to create an account rather. And here I'm going to add in Nehemiah Wekesa, but now the email I'm going to use that one, the one that we can see if we will get the notification or not, like the activation link or not. Then
I'm going to register. So so we can get the sign up. You can see the post here is good, but now it is not authorized because we haven't verified. So I can see here the notification that I've received the activation link. So let me check on my email to see. Yeah, you can see it's here now. The activation link is here. So when I click on it, then my email is going to be activated. By the way, in fact, I should also add in this text here. Like you can see when you go to the login, there's this part where do you have an account? Click here. Don't you have an account? Click here to register. I should also add in the same text for login. So I think let me just copy. Let me copy the sign in, the login page component. Copy this text. It helps people to navigate easily. So to the sign up. Sign up. Where is sign up? Here it is. Then there at the bottom, I should say, let me wrap everything first of all inside the fragment. Let me wrap everything inside the fragment, because in React it usually wants you to have the parent element, then one parent element, then a sub elements or a nested elements inside that parent element. Otherwise it will throw an error. Let me say, do you have an account? Then I'm going to say click here to login, so that we can navigate easily. And then here is going to be, is it sign in? Did I use sign in or login? Login. Let me see. In the app.js, which one did I use? Login. Yeah, login. So let me see. And guys, I see there's a problem here, line 1 or 5 or something. Let me check on the auth actions, because it seems that I'm trying to use that res and it's not defined. And probably, let me see. Let me close everything. Then go to, let me go to the auth. Is it? I should go to the auth action actually. Yeah, it was auth actions. Let me see wherever I've used this verify email. Oh, basically in the logout. So basically in the logout, we don't have we are not receiving any a response. So basically this is a res, we do not need it. Let me remove and see if the error will disappear. Yeah, basically the error has disappeared. But now that ID, that token is not working. The verification token is not a verification ID is not working. When you click on the link, I still get the invalid token. So should we add in? I think we should add more login. Let me try to add in some logger so that I can see the detailed error. So here I'm going to say logger dot debug, logger.debug, and let me use a formatted string. And then here I'm going to say activation attempt. Sorry, attempt for UID, and we should now display that. Sorry, we should now display that UID, this one, and token is going to be token. So for example, once we have once we try here, let me also add in the logger here, logger dot debug. Here I'm going to say, for example, let me use a formatted string first, if, and here is going to be user found, and I'll pass here the user, like in the event it was successful, like for example when you try to check on the credentials, it was successful, and then so the user is objects dot get it is fine. Now in the event we have an error like user none, then let's also add in the logger dot debug and let me just say, for example, user does not exist, or decoding. But there I need to use a better decoder. Decoding failed. Yeah, decoding failed. And then so if user is not none, then account activation token token. Then here I think once we save, we can also include also another logger here dot debug. And what are we going to pass here? Let me just say, for example, user activated successfully or something. Successfully, and it will return the response, thank you for doing whatever. Then for example, if here at the else, like in the event, like in the event user is none, the event user is none and the account is not like you don't have the token, then I should display also the logger here dot debug, and I can simply say, for example, activation link is invalid. Activation link is invalid. Now, so guys, let's check on how the token is being generated. Perhaps we could also include the user email and also create the timestamp like to be very unique. So so basically here in the token, I can basically, so here in the return, let me say so text type pk, then perhaps let me try to separate them in in different lines. So like here, okay, let me break them. So the first one is pk user, and then the second one could be, for example, okay, 6 dot text type text underscore type, sorry, so text type is going to be user dot email, sorry, user dot email, then a plus, so it's going to be user dot email, and then user dot email, and so timestamp as well, and text type user is active, then account activation token is going to be account activation token generator here, and I think this should be now unique. It will be very unique. Now the next thing that we could perhaps do, let me check on the models how the emails how we are sending the emails. So let me go to the models and basically this part. So now because of this one I think is not used anywhere, this variable here, or perhaps let me try to use it here. Let me try to use it. Please check the link below to activate your account, to your account, and to your account. Then here I'll add in, for example, site name. So site, okay, let me say site name, site URL, perhaps URL. Then I can include what? I can include that variable current, is it, let me see, current, yeah, current site, yeah. Then also let's break the line by adding new line. And so basically the other thing that we could do here is like, because now the email is going to be sent, like you can see here in the view functions. Let's check on the view functions. In the views, let's like you can see here in the views, like it is in the string format. Basically, using this as false string. So basically, we need to convert like in the token generation, like for us to receive credentials here. Like remember, it is using now the request, but now it's going to send it as an encoded string. So we need to like convert it to be a string. So in this case, guys, I think we need to we need to modify a bit this no, here in the models we need to modify the like we need to modify the this. So we could use a string to convert it to a string. So let me say str, and then I'll pass in these variables here. Yeah, like so that we can convert it to the string. And then so the token, yeah, everything is fine. So the local host port 3000 verify email, and then I think these credentials are very wonderful. Perhaps let's try it that way. So if user is not none, then a token underscore valid, yeah, token valid, I'm going to give it to account activation token check token then user, the token of that user. So that's the variable for the token valid. Then for example, I can include, for example, if token valid, then this is when we can now do what we can implement this one. Like let me try to add the logger here. Like the space here, the white space, like to implement this one, like in the event the user is active, like a valid, like this a valid token. Then we are saving to the database, and then saying user created successfully, and then I return the response. Thank you for your email confirmation. Now you can log into your account. And now you can log into your account. Okay, I think we shall also work on the front end. So, and then also if we can also have an else, otherwise it will display here. yeah, otherwise it will display, let's have an else logger dot error, and the error is going to be token, and say token is invalid. A token is invalid, and then I think the implementation of everything here is just fine. Now let me before we test, let's confirm the URL endpoint. Basically, I think everything is fine with. Let me just confirm. And this is fine, and I believe everything should now work fine. So let me see the auth actions for the email verification. Let me get the auth actions to the SRC, and for no, should be auth actions. Let me see the verification, how we've implemented here. Verify email. Verify email. So basically here it's just fine. Dispatch, try, and it's fine. Then type. Now okay, I type email verified, then raise data. This is fine. So instead of returning this as success, because we want like to use the message from the backend, like the response from the backend, then I think we could basically use just arrays data, like the data we receive from the backend. Like that, then let's terminate, of course, like that. And then in the event there's an error, then we could catch the error. Basically we are dispatching, we are catching the error, and then we are going to dispatch here to this, like the type is going to be auth error. But now instead of like let's create a variable here, const error, perhaps message, error message. I can assign it to error dot response dot data dot message. If we do not have, then it can display invalid link, or maybe invalid activation link here. Invalid activation link. Verification, verify email component. Let me see the implementation here. So I think here we could add in some more logics, like for example, so I could say, for example, if. So basically here I'm passing this is fine. Token, and I'll say, for example, if the response, I'm thinking on a way with that we can get the response dynamically from the backend. So basically here, like from the other side, remember on the auth actions, so I can simply say, for example, if so guys, basically here I could simply say if response Response. Response. Basically here I think I should have given a variable response to make sense. Response. If response dot message and then now we could display the message. Otherwise we could display what? The message if we get like the response from the backend, which means that could be, for example, there is success or something. Otherwise we could say else we could simply say set message to the string activation link is invalid or something like that. Then yeah, so this is great. Now I think what I can do next is to I think everything is fine. Let's try to test. And 1528. Okay, let me see where the result is. Okay, so basically here should be now response. Let me simply say response because we're using now the response. Response, yeah, that's fine. I think the error should have disappeared. Yeah, so let me try to check my backend. Go to the users and let me delete this user. Yeah, so guys, I've just deleted that user and I've created here a new email that we are going to use to test. So here, let me create here an email, Nehemiah Wekesa, my email address, let me use that one. Then my password. And then your vendor, let's try to register. And then it's going to send the activation link here. They're going to send here the activation link. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, so basically let's click on it and so it is returning the activation link is invalid. Let's see in the debug. So guys, basically here at the auth actions, I think here the message, I should have returned here a message because now we are using, I should have said here message and then right there that error message that way. Then so let's see, let me try to delete the user. Let me zoom out a bit. Let me try to delete the user. Though the user is activated, like the token is working, but now the response, the issue is with the response. So let me refresh to clear the token and talk to Wekesa. Let me register and see. So it's going to send here the activation email. Yeah, so basically they are going to send here the email. Yeah, I think they have already sent it here. So let me try to activate. Let me try once again. Invalid activation link. So guys, basically we get this one. I think the issue could be with in our views. Let's go to our views. Oh, basically here I forgot to add in the response. I think this could be the issue. We need to use this JSON response here at the else statement. Perhaps I could simply say invalid invalid. Okay, let me just copy this part. I could have even just typed, I could have finished. Invalid token. Let me try, though I know that link won't work, but let me just try to see like if the error will still persist. Okay, yeah, basically the error has disappeared, so it means that we are good. So the next thing, let me try now. Let me try to delete the user. Then I'll try to recreate the user. Let me refresh so that you can clear the token there. Email talk to a custom password. Then your vendor. Then let me try to register. And then let's see. Yeah, basically it has sent the post request successfully. You can see there is a 200 status code. So let me go to the activate email. There's an email, there's a link that has been shared already. Let's try. And then guys, I think here I could have as well implemented the error like conditional here. So like for example, if user if user dot is active is underscore active, if user is active, then what can we say, like, what can we do? Then here we can pass in now these are statements here. Only if the user is active, otherwise we could simply say else response will be error. Else response, perhaps we could do a dictionary adjacent response, perhaps error user account, user account is not active. Status code will be unauthorized, comma, so status is going to be status dot unauthorized. Unauthorized should be which status code? 401, I think. Yeah. So this is fine. And let's check on the let's check on how we are passing the data. So basically the auth actions, let me check on the basically here you can see like in our URL endpoints, we added like this /, we added like the / here the user, but now here the auth actions I forgot to do so. Ensure that you add in the the / so that it can work well. So basically let me once again try. Let me refresh, delete the user, and then let me refresh as well. Yeah, so let me say here Neymar Wekesa, and then talk to Wekesa. Perhaps let me delete the many emails here first, and then here I'm going to say talk to Wekesa, my password. Now let me try to register. So let's see if the post request is successfully. Yeah, the post request is successfully. And then Here at the inbox, let's refresh. Then let me try. I don't know. Yeah, let me try. It's still saying that the token is invalid. So the status code is 200, which means that is okay. So I think at the front end there is where we have the problem. So I think here at the front end, not here, like in the verify email, I could simply do it. I could simply display the message there, you know, like, let me just do it. Instead of having those things, let me just say, so I'm going to say here set message is going to be, let me just say a result, and then here I'm going to pass here result, then message, result and a message, so that one may not confuse us, because we still have what the implementation there, the auth actions, how it is. Perhaps let me just still use so it's going to, instead of this data straight, let me just use my success. Okay, success here is going to be true, like if the email is verified, so success, I'm going to give it true, and the message it will be from the backend, so that we are receiving, so it's going to be res.data .message. Otherwise the error will be, let me copy this part. Otherwise it's going to return success is going to be false, then the message will be what? The message will be the message will now be error. So let me say error. This error here, error, and data like a response. But then now here should be error response dot data dot error. Errors now, the error that we'll get. Then after doing this, then we can update now our verify email component, and basically here I could simply say I think it's fine, because we are receiving now that message from the backend, so it should simply work, because we're using that wait action, like the verify action. This we're exporting this one. I see it is throwing the error. Let me see. I forgot to include. This should be here. A return. That should be here, like at the closing. And then there at the end we shouldn't have it. But I think there's something that is not making sense here, because I think we have this try. This one is fine, closed very well. First of all, like the main one is not closed, we need to add in an extra closing like that. Yeah, basically it has worked. So I think that this way it should be fine, and I think this should be enough. Then let me try again. Let's try again. Yeah, so this is the goodness of being a developer. Like, you have to be patient and embrace the bugs. The errors are normal. So though the status is standard, but it is still displaying the invalid token. So I think here, basically here, instead of like saying the user is active, let me say, for example, user, then date that the user joined, date joined. This is one of the fields that from my models, so date underscore joined, and timestamp. Yeah, this is fine. Now let's try again and see if it will work or not. Yeah, so guys, let's try again and ensure that we've deleted the user. The user is deleted. Then name, talk to a case, and now perhaps let me try to delete many emails here. Then let me try to re-register. Yeah, so basically it has successfully sent the post request. Now let me try to activate and see the response there. Yeah, finally it has worked. So finally it has worked. Wow, this is amazing. So finally it has worked. And when we go here, yeah, so basically everything now is fine. And then for example, let's try to log in now. Yeah, so when we log in now, you can see now the status, we no longer have what the logout, like the login page. So now we can access the profile. This was just a simple profile for testing, but we are going to work on the a bit more complex profiles for the dashboards and stuff. And you can do it, you can log out as well. You can log out. So you can click on the buttons, then you're going to log you out. Then you can see now. So I think we are going to something that I need to do here. Something that I need to do is to like set the logout page to be inaccessible once you've like I need to make it in the protected like components such that you can't access the logout once you've logged in. Like once you've managed to log out, then you shouldn't see this logout content, and also the profile, because now when you try to access the profile, it can be accessed, I think, profile. So you can see now you can still access the profile, though you don't have the credentials, but you can see you can access. So we need to make them a protected component. So let me go to the app.js, data. Let's make them protected component. So element protected routes, and here let me copy, for example, the logout. Okay, on this logout, I can simply add it here. Now here, instead of like passing the logout directly, I'm going to use the protected route component. Protected route, and I'm going to pass in what? I'm going to pass in that component. Yeah, so basically here I think I need to do this, then I can do it. I can let me remove let me cut and add it here in the inside. Also, I should do the same. First of all, let me test this. Let me try to access the logout. Logout, yeah, component. Now, when I try to access the logout page, it's going to direct me to the login. So basically, the implementation I think is fine. So let me do the same on the profile. On the profile, or perhaps let me just make it a continuous line for easier because it's not even much. And then in fact also this one. So let me say protected route, a protected route, and I can copy that profile cut. Let me add it here in the inside. Also, I think here on the checkout as well, I think I need to like adding them to like at the same direct so that we can access them quite easily, so that we can know that the routes here are the protected routes. Or perhaps I could have so this one like to be organized, let me just add here, like add these two, yeah, to be in their separate places, and then I can pass in also these arguments in the protected route. Protected route, yeah. Also on the logout. Now let me try to access these pages. Yeah, so now you can see I can simply access what the logout, the login. And now when I try to log out and I click on the logout, basically I can see that login credentials. So therefore the implementation is really fine, it's really okay when I log in. So guys, basically I want us to update the checkout component, the checkout page, such that when someone is making an order, it should be associated with the user, the authenticated user. And we need also to add in the we did not add in the location address field. It's very important to know where the user is located. For example, if you want to do the shipment of the products, you need to understand like the place where the user stays. So here let me try to see first of all the checkout component. Yeah, so basically this is the component, but now I want like for example when I also it is important like to display some description here, like for example the products that we are trying to purchase. So basically let's just do it quickly. Now in the checkout component, basically I need to add in the, let's first of all create the states, like so let me try to go to the front end SRC components, and that the checkout page, and I want to include also another state. So what I'll include here is where should I include? Perhaps near the username here at the top. Okay, perhaps let me go to country, state, then for example I think it should be here, like to make sense the address should be after the state, perhaps shipping address. Yeah, so const I'm going to have so const I'm going to also have like at the states, these are just normal states, so shipping address. shipping address, camel case, shipping address, then the state after it is going to be like a set shipping address, and then a set shipping address. I'm going to assign it to the state. I'm going to assign here to here I'm going to assign it to the use state hook, and I'm going to initialize it with an empty string, like it will be empty. Now once I have it here, then basically I'll need to add it. I'll need to add it also here. So payment method, and also I need to add it here also. Shipping address, comma, like that, so that we may receive the information from it as well. Now like for example, whenever we are sending the data, whenever we are trying to send the data here in the with the post request, also we can add in we can also add in the shipping address. Let me see what was used to the other side. I used Mpesa, so Mpesa front end, back end, and a back end core, and Mpesa shipping address. So this is shipping address, so that you can extract. You can see, in fact, it's going to extract that shipping address that way. And I'm going to update it here. So shipping address is going to be shipping address, like we are trying to assign it. And remember to add in the comma here. Shipping address, like that. And now the other thing that we could do, because now you added now these are state, so we need to update now the fields. So perhaps should be under, for example, state or country, then before the payment method, I think here. And then also the label is going to be shipping address. Shipping address, and shipping address, and so the type so it's not going to be an input field. I'm going to use the text area where you can type in the shipping address, text area, and ID is going to be shipping address. Let me just copy to be sure that I'm using the correct name. Shipping address. Shipping address. So the ID is going to be shipping address. Let me copy all the instances, like select everything, even here, and that one I'm going to use set shipping address. Set shipping address, then okay, ID is a shipping address, then yeah, shipping address. This is really fine, and we can also make it required as well, so it's a required field. Now basically here at the order summary, before we close the form, I could as well display the table. So let me say table. I'm going to use just a table field. table, and the table should have the table head. So T head. And then the table head, we can have the table row. We have one single table row, TR. And then in the table row, we have the T table head. And in the table head, we have first of all the product. Okay, let me try to create here a new product. Let me go to the admin, 127 admin. Then perhaps let me try to create here a new product. Vendor, let me create here vendor. User, perhaps let me use this user because this is the permanent user. Then a name could be Nehemiah Wekesa bio vendor. Then a contact details, bank details not applicable. Shipping policy, let me say shipping policy, return policy, let me say return. Okay, let me just copy this part. Then let me save. So the vendor is the vendor is created. Then a category, I can create here a new category. Category name could be, for example, phone, smartphone. Remember, we cleared our table, our models, so everything is like from scratch. So smartphones, then slang is going to be smartphones, then a parent, let me just leave it. Then the name of the product could be, for example, phone. Okay, let me say Samsung. Is it Samsung? I think, yeah, Samsung. Smartphone. Slang is going to be Samsung. Samsung underscore smart, or maybe hyphen smart. Smartphone. And description, latest Galaxy Galaxy, for example, 25 series or whichever series. And then a price could be, for example, the price in cities in Kenya shillings, so I could simply say here okay, 200,000. Okay, let me use one bob because that is for testing. I'll want to make a product like purchase. Perhaps let me say the stock there are around 20 of them remaining, or let me say 100. Then at the image, let's try to select the image. In the desktop, the e-commerce, backend, media, products, Samsung smartphone. Let me find where there's a phone. Let me just select this one, for instance. And I can also make it a flash sale. So let me save. Yeah, so the product is created. And now let me go to the front. So basically now it is now listed here. It is now listed here. Very fine, wonderful. And yeah, let's try to make a product let's try to make an order here. Let me add it to the cart. Then now when I refresh, I have this cart. Of course, we shall modify the styling later. And then now yeah, so now in this table, so this is the shipping address, the field that I added, but we are going to style it in a few. So basically here that table, I should also display product. So the first field, let me check on the, let me 127.300. Let me go to the cart. Alright, so the cart is like a product, price, quantity, and the total, and the actions. But will I include the actions really? I'll not include the actions here. If you want to like get the actions, you can go to the cart and remove it instead of like wasting a lot of time. So our product, then so let me duplicate. I can have 4 fields, and then it's going to be for price, then another one is quantity, and then another one is should be now the total. The total. And then now the next field in the should be now the table body. So td a t body. So in the t body, first of all, I want to have that cart, so I'm going to use a variable here, cart. Remember, we used that cart here as a, let me see. We used the cart here as a prop, so they are the top. So we still have it, so we can simply just iterate the values in the cart. So I'm going to say cart dot map to individual item to iterate individual item. So I'm going to say map, and I'm going to map to item like the individual, for example, never use now this map is going like to try to access individual element in the cart. So the single item like a product or item, I'm going to give it item, and I'm going to use here an arrow function, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to pass in the t table row tr. Then the table row, I can as well add in what the table now data td. So the first one will be, now for this table row, because we are trying to iterate to loop through they're called the cart items. Assuming that we have several items, we'll want to loop through everything. So we can give individual iteration. Item is the ID, so it's going to be item dot id, item id, and so in the table data now, I can simply say what? I can simply use item dot name. Now remember it should tell a match. Like you can see, the first one is product, the second one is a price. So let me just duplicate. I think there should be 4. So the first one was for price, then so for price is going to be so price the units are going to be in shillings. So let me say Kenya shillings dot pass float because now it will come as a string. So I'm going to say item dot price, price, and then to fix, to add in the decimal, so I'm going to say to fix Okay, to fixed, I'm going to use here two decimal places. Then item here is going to be, oh wait. I think this field should be here. I forgot I was editing too. So here, this is where you can add in the KS. And then here you can add in now the, so this is what? This is our quantity. Now for quantity is going to be item. Item here is going to be item dot quantity. Item dot quantity, and then also now for that one total here I'll simply say I'm going to use Kenya shillings still. Then I'm going to say again I'm going to use the pass to float this. Pass float, and now remember this one, all of them should be now inside the parentheses, because I'll want like to multiply by the item dot quantity, so that we can get the total price, item quantity. So you need to like wrap them inside this single like a parenthesis. These are brackets like that. Then we can now simply say to fixed, so that we have the decimal to fixed. Do we have two decimal places? And then yeah, so in case we get the error message, it will be displayed here at the bottom. So so let me see, go to the checkout, and then I can see now we have this table, though we shall style it in a few, but you can see it is really working. And we have the shipping address. Let me make it shipping. I should be now shipping. A shipping address. Now before, like I will need to update like the Mpesa. We need to update this Mpesa to include also those fields. So especially in the create order. So in this create order function, I can include like what should I include here? The shipping address. Shipping address, it is this, going to extract that address that was initially provided there. And then now whenever we want to save to the database, so basically I think you'll need to do it. Now whenever to say we want to save to the database, so if you want to like you can see now this is the like a method to create now the field to the database. So the user, because now that checkout is authenticated, like anyone that accesses the checkout component, it means that that user is authenticated. So the user field, I'm going to use request dot user. Request.user. So basically this one is going to like this is associated with the authenticated user, that field. And then initiate payment, and I think that this information are really, so we could as well add in what the shipping address here. So that shipping address, let me also add it where here at the top.
after the state, I can as well add in the shipping address. And the shipping address, and where could we use that shipping address? Perhaps on order state save payment information. So though still the order is going to do the same, but let me just add it here. So for the shipping address, it's going to be shipping address. Now I think did I add in the comma there? Oh yeah, basically this is just a variable. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is, I think everything now is fine. Let me try to migrate, and basically we are going to style it in a few. Apply manage.py make migration first. And there's no migration. Let me now say migrate just to confirm that everything is fine. And then now I can run the server. So let me try to add in the details here. So the name and the phone number 707867928 Kenya. Everything is placed. Now the payment method is going to be Mpesa. Then let me try to, okay, so basically it's failing. Let me see. Oh yeah, basically the callback URL is not really working. I should have done what? I should have opened the NGROK for the callback function. Let me just start my NGROK CLS first. NGROK HTTP port 8000. Yeah, so let me copy this endpoint, this URL, and then now to the settings. Where is the settings? Settings. So this is the NGROK for callback function to be made. And where else do I need to update? Allowed origins. This just still the same though, but let me just include here. And so this is just the same. Let me see somewhere that I need to provide. I think it's just fine. Now let me try again. It's telling me that is the backend really working? Okay, let me see the callback function in the front end from the checkout. Oh yeah. Basically this is the problem. In fact, I think I should have just even used the yeah. So this is fine. Let me try to make now the order. Let me see now the activities here. Yeah, so basically now I can get the prompt on my phone. So basically it is fine. And let me try to make, so once it is done, then it can do what it can redirect me to this. So once I enter my pin, then it's going to update it here. So once I add in my transaction ID, then it's going to do what? It's going to update to the database. So now let's try to see if this product is really associated with the user. So let me let me go to the orders. Let me try to view. So you can see the user field is
this shipping address, let me just say after the state. But now the null true, I'm going to null false. Let me use a false. Then a blank true. Let me also give it false. A false and user basically in the order, like here in the Mpesa I said what, like when it's trying to save the, yeah, this is what it is, the create order, and basically here we are trying to, let me also include that, let me also include the so guys, let's try to see where the problem is. Now I think we could as well, oh yeah, basically the I think also I need to add in the user here, like to pass it directly in the, in the dictionary. It's not, it won't work. Like to pass the user here, it won't like work. So what I'll do here, I'm adding like payment request. Payment, I'm going to update the payment request, and the payment request dot user, I'm going to assign it to request dot user, request dot user. Yeah, so basically here you do not even need this one, because there we are receiving already directly the data from the front end, like it's going to capture the user from the front end. Oh yeah, this is fine. So basically what I do, let me try again. And now the payment was successful. So the payment is now successful. Yeah, so let me try to see the backend if it has updated, if it's associated with the user. So still it's not. Oh, basically let me try to migrate. Make migration first, because we did some changes to the database. Okay, first of all, let me try to delete this user. So it is impossible to change an nullable field shipping address, and also I think I should as well do the same to the to the user null. Let me remove this property here, null true, so that we may get to know where to update it. Shipping address, it's impossible to change an nullable field shipping address in order without providing a default. This is because database needs to populate existing rows. So please provide a fix. Please select a fix. Let me just say Nairobi, Kenya. I don't know if it will work. Nairobi, Kenya. So that field is this field is wait, order
order, like no, the address is a string, right? That's a string text field. So let me just say Nairobi, Kenya. Then also it's throwing an error that oh yeah. So basically I should have selected first one, then add Nairobi, Kenya, and then also user. Though I know this one will create. This one will create like the issue, the foreign key integrity or issues. But let me just give it one, and I try to migrate. Migrate. Let's try to see. Let me refresh. Yeah, so basically no longer have the product. Now let's try again. Oh, let me first of all check if I included the checkout, like yeah, basically it's here. Shipping address is added. I need to update also the first of all I need to import I need to import several packages here. So from like files or classes. So from REST framework, because we're using token based. So from REST framework dot decorators import. I'm going to import the API view, and then another thing is another thing we need to import from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated, and then now to this create order function. To the create order function, basically I need to like first of all the email shipping address is fine, but I need to also include it here, right? I need to include also the the shipping address, so comma shipping address, and so user, perhaps user here. Let me create here a variable for user. User is going to be request dot user. Like people are going to send the request, like for example when they submit the checkout, it's going to send the post request. So we are going to receive now that like at the user field is going to be the request, and then user and basically we need to update also the let me see. Basically I need also to add in the shipment here. So I'm going to say, first of all, I think let me just shipping address here. Shipping address is going to be, I'm going to use here shipping address and show you adding a comma, and what else? Payment method is fine. Now we need to construct an object with the appropriate data from
for initiating the payment. So basically, first of all, we are using this factor, and then a payment request. We are creating here a dummy URL for just, and then now before this copy, let me update also the request payment because this is the data that we want to pass there for the request. So payment request, like this is a positional, like you can see the function, or maybe the initiate payment function is a positional argument, like it takes the positional argument, like you can see the initiate payment, you can see text request is at the position, so we need to give the value. So here at the value, the user, I'm going to update it to the request. I'm going to also update the so user, I'm going to update that user to be user before it copies, and then this way it's going to copy like this information, all the information, then it's going to like call that initiate function with all these initiation functions. So now in the create order, we need now to pass in what the user is going to be user user, and let me see. Yeah, this is fine. Shipping address, everything is fine. Now, something that I need to also include in the initiate payment, also here when I'm creating the order here, I should as well say user will be request from the request dot user like that, and I didn't include a shipping address. Let me copy. Or let me just copy from the callback, like from this side, shipping address. So this is the information that I want to save. A payment method. So it's going to be shipping address. I'm going to assign here to the shipping address. Shipping address like that, and then make sure you add in the comma to avoid the error. So this way is going to like process everything well. Now let me try to first of all, because we need to add in the permission, like in this create order, we need to basically here we need to like pass in, instead of this exempt, we can pass in what at API view, and because we have the token, this token based, so I'm going also here to add in the permission classes. First of all, let me see what I imported there at the top. So here at the top, yeah, it is authenticated. Yeah, that's correct. So permission classes, permission at permission. But also I think I should also import the permission classes here as well. Then here at the bottom I can simply say permission classes. So is it permission classes? I'm going to pass in what? I'm going to pass in that is authenticated. Yeah, this way. And now let's try. Let me refresh. Run the server. Mpesa line to 10. Mpesa line to 10. It's saying to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Yeah. Oh yeah. Basically, I forgot here. Now let's see. Oh, basically it needs me to re-register, like a login. And by the way, I've just noticed that we also need to add in the forgot password. Yeah, so let me save it. So now let me try to create a new one. 707967928, and then a payment method, the Mpesa. Cross origin does not match any of the. I think. Oh yeah. So let me also specify here. Let me just specify here. This API view. Let me just say post. Method is a post. Let me use this one. I think it might solve the error. Let me try again. Wow, this is so wonderful. It has we've finally sorted the issue. So let me go to the Django admin and let me refresh, and then let me go to what? To the orders. Then let me see if it is associated with. Yeah, you can see it is now associated with the user. Let me try to clear, and I try to make a new one so that we can know if it's really working. So let's try to make a new one. And then now when I add in the payment method Mpesa, wow, it has initiated the payment successfully. And then when you go here and refresh, we can get, and I can see it is associated with this user. So basically we managed to sort out this issue. So now there's a relationship with the user, like the user to the order. So this is fine. So guys, basically the other thing that I want us to work on, I want, like, for example, whenever you are creating when you are creating an account, and for example, if the account creation was successful, then it should display a message there that your profile or maybe account was created successfully. Check your inbox to and click the link to verify or something like that. And if there's an error, it should also display it in the same page, like in the same front end, instead of like just staying like that way, without anything. So basically what I'm going to do is to first of all to update my the auth actions, and let me. So in the event there's an error, basically using that error, then we created here a variable for error to be error response data error. Then here we are passing. So yeah, so so if error, I think I should just dispatch here direct. Dispatch here the error. If error, then let me just dispatch the error here. So instead of like displaying the alert, so let me say dispatch. And I'm going to use a set alert, and I'm going to pass here the alert, the error first. Like I want to display the error from the backend, the error we receive from the backend. So using that, is it errors. Okay, let me say error or something. Yeah, error is fine. And I'm passing here error. Then the other thing that I can pass here is the danger, like danger. Let me use a danger. Terminate. And I'm going also to dispatch the register failed. Now basically the other thing that I can work on is now to update the sign up component.
update the sign up component. So let me find the components. Where is it? Components, sign up component. Now basically to this sign up component, for it to display the messages well, first of all, the props are passed there very well, but I should also use pass here also is authenticated, is authenticated, authenticated, and also error, and everything there is fine. Now this is fine. Let me see. So so on submit, the implementation is really fine. Fill in the fields, then danger, and and in the event, so and then in the event the user is not registered, else is going to like basically on submit, and in the event like you do not have the name, the email address, and then a password, then it's going to call this set alert function. Then it's going to display fill in all the fields, then the type is going to be danger, and then in the event there is success, then it's going to register both name, email, password, like with these credentials. But I want to use here for example, let me add here, for example, if it's authenticated, then we can direct them, for example, return navigate. Let me import the navigate there, the top. Okay, it's here. Navigate to where? To the home. Let me terminate. Let me see. Did I? Okay, yeah, it's fine. And then what can we? Oh yeah. So basically now here at the bottom. Here at the bottom, we need to add in like more arguments here. So set alert is going to be, yeah, it's required. Then another thing is register, but also let's include also the is authenticated. Let's assign it to, let's link it to our Redux state. So I'm going to say state.out basically not that, because so on the authenticated, I'm going to use prop types dot bool, sorry bool, and I forgot to add in the comma, and also error will be error will be prop types dot string. I think this is fine. Then so we need now to use so now basically here let's create a variable like for mapping state to props. So const, let me call it a map. Let me use a camel case map state set to
props state. I'm using an arrow function here for the state, and I'm going to pass in what? I'm going to pass in this statement is authenticated. It is state dot out dot is authenticated, and then the error will be state dot error dot out dot error dot error. Now we need to update, like we need now to update this one, because like let's update need this connection, because now we have a connection, it won't be null. So I'm going to say to use map state to props, and this should be fine. And let me try to I think this should be fine. First of all, let me try to register. Sorry, let me try to let me try to register, and then okay, let me first of all refresh, then let me try to register. Like, yeah, so you can see, like for example, when it was successful, like when account was created successfully, then it's going to redirect me here. It's redirecting me here to verify, but I didn't want that. I wanted like a first, or I think we can update such that it will first like display the message that account was successfully go to your what to update, to activate, like instead of using the redirect to navigate to like this condition statement. Let me say or let me just use here the else. I'm going to create here a variable. Let me just create here a variable const and the response like the variable, I'm going to call it a response. I'm going to assign it to await, and it's register. We are passing what? Let me just so like in the event the details were filled successfully, like this is in the event, like there's no name, there's no email, there's no password, so it's going to display this error. But in the event like everything was provided successful, then the response is going to be this one. We are going to like call, like we are going to send the post request to the server. So, and then also we can display a message here. So I'm going to update now that set as success. By the way, I need to update. I'm needing to update, like let me create here the state. Not here, actually should be where. Yeah, so basically let me add in somewhere. I don't know where. Let me just add it here at the top, and count. I'm going to give it a success message, then a set success message, assign it to use state. I'm going to initialize it with an empty string. So so here I'm going to like I'll update here the set success page. You know, initially it was empty, so I'll set a success page later to what? First of all, let me use a conditional statement here. For example, if response, I'll update also in the actions. So if response like, sorry, if response dot success, the response was success, I'll update their actions in a few. So if the response success, then we could do what? Call that set success message, and I can add in this a string. For example, account was created successfully, please check your email for activation link or something. Or let me say, please click the link shared in your email for activation. Or let me say, for activation. And now the next thing I could simply do it. First of all, let me terminate. The next thing, first of all, let me remove this one. I need to display now the message, perhaps there at the I need to display the message here. Perhaps at the end of this form I could as well display it here. Success message and let me use should I use should I use what should I use a paragraph tag? Yeah, let me use a paragraph tag, and I'm going to display that message here. Success message, yeah, and I think I should give it a class name. Class name, or I can give it what? Text. A text. Success. Text success. But now let me just, instead of using all this stuff, I could have used null. Let me just use null. I think null is fine. So here I'm going to update, and I'm going to use the success true now in the register success. Sorry. Register success. In the event the user is registered successfully, then I will do it. Instead of dispatching. First of all, let me see. So let me say return. Let me return, and I'm returning what? Success. I'm going to give it true, and then here at the bottom. Here at the bottom I'm dispatching what? In the event there's an error, I think I should just directly dispatch. Just instead of all this stuff, let me just dispatch the error, and then once I've dispatched the error, and then I need to return. First of all, let me also dispatch this dispatch. Then I'm going to set alert. It's going to be error or something. Let me say error registering user. It's going to be danger, and now here the return should be now false. Let me try this. First of all, let me delete the user that was created. And let me try again. Yeah, guys, basically you can see now when the account is created, you can see now we get a message, account was created successfully. Let me try again. Let me delete. Now let me clear then let me try to register the user. And now you can see when there's a success, you can see account was created successfully. Please click the link shared in your email for activation. And when you go to your email, you can see there's this email. When you click on it, then it's going to do it. It's going to verify. You can see now, thank you for your email confirmation. Now you can log in to your account. So everything is working fine. So guys, basically the other thing that I think we should do is to another thing that I think we need to do is to create now the reset password. Like you can see, for example, someone has forgotten the password. I think we should provide a way where they can reset the password. So basically in that case, I think we need to create a view function for that. Let me minimize these sections. Let me go to the backends, and now basically I'm going to just use these tokens. I'm going to use these tokens here, and let me go to the now let me go to the models first and copy this implementation so that I can just use it directly. Like where is it? And let's send email. Let me just copy this code, and now to the view functions. Basically I'm going to do it. I don't know, I should add it where, perhaps here at the bottom. Let me just say class. Let me create, say, a password reset request view or something, request view. And here I'm going to import the view. First of all, let me just import that view here at the top. Let me import it here at the top. Let me say from Django.views Django views. It should be dot views import view, and also I think I need also to import the send. So let me say from Django dot core dot email Django should be Django core dot mail. Yeah, mail should be mail. Yeah, mail import send mail. I import send mail and import send mail. And also the other thing that we can do is to import force type. I can also import like from Django dot Django dot Django dot utils dot encoding import force str. Force, is it force str or force text? Force text. Let me see. Is it a force text or okay? Let me just use a force bytes. I think let me use a force bytes. Force bytes, it's fine. Then activation token is here already, and I think everything is just fine. So where were we? So basically here I'm going to say view, and first of all let me create some extra spaces here, and so I want to pass my function here. But now here I'm going to call it what? Let me just call it post, and wherever you're using a function, you need to create some indentation there. But it seems that I did not import. Let me import this one. Let me import those fields, URLs. So from URL self. It's imported. I don't know why it is displaying these errors. Post. Okay, let me go to the get current site. I think at this one I do not need this field. And then for UID, I need to have imported URLs. Base encode. Is this encode here? I think because it's already imported there. I don't know. Oh, this is the code. This is the code. Let me also import the encode. So it's going to be 64. Now this is encode. Encode, yeah. So there I think should disappear. Yeah, yeah, encode is fine. But now here we are going to so email. Let me add in here a field for email. Email is going to be a request from sorry. Let me remove extra it. Shift tab. So request dot post method post dot get and getting what the email once they send select. So for example, if there's no email, so if not user dot objects dot filter email dot email to email. Then what can we do? We can return here a response. Return a JSON. Return a JSON. I think I should return response. I have response, and I'm going to use error. And then the error is going to be, for example, invalid email address. Then it's going to display the status code. I'm going to use a status. Let me just display 4000. From HTTP, let me also import the JSON response. Let me just use this one is just simple. Let me just say from Django because this is not even so let me just say HTTP import JSON response. Let me use the JSON response instead here. Like a JSON, just a simple JSON response. JSON response, so that we can hard code the status code. And then now user is going to be user dot objects dot get and email. Then and then UID. I think that this should follow. UID, we are using that URL safe. This is fine. And token is going to be this one. Card activation, make a token, then I'm passing here. So I think here I should just pass here user. Instead. User, let me just pass that user directly. Then on the subject is going to be this one. The message, mail subject is going to be this one, and then a message. The message is going to be that one. And then the next thing is now to call that send mail. Let me see. Okay, that send mail function. So here we are going to use send mail. So send mail. And then the send mail, I'm going to use what? Send mail. Actually, I'm going to call it with the mail subject. mail subject and oh yeah, basically it's here already. It's just here. So I'm going to call it with the mail subject message and from this email perhaps then I'm going to say user. I could even use just yourself, so but let me just say user.mail and so for basically for the message we need to have like the user and then basically let me define the reset link token in a reset link reset underscore link. Let me assign it to a formatted string. Then I can define here my link http, the front end link, local host port 3000, right? Yeah. Then reset password. Reset password, and then we are passing that UID, and then also /token token like that, and yeah, that way. And mail subject. So basically the message here could be, for example, what could be the message? Greetings. Greetings. So here I'm using a formatted string. So greetings. Then here I'm going to say user instead of self name. Let me just say user. Greetings user. Then reset link. Please click the link below to reset now. Reset your password here. Reset your password. Then it's going to send what? It's going to send here the reset link, not activation now. Reset link. Yeah, reset link. Then current site reset link. Okay, let me remove this attribute. Thank you. And then we need now to create the view. And guys, I think we need to create now for confirming the password. So this one is to send the password, but now we need to also create the one for confirming the password. And don't want to make the video a bit long. So so basically this is let me first of all include also the imports. Yeah, so guys, basically here I have imported this default token generator, and then also I've used this for CSTR, because now the string that I will be sending in the endpoint should be now in the string format, the UID and also the token should be, we shall convert them to strings. And by the way, we've done so here. The UID, what is that? Here at the UID, we've converted it to the string. So basically here as well we need to use this for CSTR, and then we can convert now to the string. And then so here basically this is just a view to confirm the to confirm the password. Then for example, to show that there is a child of this view, you have to use this post method. And then you can pass in the arguments here that you want to use the self, first of all, to show that you're using properties from this view. Then a request, this is the data we receive from the user. This is the data that we receive from the user. Then this UID and the value that we are going to use for this UIDB 64 bits and then a token and so forth. So basically we are trying to implement here the exceptional handling. So try, then we're going to check if you have the UID and then also user is available. User is available, and yeah, the user is available. So if the user doesn't exist, then we're going to give user none. Then if user is not none, and also the user and the default token generator check token, like so like in the event the user is available, whenever you say not none, it means that the user is present, and also the default token generator is this, like you are passing this based on the user, like we are passing user and also the token, so that it can generate what the token for the user. So basically it's going to do what it's going to like send here like the password, like it will accept the password and then the confirm password, and if password equals to password, then we can update, we can save user, we can set now the password, like you can say receive the password, we can like set this password like to save it, then like to set it to call that password, like to call this set password with the password, and then we can save it. Then we will display a message here, a password reset successfully, otherwise we'll say a password do not match the credentials. So this is about the we'll just assemble that the password reset confirm view. And another thing that we can include is the endpoints, like we need to have like these endpoints, the URLs, but I'm going to use let me first of all import this view function. So first of all was password reset confirm view, and also the other one was what, let me see, password reset, yeah, password reset view, yeah, and then yeah, so basically now we've view. Now I don't know why it's not saying that it's used. So okay, password reset view, let me just hard code password reset request view and password so this is the reset confirm, so this should be now for confirm. Let me see. And now here basically here we can use it the same way we did here, because I want to use it as a string for proper. And then here I'm going to use this token. Forgot to add in here comma, sorry. So this is a password request, password rest. It should be reset. Let me say reset. Password reset. And here at the top I should say password reset
let me see. Yeah, password reset confirm view. So this will be now for password reset confirm, and then yeah, it's fine now the way it is. Not public, should be src and what, and components, and then a password reset request, okay, or something .js. Let me paste the code here, and a password reset request. I think I've used the same name, password reset request. Password reset request, yeah, this is fine. Password reset confirm. I'm going to explain. Confirm .js. Now let's begin with the reset. So basically here we're importing now the React and also the state, because we want like to have the these are states, like the initial and the after states. Then we're also going to import these connect, like to link these to link the states to now the props, like to use the same states as the props, like to link them. And then the password request reset from the auth action. Basically I'm going to add it here in a few. So to the actions, auth actions, and then here at the bottom, perhaps let me say password reset. Password reset and confirm actions. Yeah, so basically this is the endpoint of the backend that we are going to use. So basically we are going to use this UID, then the tokens, and then make sure that it ends with the / like that. Yeah. Yeah, so basically this is good. And then now let's continue. So basically, and then also here we are importing now the prop types, and then here we are passing these props here. Remember, we are using now these we are using these prop types, like we're using these prop types like to convert the states to what, to props, so that we can use it here directly. So that's why I'm passing here direct, and then here the set the hook email, then a set email, and then on submit, then it's going to trigger this reset request password email from where, from remember this is from the auth actions. Remember we have it there in the auth actions, password request password reset, then also we have the reset password. So this is for reset, so I'm using that function. I'm going to call it, and then with the email we add in the email there. Then I reset your password is the h2, like I just text there. Then on submit is going to trigger the on submit function. Then the labels is email, type is email, name email, value email, and change sent email. Then it's also a required field. And another thing on the reset, here on the reset, basically the same imports we're using them, but now here we are using that use params. And then password reset, we are using also prop types, like to use the state as props, to use then the initial state of the password is empty, password later is also empty, like a confirm password. Then password and on submit On submit, then it's going to trigger this function. So in the reset function, this is what we need to add in. So when you go to the auth actions on the reset password, basically you need to pass this argument, the UID, token, password, and then the confirm password. So you need all these 4 arguments. So where are we? Say UID, token, password, then a password confirm. We need to call with the same, like it's a positional argument. And then so basically we are doing what we are trying to reset it this way, and then confirm. Then when you click on the reset, it's going to trigger that function here on submit. Then it's going to send the post request, and then you, upon successful, then you'll be succeed, like you'll be your account will be now activated. Now basically we need now to map these endpoints to our URLs. Like we need to basically include them in our app.js basically. Now let me find the app.js, then somewhere perhaps here, let me try to include one for password reset. Password reset, and then password reset, then element is going to be okay, basically let me import them here at the top. Import password, let me, okay, also import password reset, confirm, then this request here, and then here I'm going to say what? I'm going to simply say a password reset, reset request, and then then here basically should just be here, because we do not need these for like a sending, in case we want to send, so we do not need it. And and then for okay, and then for reset password, we say reset hyphen a password is going to be a UID, then a token, and the component is going to be a password confirm here. Now now let me go to the front end, to the sign in page, login, actually basically the login. Forgot password, I need to add in that field, for example. Okay, let me duplicate this one. Let me say, for example, forgot password. Forgot password, then click here to forgot password, then click here to reset. Click here to reset. And basically we are going to use that reset. Basically, let me see.
password reset, yeah, component. Yeah, password reset. Click here to reset. So let me try to create a user. Oh yeah. So there's something that I included yet was included. So basically here, these actions, let me remove them. Yeah, so basically there's also a problem in the sign up. Sign up, there's a new steamboat here. Let me remove it. Let me remove all new steamboats. Yeah. So basically the error has disappeared. Let me try to log in. And so basically I've managed to log in. And let me log out. And let me try to forget password. So let me add in the talk to a cursor. Then let me see if I'll get the password here. Let me see first of all here. And then guys, because we have not implemented the CSRF token. Basically, like in Django, whenever you are sending a post request, it usually wants you to send with the CSRF token, so that you can prevent the cross site resource forgery. Resource forgery. So basically, what I'm going to do, let me import those decorators. I can import the decorators there at the top. Perhaps here, let me say from Django dot views. First of all, let me import the exempt the views dot decorators dot CSRF. We can import exempt, import CSRF exempt. And then another thing, now because of this class, we are using class based views, so I'm going to say from Django we need to import this a method, a decorator. So Django dot, like whenever you're using classes, the function that are used there, they are called methods, and that's why they are different from the normal view function, because these are function inside that class. So we have to use the method decorator. So I'm going to say this should be from the utils dot decorators. Want to import a method decorator. So once I have this, then I can simply add here at method decorator, and then I'm going to pass in that CSRF exempt, and the name is going to be a dispatch. I think the spelling dispatch, the one that we used. So let me copy this line and let me add it here, but I have a feeling that it won't produce like this. Now guys, basically because this default token generator will not import, like I use the exact one that we used here in the tokens, the exact token that we generated from the tokens. It won't be the same here, so perhaps it will bring the error. So I think in here I should have used the one that we've imported. Let's just use the one that we have done not imported. So how can I update? So I'm going to say account activation token dot check token user, and then token. Let me confirm, because let me check everything to know that every instance. Suppose here we are passing self, because these are the arguments that we pass to the other side. Then so this is fine. Sorry. Then PKUID. This is fine. If user is not none, which means that the user is present, then now we have this token. Remember, this token we are receiving from the token generator the other side. Then everything is, I think it's really fine. Let's also check on this other one. We see where we can update. So email is fine. This user not if not user dot objects dot filter email return this is fine. User email objects, okay. Yeah. Then so this is what I missed. So here should be user.pk user.pk. Wait. The UID URL self base 64 encode and forced byte. Yeah, let's wait. So this is for UID. Then the token should be now this user token. Yeah, token should be user. I think everything should be fine. Let me check my URL endpoints. This is fine. Let me check the auth actions. The auth actions, and yeah, let me try again. The permission classes, let me copy somewhere. Permission classes, the one that allows any, because these are reset password, we don't have the authentication there, so we need to allow any. Here also allow any. Then let me retry. Let me first of all refresh. Yes, I've logged in. Let me log out. And then let me click here to reset password. And then let me click on the reset. Okay, so I think let me try to use the full endpoint http 127.0.0.1 48,000. So this is for, let me check, reset password. Yeah, reset password is like that. And then that one for that one for what? password reset. So basically here, okay, basically the issue was with the endpoints. So password request, the password, let me check how I used. So this is for password reset request. This is for confirming. Yeah, that is fine. Then the other one is password reset. Password reset. Let me see how it is. Yeah, okay. Password reset password, by the way, it is reset password. I think it's, yeah, reset password. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now let me try. Let me retry. On this API password reset, so instead of like passing the email alone, like let me try to pass the body. Let me pass here body, and config, and then I can remove this one, email, then so dispatch alert, dispatch alert, password reset email sent successfully. I believe they should resolve the error. Then here at the, okay, email, then I need to define try. I think first of all I need to have done what? Let me say here in this try, let me just say I need to to implement my I think the implementation is not that good. Let's try this. Like instead of passing this, let me add here at the bottom. So basically not should it be under this. So basically here I want to say try first of all const then config. I'm going to assign it to headers, and the header is going to be content type. Content type is going to be JSON. Application JSON, comma, and and then here body const body, let me use JSON and .stringify, then I'm going to pass that string the email part. email, so that I can use here email. Yeah, that's fine. Then so the dispatch should be here at the bottom. Like that. And then so dispatch set alert password reset success. Otherwise it's going to catch the error and yeah, let me hope this one is going to work. Let me try again. So guys, basically in this case we need also to modify our views. We need to modify our views so that we can use we can get now the data from the JSON. So let me confirm if I have JSON imported there at the top. JSON. No, it's not imported. Let me import. So let me say import JSON. Import JSON and import JSON, and then here password reset reset request. Where is it? Request view. Basically here I'm going to, let's see the argument that we can pass here at the post. So to allow other arguments, we will add in also. We are going to add in also the arbitrary arguments. So arbitrary arbitrary argument, and then also arbitrary keyword arguments. So that we can add in other arguments here. So here, like instead of so basically let me try to implement the exceptional handling. So let me say try, and sorry, this is Python. We don't use in Python we use colon. So try, then data. I'm going to use the .json dot loads, and we are passing request dot body, body, and then the second thing, email. I'm going to assign here to data dot get and that is email, and that's email. And then accept. So whenever you use a try, you need to add in also exceptional. Accept. So in this accept, I'll pass in. So in this accept, so these are the arguments that I'm going to catch. First of all, value error and key error as well. Value error and the key error. And then it's going to return. I think let me let me return JSON response here. JSON response, and I'm going to pass in what? Error will be invalid email email and your status. So status is going to be 400. So now here I can simply say, instead of using this one, I'm going to say if not user.object filter email, then return the JSON response, valid email address, status 400. Then user objects, all, yeah, everything is fine. Now I think let me try again. Let me try again and see. So where is it? In the password request view. Oh, let me use a user. So that we can capture we can sort that issue. So let me say try, like before they send the email, let's try to implement the exception handling here. So try, so let me say try send email, and with these arguments, then in the exception which shall say except except is going to be, I'm going to use exception is an alias in, then it's going to return a JSON response, and that's going to display error and str, like I should be in an extra, like I want to convert this exception to be in the string, then a status will be for 500, which is internal server error. So status is going to be 500, which is internal server error, and otherwise it will return JSON response a success, and going to be password reset email sent. Then the status will be 200, which is status will be 200, which is okay. Let me try again. Yeah, so I can now see it is sent. Let me now check this side. Yeah, so I can see it's here. Let me use this updated one. Now when I click and then let me try to add in my password. When I click reset password, let me see. Yeah, basically it is successful. You can see there is a post, like the status here is 400. Okay, so guys, I think it's not working. It's still not working. So I think what I'll do, let me check first of all this user, the password field. Oh, the issue is we are passing the raw password. We are passing the raw password. So raw password are not stored. So there's no way to see these users' passwords. So I think the easiest way, in the views there at the top, I can import now there. I can simply import the, the views. Actually the user, sorry. I could simply say from Django dot auth from Django dot contrib dot auth dot auth dot models import user. So let's use this user instead of the custom user from the models, so that we may use the one from like at the Django, the Django itself. And then let's see what we can update on the password confirm. Password okay, password confirm view. And so here, so try. So if user is not now, I think let me implement here. Let me add in also try exceptional handling. So let me say try, try, and I'll add here body. Body will be JSON dot loads. Then I'm going to pass here request, then a dot body, and then password, and confirm password is going to be this one. Let me add in the indentation there. So password is going to be body dot get, and then here also should be body dot get. I'm going to update my auth actions in a few, and then because I will implement the exception handling, so we need to add in the accept, and then in this accept, or perhaps let me in this accept, let me use a JSON code error, and what should I pass here? I can simply say return JSON response, and they can pass here a JSON, so error, and for example invalid JSON status code, status will be 400, yeah, bad request. So and then so and then for example now if password equals to confirm password, then we are going to do what we are going to set password. We are going to do what we are going to save. Like I remember this one is going to convert it to a hash, like it's updating the it's converting line with the password that you, because it can't save the raw password. So this is a set password method. It's going to convert your password now to a hash, so that it may not be saved as your raw password. And so basically I need to also update my actions. And I think in this case, first of all, I need to add in the token authentication to ensure that the token authentication is available. Let me check in the REST framework. Token authentication here is enabled. Okay, let me retry first of all before I even continue. Let me try to reset. Okay. So basically, I think but by there we don't need to use this one because I think we swapped to code.user. So basically, so this user, let me delete this user from the models directly. Like so instead of having this one, I could simply do it. I should import instead of user, custom user. I will import get oh, it's not from models, should be from Auth. Import get user model, and from the models. So now we are using what? We are not importing directly like that models here, like a user and then at the model direct. We are going to use what? So user is going to be so the user is going to be what? So the user is going to be like I'm going to assign it to that get user model. Sorry, get user model. Anywhere that we are referencing the user model, we should use this one. Get user model. Get user model, and there's something. Okay, let me remove this unused import, and then let me see if the error still persists. Oh yeah, basically the error has disappeared. Now let me try again. Okay, let me try to request. Perhaps let me reset. Okay, let me try again. And let me see here. Yeah, it's now working. You can see now the password is stored successfully here. And let me see. Yeah, this is fine now. So guys, basically there are some parts that I haven't shown you, including the rating system, the styling, and also the user portal. Because the YouTube, like a YouTube doesn't allow me to upload videos more than 12 hours. Basically, I have already recorded everything, but now due to the restriction on YouTube, I can't do. You can see I have all the videos here, and there are very many. So I've done like at the basics part, like at the very important part, like the stylings and the rating system. I haven't done that due to the restriction, but in our future projects, I will show you how to like do that. Let me show you, for example, the implementation of the rating system that I have done. Like for example, when you click on a particular product, like this most viewed product, you can see here I have like implemented the rating system, and the vendor information is pulling from the backend. The ship information is also pulling from the backend, and also the rating system is also working pretty fine. And you can do it like dynamically. You can also, by the way, I haven't also shown you how to like display the related products. And also another thing, the styling. I haven't shown you that. Like I've updated my cart such that the width should stretch from this further end to the other, and also the
the checkout page I have updated such that basically I've just added the stylings. So basically the most part is just styling, and I think that the complicated part is this part, the rating system and related products implementation. So guys, basically I have around 20 projects that I'm yet to do with you. Basically I'll show you in those projects, but for this project, guys, allow me to end it here. Basically I've done everything, I've recorded, but now because I didn't want to go faster and miss explaining some code. So the video was very long, and I can't update all of them in this video. So guys, allow me just to end it here, and then we shall do it. I'll create in our subsequent projects. I'll show you, for example, how to implement the rating system and also the related product stuff, and also the user the portal where you can display your stuff. Here you can rate the products and do other things. You can track information, and also including other complicated stuff. So guys, please allow me to end it here, and please take a moment, subscribe, like and share the video to your friends. So guys, basically if you have a project that you want me to do for YouTube, please let me know in the comment section. I'll do that and upload on YouTube. And remember, the target is for me to do 20 projects. I had promised 20 full stack project with Django and React. So once we do those 20 projects, then we can do other things like other languages, frameworks, and so forth. Now guys, in case you have anything, let me know in the comment section, and let's meet in our next project. Thank you.